Welcome to finals day at the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic, live from Victoria as Declan Whiten goes for a little free surf. He's going to be coming up pretty soon. He's already booked him spot quarterfinal berth. We've got the last two heats of men's round of 16, then we'll be moving into the women's quarterfinals, followed by the men's quarterfinals, then the semis, then the final. Who will be taking that coveted Bells Bowl? Soleil Erico and Kai Salas were our winners last year, and they went on to win world titles. So it will be repeat performances for big wins here, going all the way to that 2024 WSL World Longboard title. Mr. TJ Taylor Jensen there, 3 times world champion. He's going to be kicking off our first heat with Michael Van Hoyenstein from Hawaii as the moon is setting and the sun is rising and the swell has picked up here at Dirac, Wadawurrung country on the Great Ocean Road on the southern coast, with all of this dynamic landscape and incredible world-class longboarding that we have seen for the past 3 days, and we are going to end in style. I'm Sam Bleakley, joined by 2006 World Longboard Champion Mr. JC Josh Constable, also 8 times Australian champion, won a couple of those right here at Dirac Bells Beach.
Yeah, I did, Sam. On a similar day to today, we had a little more swell back then, but the waves are firing today. We've got that offshore breeze. There was a bit of anticipation as we were going to sleep last night. We were hoping it was going to show up. It's finals day. We want those waves to deliver. The surfers want it to come in, and they're going to put on a show today.
And what a great way to end. I mean, the fact that we've had good longboard waves at Rincon, we've had more the medium-sized, waist-high, the occasional shoulder-high sets, but today looks like we might get some overhead sets. Generally, what are you expecting with regards to wave quality as that tide comes in?
Yeah, it's really groomed. There's a little wobble on it at the moment just from that yesterday, that onshore breeze, but the offshore's going to blow all day. It's going to straighten those lines out. Tide's coming in. It's going to be firing.
Well, talking of firing, somebody who took an incredible win yesterday, beating Kai Ellis Flint, is Declan Whiten, and he's on those iconic steps with Mr. GT Grant Thomas.
Yeah, cheers, boys. Here we are, finals day, Declan, the 2024 Bioglan Longboard Classic, presented by WSL once again. But hey, waves are looking fun out there. We've had a nice little forecast turn up for the last day. Comp's on. We're starting in a couple of minutes. How is it out there?
Yeah, it's definitely the best morning we've had by far. Rincon's cooking. It's touch low, so as we go through the day, I reckon it'll just get better and better out there. And yeah, pumped.
Yeah, not much more to say, boys. Fantastic waves. Finals day, it's on. Back to you guys in the booth.
Incredible stuff, and just the energy to be around those iconic steps. So many legends have walked up those stairs. We met Gail Cooper a couple of times this week, and Constable. For the longboarders to be here, how important is it at this iconic break?
Yeah, it's so special because there is so much history here, and the waves are phenomenal. They can put on the display of surfing that they want to do, and you can just see it, this area that we're in, Sam, it's just phenomenal. We're at Bells Beach, but there is waves everywhere.
It's a coliseum of Australian surfing, exposed to raw, low-pressure systems from the Southern Ocean, aided by an underwater ridge that extends southward directly offshore from Bells, refracting swell into the break from Rincon to the Bowl to Winky Pop. And as that tide starts to fill up, what are we expecting at Rincon today, JC?
Yeah, as you can see, we're going to have that swell coming from that angle today, so it's going to be really nice. We're going to have some great waves at the Rincon. It's clean. It's going to get more offshore as the day goes on. It'll straighten those lines up. It'll get more defined, and Rincon is going to turn on today, and the surfing we're going to see is going to be red hot.
And it's such a natural amphitheatre. Of course, those iconic red clay cliffs dropping into the Great Southern Ocean. And it's also a technical way for rail surfing and precise nose riding. Those lines, so key, that trust, that faith in your fin, your rails, your tail shape. And to kick things off, it's going to be TJ Taylor Jensen going for his 4th world title. He's surfing in Heat 7 of round 16, an unusual round to be kicking off on finals day, but due to the way things unfolded, we were still left needing to finish off Heat 7 and 8 of the round of 16. We've already booked our women's quarterfinalists. We've already booked the front half of our men's quarterfinalists. But first of all, we've got to find out who takes the win between TJ and Michael Van Hoyenstein from Hawaii. And then heat number 8, an all-USA affair. It's going to be Tony Silvani against the style master, Kevin Scavana. And you can hear in the background, there's the horn. 30 minutes, top 2 waves. The panel of judges dropping scores out of 10. The highest and lowest score taken off and an average created from the remaining 3 scores. 2 scores count. Top surfer will advance into that last quarterfinal of the men's round, JC.
Yeah, what an exciting morning we've got. So we went on hold Tuesday afternoon. The waves were just getting a little small. The wind was a little funky, so we went on hold. Yesterday we had to catch up on a few heats. We had a massive day. The surfing was red hot all day, but we've got these leftover 2 heats now. Finish round 16, and then we're into the quarterfinals of the men's.
Unusual situation for Taylor. He kicked things off winning heat number 1 of the opening round. That pushed him into this round of 16, but this is only the 2nd time he has competed in the event, because he missed day 2 and day 3 because of the way things unfolded, but he's been in every single morning free surf. It does, however, mean if he works all the way to the final, he will have to surf 4 times, which could be pretty intense.
Yeah, Sam, and I love this. Taylor got out there nice and early and got his position where he wanted to go. Michael was a little slower starter this morning and cruised on the beach a little longer. He didn't want to sit out there and be cold, but he's paddled straight out. He's trying to get that inside priority off Taylor. Just the games that starts before the waves come, you know. So we can see him, but Taylor's no slouch. He knows what's going on. He's going to hold position and try and get that first opening wave.
Great career already for Taylor. That 2011 year was when he won his inaugural world title. 2 events that season in Sri Lanka. He took the win ultimately there in Italy. Actually lost the final to Kai Salas, but his tour ratings overall meant that he was world champion. Then he backed that up the following year on a single event in Hainan. That was 2012. And then it was 2017. He got his 3rd world title. He did get a 2nd in 2015, but ever since 2017, he's remained at the top of the game, regularly in finals, often in semi-finals. Last year, he didn't quite make the final here. He had a brilliant semi-final with Kai Salas. They were standouts all event, but it was Kai who took the win and went on to win the Bells Bowl last year, which is a special trophy. Of course, we know the iconic Bells Trophy. We're used to seeing the CT surfers win at the Rip Curl Pro, but here we have an Iron Bark Bells Bowl to crown for the champion, sourced in Wadawurrung country, and it really is going to become one of the kind of sought-after trophies for competitive longboarders in the future.
Yeah, we're pretty special that they've thought about that. Obviously, we don't want a bell. We want something different. We want the Bells Bowl, and how iconic will that be in years to come to have a Bells Bowl sitting in your trophy cabinet. And here we go, getting this morning underway. Nice
kickoff there. Michael Van Hoyenstein, his brother, also still in the event. Johnny Van Hoyenstein will be in the first quarterfinal against Connie Ellis-Stewart as Taylor Jensen starts things with a 5, a 10, walks out, kicks out, just playing it cool, recognizing that he didn't need to commit to that wave. He knows there's plenty of time left. Taylor, one of those ice customers that is conscious of the need to only get 2 big scores, and you will often see with Taylor a whole heat could go through and he might only ride 2 significant waves because he knows it's those top 2 scores that count.
Yeah, you got to have such trust in your ability and your surfing to be able to be patient, sit there, wait for the right waves, but when the right wave comes, you still have to deliver, Sam. So he has the confidence. He knows that he can do phenomenal surfing, put it on the rail, put it on the edge, surf to his maximum without falling and not losing a heat.
Has a fantastic model that he's using, the Singleton that he's designed with Stu Kenson. Of course, we know so many of his great Firewire models. The TJ Pro has been something that has been under his feet for previous world titles. Here with his family, his wife Nava, his daughters Jagger and Zion. Really nice energy always around the Taylor Jensen clan. The way that he regularly has Nava with him. Nava herself a great surfer from a historic surfing family, and we've talked a lot about Bo and Nat Young this week as well, and you know the impact they have had on longboarding. And of course Taylor married into that family. 37 career event quarterfinals, 3 world titles, but it's Van Hoyenstein up and riding on the inside, couple of cross steps up to the nose on his self-shaped built board, locks in a 5, rolls out of that 5 with some footwork. Nice drop knee setup here, good energy, busy. Grom vibes though, maybe a little bit rushed, choosing some smaller waves. How do you think the mentality is going to be for young Michael Van Hoyenstein coming up against such a big name in TJ?
Yeah, it's funny. I feel like he's just in a good little zone, Michael. He's got a great crew from Hawaii here with him. The Waikiki crew, they're supportive. They're down here cheering. He'll feel quite comfortable this morning. It's funny because both him and Taylor have been here since it was dark. We got here in the dark this morning, Sam, but both of the guys opted not to paddle out straight away and just cruise, keep nice and warm and just paddle out. So they haven't had a warm-up surf. They haven't had many waves this morning before the event. But this one, he's looking nice and calm. Great little wave, but again, it's still low tide. You can see it's just a little sectiony. As the morning goes on, the tide's going to rush back in and we're going to see some great waves.
Yeah, we got that high tide going to be up at 11:30. Live action, 10 from Taylor. Clean footwork. Puts that board on rail, down carve, bottom turn, cross steps, back up to the nose. Nice roll of the 5 over the tip. And then just stays patient, but then flexes low, eyes up the face. Here it is, acceleration, and then the stool on the nose. Big, critical nose ride, and then just readjusts his line and walks to the tail, and then ends with control, and Taylor Jensen kicking things off with a first significant score of the morning.
There it is, patience.
And there's the rainbow. How's the rainbows that we've been blessed with seeing, Josh? I mean, it is really a feature of this coastline, but talk us through the street play.
Yeah, beautiful takeoff there, straight up to the nose. 5, little sneaky 10 into a nice carve back to the pocket. Patience here, again, up to the tip. Really nice surfing, just flowing. Not pushing too hard, just putting maneuvers in the right spot of the wave. Coming around this one, 5. This one here will be a little disappointing. Got a little caught up there, but rides out of it into a nice little cross step onto the tail and a nice swoop at the end to finish. So that was a great opening wave for him. He'll be excited about that score, and he's got his campaign underway now.
Iconic. Here we are, southern coast of Victoria, 100 kilometres southwest of Melbourne, real close to Torquay, Dirac, Wadawurrung country, rainbows, new swell, rising tide. What more could you ask for to crown our champions, Josh?
Yeah, finals day, it's so exciting. You can feel the buzz in the competitors area this morning. It was dark when we got down here. The wind's offshore, it's fresh, it's crisp feeling, but everyone is fired up.
Of course, Dirac, the original name for Bells Beach. This is Wadawurrung country that covers over 10,000 kilometres squared, right into the coastal areas between Aries Inlet and Werribee, and extends through Geelong and Ballarat as we get a nice replay of Mr. Flowmeister. It's Taylor.
How nice was that? Just came out of that little nose ride, back pedal back, and then just a nice little foam climb. So he'll be happy with that wave. We'll see where the judges go with that score, but that's going to put a little bit of pressure on Michael straight away, I think.
Little scale setter for Taylor. You know what I'm seeing from Taylor? A recognition that he's going to have to surf a lot if he wants to win this event, and he knows he wants to win this event, and he's just taking it patient. I feel as if he's not going to try to burn himself out in this early heat. He's going to play it cool, he's going to deliver when he needs to, and he kicks off with a 6.67, Josh.
Yeah, great score for Taylor. You can see, like you're saying, Sam, he's not rushing to get back out there. He's going to take his time. Michael's going to get a great wave here.
Nice footwork up to the tip. On the back side, gets a 5, climbs and drops from the front part of the board and walks to the tail and sweeps the cut back, and then uses the drop knee twice to set himself up with a high line. Cross steps back. This wave just starting to change shape, but then steepens up here as he spots the opportunity to get to the nose with a little hand drag there, demonstrating the flexibility, the agility, the variety of approaches. The wave didn't offer a massive amount of shape there for Michael, however.
No, it started off really nice and strong here. Nice hang 5, seeing a little bit of a Darren Lettingham stance there. Throwback to back in the day, and then coming around, beautiful carve to a drop knee. And then unfortunately we saw Taylor's wave sort of stand up through this section, and unfortunately for Michael it just went a little flat.
I like the way he uses the hand drag here. Look at this, on the the unexpected side of the body, and that just, although the wave didn't allow any more, you get to see the flavor, the quality, the skills of this young Hawaiian.
Yeah, he's very skillful, and just the youth and flexibility, it's something that we've unfortunately lost over the years, haven't we, Sam? But amazing surfing here from Michael. He'll be happy with this wave. He knows that if the waves deliver, his surfing looks like it's on this morning, so he'll be back out there. Plenty of time remaining, just under 20 minutes. But this here, just this footwork that he's got, nice 5. He's just got it going on.
Absolutely, and his brother has already booked himself a spot in the first quarterfinal. So Johnny van Hoyenstein will be surfing in quarterfinal 1 against Conniella Stewart. Both of those surfers matched up last year in the World Longboard Tour in the event in El Salvador in the final. Good friends from Waikiki, but it's Taylor up and riding, fades in, gets a high line, straight to the tip, nice upright hang 10, clean cross steps back to the tail with a down carve, single fin, throwing spray on a singleton model, back up to the tip, locks in a 5, accelerates out of that nose ride and then walks to the tail to sweep a cut back to stay in the pocket, as we now see the same slower section that Van Hoyenstein had to deal with, but Taylor's using the footwork to work it through elegantly. Great read and line and back up to the tip. There's a 5, nice tight 5. Again, another section from the tail to float, and he's already done a lot of damage. It's still going strong as Taylor kicks out, and you feel as if that could be bigger than his 6.67.
Yeah, that's definitely going higher than the 6.67. That was so smooth. There wasn't as much downtime. Sam, in the replay, we're going to really look at it. There's this compressing off the bottom turn, bending his knees, then extending out of it, and that's what's getting him that projection and speed through those dead sections where we saw Michael kind of getting a little stuck. But look at this takeoff, Sam. 5, 10, nice and tall, carving back right to the bottom of the whitewash, driving out of it, straight back up to the nose, really patient with the walking, waiting for that section to step up. But this is where it gets really interesting. This is what makes Taylor so good. We'll watch here, getting low here, extending, turning, just flowing through this bit here, compressing out, then getting extended straight up to the nose. Just unbelievable surfing, looking so comfortable out there this morning. That is a really, really good well-surfed wave.
Absolutely, and when we think of some of the reference points that the judges will be picking up on, control and continuous flow between maneuvers, speed throughout the ride, style, flow and grace, nose riding in the critical sections. There was a lot of references to the criteria demonstrated from TJ there. That's going to be a special score.
Yeah, that's a really nice wave, just so clean, no errors, no wobbles, no bobbles. Just hear this compressing his knees, coming out of it with extension. Look how fast his board's going again, driving back to the pocket. For a big guy, he's so light-footed, so springy. You would think someone like 90, 95 kilos might be bogging and getting caught in these sections, but that's why he's the champ.
Absolutely, and of course, he's got those 3 world titles. His father-in-law, Nat, won world titles in 66, and then longboard world titles in 86, 88, 89, 90. Bo, his brother-in-law, won world titles in 2000 and 2003, and we see that sunrise, amber colors lighting up the Southern Ocean here with that swell filling in, increasing in size. Great forecast ahead for free surfers and locals. Big thanks to all of you locals tuning in for having us. Anyone in the neighborhood, come on down and watch the finals. We'll be crowning champions today. There will be some special opportunities to meet some of your heroes, and there's going to be 2 surfers walking up those steps later this afternoon as winners, and they're going to be walking in the steps of the greats. So many fantastic names have walked up those steps, having won here at Bells Beach.
Are we going to see the same surfers as last year walking up those stairs to get those bowls, or is it going to be new surfers? And it could be someone like a Taylor Jensen dropping an 8.33 for that last wave, Sam.
We thought it was going to be good. It goes well into the excellent range. He's in a strong position, and now what you're going to see is someone conserving their energy. He knows that if he wants to take the win, he's going to surf through quarters, semis and finals. He's now just only got a 6.67 to replace, and that 8.33 is going to be something that Taylor's just going to go, you know what, I can be super patient. I will not choose a set unless it's going to replace that 6.67. We've got 15 minutes remaining. It seems like a great moment to have our first bonsai brew break of the day. We'll be right back. TJ Taylor Jensen tuning in to the spiritual home of competitive Australian surfing, walking in and out of his nose rise with flow, with movement, with grace, elegance, power, style, and being rewarded an 8.33 for his third ride of the morning, backed up with a 6.67, drops that opening 2.0 and sits in a really comfortable position with Michael van Hoyenstein with a 3.5 and a 2.5. Hawaii, USA, 12 minutes remaining. What a great start for Taylor. What does Michael now need to do, Josh Constable, to really get back in the mix here?
Yeah, it's going to be a really tough one for him to get out of this, because Taylor's going to try and drop that 6.67 and really put the squeeze on Michael. But Michael's got priority, so that's in his favour. He just needs a set wave to come through. He needs to match the same quality of wave that Taylor's got and then do his best surfing.
Absolutely. And on behalf of all of the surfers in the World Surf League, this seems like a perfect opportunity to acknowledge that we are staging this epic event at Jirak on Wadawurrung country, and we acknowledge the Wadawurrung people as the traditional owners of the land and waterways we are on here today. So we pay our deepest respects to the Wadawurrung people, their elders past, present and emerging, and extend this acknowledgement to First Nations people here today at this spiritual home also of Australian competitive surfing. Of course, the Rip Curl event, the longest running surf carnival, an annual feature of the WCT, but now we're in our second year of the annual Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. We saw Kai Salas and Soleil Erico take wins last year. Both of those surfers still in the event, but Taylor Jensen on the men's side putting out a bit of a statement that he's hungry, and that 8.33, I felt like there's a lot more in the tank for Taylor.
Yeah, I was going to say that. He was on cruise control on that wave, but that's what we want from him. He doesn't have to lay all his cards out right now. He's just going to cruise through this heat, get himself on great waves, do beautiful surfing, and then each heat he'll step it up more and more. So, but in saying that, Michael's sitting there with priority. He'll believe in himself. He knows that he just needs the opportunity. So 10 minutes remaining. The hardest thing right now for Michael is that he's in a combination, so he needs to replace both his scores. 10 minutes left on the clock. It's starting to whine away. He needs to get going. He needs a wave quickly. but it has to be a good quality wave. So he's in a little tough position here, but he'll back himself that he can get out of it.
I was thinking yesterday about all the different surfboard shapers represented. Some of these surfers, surfing boards they have shaped themselves. Michael van Hoyenstein actually riding a self-shaped board, so that's pretty exciting. We got Taylor Jensen on his Singleton model that he designed with Stu Kenson. We're used to seeing the boards that he often rides, co-designed with Dan Mann in the Firewire range. We've got a lot of Kai Salas Longboard company boards on display. We've got CJ Nelson designs, we've got Ian Chisholm South Coast Surfboards, we've got Skin Dog, we've got Michael Takayama, Luffy's, New Advance, Nico Cabones, Josh Martins, Thomas Bexons, we've got Steve O'Donnell's, we've got Steve Bainey's, and of course yourself, Josh, as a shaper with Creative Army. What style of board do you think is really going to shine in these conditions today for finals day?
Yeah, it's been really cool to see, being a shaper myself, coming to the event, seeing the surfers bring sort of two types of board, because we don't know what sort of waves we're going to get. So right now, surfers are riding a little more traditional, a little longer, a little wider nose. We're seeing a lot of wider tails, more of a nose rider, sort of cruisier style board. And then we've seen, if the waves got bigger, some of the surfers riding more pintails, maybe a little bit of edge, a little bit more pulled in narrow nose, bit more of a speed shape kind of board. But the boards that the boys are on this morning, Taylor's on his 9/8 Singleton and looking really, really good under his feet.
And someone who was looking good yesterday was Zoe Gropignon from France, riding a Phil Grace built board. Phil, based now in southwest France, but originally from Victoria, and she had that kind of rounded pintail single fin that looked really good. Zoe's going to be surfing against Soleil Erico, heat number 3 of the women's quarterfinals. Soleil unveiling a really exciting new model, the Low Pro Slasher model that has been designed in a collaboration between Ian Chisholm and CJ Nelson. Soleil looking very strong. We've got Khalees Kileo-Paha and Rachel Tilley. They'll be that first women's quarterfinal. That second women's quarterfinal will be Sophia Colhane and Natsumi Teoka. Then I just talked about Soleil and Zoe meeting in quarterfinal number 3. Quarterfinal number 4 is a very interesting one. 2 regular footers, 3 times Women's World Longboard Champion Honolulu Bloomfield from Hawaii against Mason Schremer riding her Thomas Bexon built boards. She's going to be coming up in that quarterfinal number 4. So a fantastic range of quarterfinals to look forward to. We'll be moving into the men's quarterfinals after that. The live action on the drone, up and riding, sets a high line, uses the drop knee, cross steps forward, cross steps back, and that wave not running for young Michael van Hoyenstein.
Very unlucky there. It looked like a nice one when he took off, but just got a little long and closed out, unfortunately, for Michael. So that's really going to put him in a tough situation now. He didn't improve on his score. Still in the combination. Taylor knows that this is his time to close this one out. 7 minutes to go. He's moving back in. He's going to sit close to Michael and not give him much space now.
Kevin Skavana donning the hood. He's going to be coming up next, looking like a gladiator there. He's warm, he's ready, he's loose, he's lively. Of course, Kevin riding his Infinity surfboards, a great model of being able to mix education with his career as a surfer. The fact that he graduated from his business administration degree from San Diego State University, started out at Saddleback College for his associate's degree and then moved on to San Diego State. And throughout his whole competitive career, he's kept his education alive. And I think that he's a really good ambassador for demonstrating to a lot of surfers, if that's what you want to do, you can combine the two. And it's great to see Kevin still in the event. And that is going to be a fantastic exchange to look forward to, Josh. Tony Silvani, Kevin Skavana, our next heat starting pretty soon.
Yeah, the 2 Americans, coast versus coast, 2 totally different approaches. One regular foot, one goofy. So, yeah, do we have a favourite there? It's hard to say, isn't it? Because Kevin, he's been surfing amazing all week. He got picked up the win last weekend at the local Winter Classic. So he's in form.
Yep.
He's got belief because there was a lot of top-level surfers in that event. He was just in cruise control all weekend and took away the win. Tony has been busy back home, working really hard, jumping in, squeezing in surfs where he can. Tony had a fantastic result here last year. He surfed well. He feels comfortable. He's got his partner here. He's comfortable. He's ready to roll. So that's going to be a really good heat, like this one has been this morning. Waves are a little slower in this one. There's a lot of downtime. Paul Michael just hasn't been able to get himself on the right waves. Taylor Jensen, the ultimate professional, calm, patient, got himself on 2 waves, and his 3rd wave was an absolute bomb, Sam.
And Michael can be pretty happy with his performance. He was a real standout in the opening rounds. He's going to be on the sand supporting his brother Johnny, going up against Connie Ellis-Stewart in heat number 1 of the quarterfinals, and a great new name on the tour. So we got a lot of excitement to look forward to, seeing the Van Hoyenstein brothers, you know, pushing each other.
Yeah, it's really cool, and it must be great for them to travel to just know that there's someone there that's got your back. They can feed off each other, push each other, and then also have that home, comfortable support group.
We move into the last 40 minutes, 30 seconds. Taylor in a commanding situation with an 8.33 and a 6.67. Like we anticipated, knowing that he's now sitting out there with priority, he only needs to replace that 6.67. So if he sees a wave that he feels like he can't go big on, he probably isn't going to even take it. And he's also conscious that if he wants to work his way through to the final, he would have to surf through the quarters, the semis, and obviously then peak in the finals. So he doesn't want to waste energy. You know, of course, he's had a good strong start. He's delivered the damage. He's done the surfing that's required, but you feel like there's more in the tank for Taylor, and that's dangerous for the other competitors, with Taylor now looking to replace that 6.67 up and riding. High line, straight to the tip, locks the 5, gets the 10, lifting that 10, back to the middle of the board, steps forward into a lock of a 5, rolls the 5, holds the 5, bit of lift, bit of acceleration, then walks to the tail, and then floats that section, and Taylor Jensen looking smooth. And with that, let's go down to Grant Thomas, because he is with Ben Skindog Skinner.
Skinner, our European compatriot. Ben, look, mate, it's finals day. We've got the waves. They've turned up. How are you feeling? What's the mood in the Skinner camp?
Oh, the mood's great, mate. I mean, you know, we've got a beautiful day here at Bells. The waves are cooking. We've gone through some tricky days, but I think, you know, we've been rewarded this last day. It's going to be an incredible day of waves, so I'm pretty excited.
Yeah, mate, a veteran on the tour, mate. Obviously, back in my day, we had a few good spars and a few good times. Has it changed much over the years?
Yeah, it's changed quite a lot. We still have as much fun, but it's, you know, surfing's different. We were much, you know, from the progressive days, which was, you know, great. But I think Longboard is in a great place. WSL are doing great with this tour that we have this year. And the last couple of years, it's been amazing to actually have a tour and somewhere to finish. And it's just been great. So, yeah, I mean, look, we're at Bells. It's one of the best waves in the world, and it's pumping. So what could you ask for?
Yeah, mate, fantastic. Look, I can't wait for you to mix it up and show the young fellas how to do it. And I'm sure you're looking forward to every opportunity you get out there.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Let's go.
Woo!
Come on, England.
Yeah, boys, back to you in the booth.
Right on, great stuff, GT, Skindog. Good old mates there. Yes, they've had some good spars back in the day. Skindog at the top of his game, though, and a big shout out to all of his Team England surfers who are going up in the European Championships in Portugal right now. His daughter Lila and his son Lucas, both fantastic young shortboarders. Skindog will be coming up in heat number 2 against Declan Whiten, though. Brit versus Aussie. JC, I'm a Brit, you're an Aussie. Who's your money on that one? Declan versus Ben Skinner. Who do you think's going to take the win?
It'll be a walk in the park for Declan, my friend, a walk in the park.
That's going to be a good one to call. I'm not even sure if we're rotated on to be on that one, but I certainly know that we'll be on the cliffs, on the steps, watching. An absolute beauty. But last year, those two surfers did come up against each other, and Declan took the win. Went to the final, lost to Kai in the final. So there's some history between Ben Skinner and Declan Whiten.
And you're a good friend of Ben's, and I've been surfing and competing against him for a long time. But let's get back to that, because here's Taylor Jensen having a nice one here. He's in cruise control, isn't he, Sam? Talk us through this. Nice.
Walks out of that trim, back to the tail, stays in the pocket, high line, 6 steps up to the tip, locks a 10 on his singleton 9.6 single fin. Great footwork. A big element of Taylor's surfing is his clean, tight steps, little soul arch, smooth, cruising, but then agile onto the tail with a nice projection out of the lip and lands in style. 25 seconds remaining. Taylor Jensen dropped a 6 for his last wave, looking now to replace that 6.67 in a strong situation with an 8.33. Michael van Hooijenstein, few low scores. It didn't happen for him, but we can celebrate the fantastic surfing he's done in this event so far, Josh.
Yeah, he'll be stoked that he's just here on the tour. He's here at Bells Beach. It's his first year competing full-time. We're going to see a lot more from Michael. It was a great effort this week, but he came up against a red-hot Taylor Jensen this morning.
Absolutely, Josh, absolutely. And may well replace that 6.67 for that last score that we're waiting for, but Taylor's just going to feel good about that. He really didn't have to give it everything. He knows he's got more to show, but he will have been pleased with the way he performed. He found his feet, he looks sharp, and there's definitely a potential run from the 3-time world champion here at Bells.
Yeah, that was an awesome first heat for Taylor. That's 1 down. He'll be thinking 1 down, 3 to go. Performances like that, we could see him in the final. But he's just got to take a little bit of confidence out of that he knows that his surfing's phenomenal. That last score, Sam, coming in at a 7.83, and he was cruising.
Taylor books himself a spot in quarterfinal 4. Stay with us, because we've got Tony Silvani against Kevin Skavana for that last round of 16, Heat 8, coming up real soon, live from Bells Beach, Victoria.
The Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Visit Victoria, Melbourne, every bit different. By Bonsoy, the official milk of WSL. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. And by Surf Coast Events, strategic partner of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic.
Welcome back. It's finals day. The sun has risen with panache and the swell has increased. The tide is rising and we have got a fantastic heat number 8 of the round of 16 on our hands with Tony Silvani against Kevin Skavana. 2 Americans, Tony from the East Coast, Kevin from the West Coast. One riding the Infinity surfboards, the other riding Bill Stewart. It's in red, Silvani, in blue, Skavana. I'm Sam Bleakley, back in the booth with 8 times Australian champion, 1-time world champion. But it turns out, Josh Constable, that your wife Anna has got 5 tandem world titles. I had no idea that she has completely ousted you on world titles.
She has. She's the boss at home. She gets whatever she wants and whatever she needs. So, no, where she's They're down here at the moment, and my son Jive, they're having a fantastic week, and the surf's been firing, so we've been having a great time here.
And someone who's had a great time kicking things off well, it's Taylor Jensen, is on the steps with Grant Thomas.
Yeah, cheers, boys. Look, Taylor, fantastic heat out there, mate. But rather than talk through what was a comprehensive win, let's talk about experiences. We're at Bells Beach. The sun's actually coming out. It's offshore. There's some super fun waves out at Rincon. Talk us how that felt out there.
Yeah, it's beautiful. I mean, this is the Bells you dream of, right? I don't know, sitting out there, kind of as the heat started, there was a rainbow and sun came out. It's beautiful. It's magic. There's something special about this place. So pretty nice.
Yeah, it's definitely the amphitheatre. We look at the colour of the rocks and, you know, it all just adds to that mood, mate. A big day ahead. You're going to have to surf 4 times today, all going to plan. Yeah. The steps, probably the biggest challenge.
Yeah, for sure. Coming back up after the heat, your legs are burning after those waves too. So, yeah, take care of the legs, eat a banana or something and some water and, yeah, kick back.
Yeah, fantastic, mate. On that note, we'll keep it nice and short, though. Congratulations. Best of luck for finals day.
Thanks, GT.
Cheers, boys. Back to you guys in the booth.
Great stuff. Those guys had a few good exchanges at the go-kart track in the Biarritz Surf Festival when we used to have go-kart races between heats. But right now it's Kevin Skavana up to the tip. There's the 5. Great footwork in and out of that nose ride. Lots of 10 on his trademark yellow-colored Infinity Steve Bainey surfboard, and then puts that board on rail with a sweeping cutback as Tony Silvani out back takes a fall, and Skavana to the tip once again. The footwork clean, critical, and then sets himself up once again with 6 steps, touches the 5, walks in and out of the nose, and then just readjusts those foot back up to the tip, speeding, grabs that rail, drops that knee, charges into another cutback, walks into this inside reform section, and then up to the tip, potentially just pulls in to that last section. And that was radical, high degree of difficulty surfing from Skavana. The technicalities of what he did then was pretty much next level, Josh.
That was amazing. What an opening wave. You can see him here scurrying across the rocks to get his board before it goes into the cliff there. But what a start. Like, you can see the boys have jockeyed for position. Kev taking this slightly smaller wave, but it lines up perfect. Great 5. Gets back off the nose, just 1 step back, is so patient, and then this turn, wrapping it right back to the pocket. Beautiful surfing. You can see Tony on a big one outside, nose diving, and then Kev, he's going to make him pay for that mistake. Beautiful surfing here, nice flow, great footwork, and this is what we saw all the last few days in his surfing. Beautiful last weekend taking that win, and in the free surfs, Kev's been on.
Wow, I mean, my favorite part of that wave was that opening nose ride where he went into the 5, pulled that foot back, and then went back into the 10. I felt like the middle and end, it got tricky. You know, he was doing a lot of footwork, but the wave got very, very hard to ride. But that start section, I mean, there's Lena, of course, the partner of Tony Silvani. She wouldn't have enjoyed seeing that opening wipeout from Tony. It did look like a good wave. What happened for Tony on takeoff?
Yeah, it looked like he was really rushing to get to that 5, or maybe he needed to be a little more patient, come around that section and then go back up to the nose. But looks like some action happening. He's standing up on his board, seeing if there's one behind. But Sam, what do you think?
Wow, great stuff. Is he too deep for this? Will he go? Will he take the risk? He decides not to.
Wow.
Do you think that was a mistake?
Well, look at that wave peeling off right now in the halfway between sort of the top of Rincon and Bell's Bowl, but look at that wave still peeling.
I'm still mind surfing it right now. I'm cutting back, I'm cross stepping, it's fading, and I'm now starting to think that he made a good choice not to take it.
Yeah, possibly, but that was a really good opener. So strong mindset for Tony to let that one go.
There's a lot of the crew, of course, Pale Horses surfboards, Matty there, fantastic surfer, shaper. What a cool goofy footer that guy is.
Yeah.
Will he be here next year having won the trials?
Let's hope so, because we've seen the nice thing about the tour coming here and the level of surfing, it helps the locals. It lets them see what can happen on their in their lineup. But look at Kev on the inside while he's paddling back out, Sam.
Good idea to get a second wave, put the pressure on Tony, or do you think he should have gone right out to the takeoff spot? I think he should have just gone right out there.
Yeah,
just like
he wasn't far enough out, but here we go, Tony on a really solid sized wave. We didn't see waves this big in the first heat.
Wow, what an interesting start. So Tony's first 2 waves have ran away from him. So insignificant scores. Kevin decided to just get that backup wave through the middle to put the pressure on Tony. Tony opted to leave what looked like a very good set, but it did seem like it died on him. But what about this through the inside from Skavana?
It's a nice flow here. I really like how he's trying to get a little tech here, but if you're going to take a wave on that midsection, you have to ice it. You have to make sure that it becomes a backup score. Tony here, again, rushing up to the nose first thing on the takeoff and just not getting around. So it's hard to see what that wave did right down the line. It's quite tight on the broadcast here, but Tony, he's not quite patient.
Yep.
Reads the ocean really well. Maybe it's those first sort of the early morning jitters and he's sort of just rushing and trying to get a start. Kev got that beautiful wave on the beginning, and the boys were jockeying. They were really fighting for that inside priority. We saw them take themselves far up to the right of the screen. They got themselves a little deep. Tony came back first. Kev stayed on that inside and then ended up picking up that wave.
And it drops at a 7.17. Skavana, great start. Backs it up with a small score of a 1.93. Under 20 minutes remaining. Silvani, 2 small scores. His heat hasn't really started yet. He's now resetting. He's now thinking, this is a 20-minute heat for me to do the damage. Of course, so many of these surfers are used to 20-minute heats as your normal event, club-based level competition. Some events might even have 15-minute heats, so he's no problem resetting right now.
And you could possibly have 4 or 6 people in those heats, so you're really fighting for waves. So Tony's not stressing. He's had 2 set waves, so he hasn't been able to capitalise them, but he's had 2 set waves in the first 10 minutes. So he's not stressed about getting opportunities again. He just has to make sure that he positions himself well in the lineup and then capitalises on those set waves.
Absolutely. 19 minutes remaining. Skavana's going to be really, really pleased on that 7.17. Great score dropped. What we have seen from Kev over the years is that footwork, and what he has introduced into his approach is a radical cutback. We're so used to seeing him on his backside. These guys, talk us through this.
Well, it's pretty amazing, isn't it? Every morning or every afternoon when we leave, we drive out of Bells Beach. We're looking at this iconic surf break. We come out of the car park, and the kangaroos on the farms are just unbelievable. So for us Aussies, we sometimes take that for granted. But every morning that we've driven over together, Sam, we have to pull over, we have to take a photo, you send it back home to the family, and it's just mind-blowing. It's so pretty down here. We're so lucky to be here. And it's fantastic.
Absolutely. It's the start of the Great Ocean Road, one of the world's best drives, past koalas and kangaroos and miles of good surf. People have absolutely been welcoming. So big thanks to all of you locals for hosting this event and having us and looking after us. And Kevin Skavana is sitting strong with a 7.17. Looks to build on that 1.93 as we get the Melbourne flight cam. In a couple of months, that wattle will start to flower and you get that lovely smell and that yellow. And of course, those iconic red clay cliffs there just dropping down into the Southern Ocean as that tide starts to move forward across that rock shelf. Surfers right there on the Rincon section, which is the ultimate longboard wave here. This is the kind of swell size you want. Any bigger and you're shifting more to the bowl. So we've got that kind of size that really does favor the Rincon section.
Yeah, it does for sure. And over the years when I've been coming down here, everyone's, oh, Bells Beach, unreal, it's 6 feet. And us longboarders were like, oh no, it's 2 feet and it's high tide and Rincon's firing and the shortboarders don't look at it, you know. So I've had some beautiful sessions out here, very uncrowded down here. The water's cold, not a lot of free surfers. There's so many waves that you can surf by yourself. So great spot. But here the boys, they're just readjusting again. Tony's got priority. I like this with Kevin getting in his space.
Yeah, it's the walrus paddle. Kevin's demonstrating that he's not only a great kneeboarder and longboarder, he can also do the 2-stroke walrus paddle.
We spoke a little bit about this yesterday. Ben Skinner likes to, when he doesn't have priority, he likes to come up the inside of his opponent or get in their space. We see Kev here, they're friends. Kevin's not doing anything unsportsmanlike, but he's just being in the space of Tony and just making sure that if Tony's going to take a wave or he's thinking about a wave, that he makes the correct choice. I like it.
Well, let's see who's going to be making the right choice as we shift into the second half of the heat. We've got 60 minutes remaining. Who's going to take the win? Is it going to be Skavana? Is it going to be Silvani? We'll find out real soon. First, let's have a bonsai brew break. Great Ocean Road, Melbourne, up the coast, a cultural capital full of music, entertainment, energy, sport, and just then out into some of the most iconic coastal landscape in the world with a welcoming attitude to greet people from all over the planet and feast on the landscape, wildlife, and the brilliant cuisine here in one of the most striking parts of the planet. It's a joy to be here. Big thanks to all of the support and all of the locals. We're on Radararung country, Dirac, Bells Beach, as we move into the last half of this round of 16 heats. It's heat number 8. Silvani against Skavana, an East Coast American against a West Coast American, and at the moment West Coast has the edge. Skavana kicking off with a 717 backed up with a 193. He'll want to replace that wave pretty soon, and now it really is a 12-minute heat for Silvani, who does not have a significant score yet.
No, you just cannot make mistakes, and he unfortunately made those. Had two really, really good waves, but fell, got too deep, out of position, and it's kind of starting to bite him a little bit, isn't it, Sam? Like, there's 12 minutes to go. He's been really patient. We spoke about a 20-minute heat, so he's been sitting there for almost 8 minutes. He's probably starting to get cold, but he needs to get something going. But you can't get anything going if the waves aren't coming your way. So he just needs to make sure that he gets in the right position, so when that set wave comes, he has to capitalise.
Silvani, 5th seed coming into the event, qualified for the final 8 last year. The same system will happen this year. The top 8 will go to El Salvador to win a world title. Last year it happened at Malibu, and Tony Silvani was in that group. He finished in 5th overall. He has been a world champion with the International Surfing Association, the ISA, back in 2011. He won that world title in Panama. He's been a multiple North American champion, 30 career event quarterfinals. He runs the Tony Silvani Surf School at Hamlet Avenue in North Carolina. He's here with his partner Lena, and he runs a fantastic range of surf retreats in the Caribbean and Central America. Big shout out to his mum Barb, who'll be tuning in, his brother, his dad, He's on his Bill Stewart boards, but Kevin Scavana from San Juan Capistrano, California, on his Infinity surfboards, of course a regular at the likes of North Jetty, Oceanside, and then down at Sanu, likes to surf at Salt Creek, a graduate of a business degree at San Diego State University, a smart, adaptable, capable person who also is a world-class longboarder and kneeboarder, putting on a great clinic on that first ride, demonstrating that his footwork, his control, the way that he's able to blend and engage rail with really tight dynamic footwork. That's why he won one of the duct tape invitationals. That's why he's still here on the world stage. That's why he kicked off with the 717.
Yeah, that was a great start for Kev, 717. I'm looking back at his 1.93, the one that he took from halfway. He did that classic hang heels on the inside. But if he surfed that wave and just put a score on the board and surfed a little more conservative, maybe a hang 5, hang 10 rather than the heels, finished it off with a couple little turns and milked it all the way through to the shore, and instead of the 193, bumps that up to a 3, 3.5, maybe even a 4. All of a sudden, he nearly has Tony in a combination.
Yep.
And then Tony is really struggling to get through this heat, but the door's still just open a little bit. Tony needs a 7.20. He can do that on one wave really easily. So for Kev, I think now he needs to change his plan a little bit. He needs to just take a wave while he doesn't have priority, bump it up, try and get a 4, try and get a 5, and then put even more pressure on Tony and take it out of Tony's reach.
That morning light just lighting up those sandstone cliffs and this incredible coastline. We have the Point Addis Marine National Park down the coast where those incredible limestone features positioned, and we'll see a great place to eat. Of course, Torquay is where a lot of the surfers are staying. 9 minutes remaining. Scavana looking to build on that 1.93. It's gone a little bit slow. What's happening with the tide, with the swell, Josh?
Look, it's just sleepy this morning. We've got that tide starting to push back in, so when that tide really starts rushing in, we're going to have some great waves come through. It is sleepy out there, but as we've seen, Tony got those first 2 waves. They were overhead high, Sam, so there's still the swell in the water. It's a little sleepy, but the boys just have to capitalise. When those opportunities come, you cannot make mistakes, not at this level. So it's going to be a really interesting finish here.
Absolutely. Little wave, possible scoring potential. Silvani having a look, running wide. Here we go. It's going to be now pretty much an 8-minute, 30-second heat for Silvani because he's only got a 1.9 and a 0.83. Here it is on his Bill Stewart built board. Tony Silvani up and riding, sweeps into a high line and walks up to a locked 5. Holds the 5, stays true to a long nose ride, cross steps back to the tail, deals with that white water, cross steps forward to accelerate from the middle of his board, goes into a drop knee turn, great rail work, a second carving drop knee, readjusts with some footwork, walks up to the nose, touches the nose, gets locked into a higher nose ride, in and out of a couple of 5s, there's the 10. Walks cleanly out of the 10, gets low, looks at this section, cross steps to the tail, widens the stance, goes for the float, lands on the bricks, doesn't ride out of that, but is right in the shallows and definitely is now kicked off his heat. But he's only got 7 minutes, 30 seconds to get it back up, but you feel like he's now right back in the mix, Josh.
Wow, I see 2 mistakes on that wave for Tony. First, he didn't finish. He did a beautiful floater and didn't finish. Here was Kev, but this is where I see a missed opportunity. So here, beautiful hang 5, hanging on the nose, showing the judges that he's got full control. I would have loved to see him get back a couple of seconds early, roll a floater, whitewash, over the top of that, then come around. So it would have been 2 major maneuvers on the outside, and then do all this beautiful work through the midsection. So here he's surfing great. Beautiful drop knees, great flow, great footwork, nice 5. Here he came to the 10, really, really good. But again, one more mistake that could cost him the win in this heat. Up on the lip line, but he has to finish those waves. So for Tony, he doesn't have much time left, so he has to capitalise. But here, beautiful 5, get back early now, get up, flow to that section, come around at 2 major manoeuvres on the outside. The judges would have gone bananas over that, Sam. So missed opportunity, but coming around here, and it was really smooth, really nice flow through the midsection. So the judges will really like this wave. Is it going to go to the 7.2?
I like that drop knee. I like the wave a lot. I think that it puts him right back in the game because Kevin hasn't got a strong backup wave. So if it doesn't rival Kevin's 717, it's going to be close, and Tony's going to need a low score to move into first, but it may well rival the 717. There's a lot of good work done. The
wave was bigger than Kevin's. It was a lot quicker. He was going faster. I think the turns and the maneuvers were bigger than Kevin's. Kevin got the one big swoop on the outside, but there was a lot of energy through that midsection. So it was a really well surfed wave. I just look at it seeing that he could have really taken it way into the excellent range with those two maneuvers that he missed.
My instinct says it's going to come out lower than Kevin's opening ride, but the judges will be studying the video replay. And the nice thing is because there have been so few waves ridden in this heat, they have that benchmark of Kevin's ride. They've got that opportunity to reflect on what Kevin did and then compare what Tony did, because they set the scale with Kevin's 717, and it's going to be really interesting to see where it falls in that scale, because that will really determine the needs for the surfers' backup scores.
Yeah, from memory, Kevin's 717, the nose ride on the takeoff was a little more in the pocket. He did step back off the nose and then back onto the nose when it got critical again. Tony's was long. It was fast. The wave was taller. It was maybe a little bit on the shoulder. Again, I don't want to harp on it, but he missed an opportunity on the outside. He drove around it. First score coming in, Sam.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be really close. It might be slightly higher. It might be very similar, but it's likely going to put Tony in first, possibly. But if it doesn't put him in first, both surfers will be chasing a very, very small backup score. But of course, with 4 minutes remaining, neither of these surfers want to be carrying a low backup score.
No, so we're seeing some scores drop: 7.3, 7, 6, 6.5, waiting for one more score to drop, and then we'll get the average.
Our instinct was it was going to come out just under. It looks like it might be very similar. And there it is, just under, 6.6. Skavana up and riding on a 5, on a 10. Walks into another nose ride, locks the 5, high line. Can he stay in the pocket? He can. Accelerates to the tail, puts it in a sweeping down carve. He's going to get a backup score now. He's going to replace his 193. He would have liked a little bit more cooperation from that wave to run for him, but he did a lot of great nose riding. So now Kevin is in a good position, but he will still be dependent on a stronger backup score, I think, Josh.
Yeah, here it is. With 3 minutes 30 remaining, he had to go. He has to put a little bit of pressure on Tony. Nice 5, great 10 there. Really well surfed. Again, another nice 5, just getting a little caught on the nose, but controlling it well, and then driving out of that one. So that was a pretty sick down carve. So
Power.
Kevin will be happy with that. So this last 3 minutes, it's going to come down to the backup.
How was the power on the nose as well? I mean, he was not going to let that nose ride fail on him. He just used his technique, his hips, his knees, his ankle strength to just stay on that nose and just keep that board in trim. And then he really put it on rail. As we can see, the women's quarterfinals coming up next. It's Kelise Kelio-Haha and Rachel Tilley, the Hawaiian against the Californian. They're going to be kicking off the quarterfinals. Then we'll have Sophia Colhane and Natsumi Teoka, followed by Soleil Erico and Zoe Gropillon from France. And then that fourth quarterfinal of the women's, we'll see Honolulu Bloomfield, 3 times world champion, surfing against Mason Schremer on her Thomas Beckson built boards. Mason, of course, based up in Noosa Heads, Queensland, but right now we're in Victoria, and Silvani has got some scores to deal with because Skavana has dropped to 4.67. Very good scoring then. I really felt like it was a shorter ride, but they rewarded that radical ending down carve, the commitment to the nose, and Silvani is now chasing a 5.25 with 1 minute 40 seconds remaining. pressure on Silvani, a very attainable score, but he's got to string it all together neatly, and he's also got to have a bit of luck to get the opportunity to catch a wave. But Josh, he is sitting with priority.
Yeah, that's it. That's going in his favour right now. We've had a slow sort of heat, not a lot of waves, but 1 minute, 15 seconds remaining. Tony will start to get nervous. He'll feel like his 6.6 was probably a better wave.
Did he make mistakes on those first two waves, though? Is that where it unfolded for Tony, those falls on those opening waves, and then the one that he decided to leave?
100%. The first wave looked like it was going to be a great wave, but he just rushed to the nose and the bottom dropped out. It got a little steep because it's quite low tide, so it's shallow, it's standing up. He missed an opportunity there. The second one, he was out of position. It was a big, tall wave, maybe the largest wave we saw come through this whole heat so far. Couldn't capitalise. But I still go back to that last wave. It was good enough. The wave was good enough to get him the score. And he missed two opportunities. He didn't ice the finish. He fell on that floater. He also missed a big opportunity on the outside. The judges like to see that difficulty of commitment. And he had an opportunity to hit the lip on the outside. So, whew, man, 15 seconds to go. This heat's kind of flown by, hasn't it, Sam?
Yeah, a great heat. What a battle. 8 seconds remaining. Scavana in the lead with a 7.17, chasing a score for Tony Silvani of a 5.25, and the heat is ended, and Scavana books himself a spot in the 4th quarterfinal. He's going to be surfing against Taylor Jensen, so a huge result for Kevin Scavana, and big shout out to all you Scavana fans tuning in around the world. He took the win. Tony will be gutted about that result, but he did put it on the line on that 6.60, but those first two waves just didn't unfold for Silvani, did they, Josh?
Great. Well surfed by Tony, but Kev just carrying on with that momentum, looking really good. But looking forward to these next heats, Sam.
Absolutely. We've got the women's coming up next. Stay with us, surf fans, because it's going to be Kelise Kaleopaha and Rachel Tilley in the women's quarterfinals. It's finals day. We're going to be crowning champions at Bells Beach. Stay with us.
Welcome back, and we're here at Bells Beach in Victoria. Just an hour and a half from Melbourne. The Great Ocean Road beckons. Amazing sights to be seen. 12 apostles and some phenomenal waves. And what a day. It's finals day. The Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. Matt Chinoski, also known as the Waxhead, joined by GT Grant Thomas. phenomenal waves this morning, GT.
Oh, mate, as soon as we rocked up at the beach in the dark today, Matt, it was just like, wow, patches of blue sky starting to come in, and I thought it's going to be on. The swells here, it's not huge, but for longboarding, Rincon, it's looking pretty good.
And we had an ominous final heat yesterday. We finished with heat 7 and 8 this morning. It got dark on us yesterday. We are into the women's quarterfinals. Khalees Kaliopaa from Hawaii and Rachel Tilley, the 2015 world champ, looking to come strong this year. And this is our opening event, the first of 4 on the world tour. We'll take a look out to the Bells Beach lineup. And this is the first wave of Rachel Tilley in the break.
Wow, just look at it, Matt. It's just looking beautiful. A nice hang 10 there by Rachel as she works her way back. Beautiful cross-stepping. Puts that board fully on rail as she comes back to the whitewater. Holds on with control as she comes around it now. A little bit of downtime, but it's not going to matter with some nice work done on the outside. She's going to hit this little reform section now. Beautiful cross-stepping, light-footed. Very, very nice way to start the heat for her.
Just have a look at Khalees's first wave, the stylish goofy footer from Waikiki.
Yeah, straight up to the nose. Nice and tight in the pocket on that one as she comes around the whitewater, hangs those 10 toes over. A little bit of whitewash on the face, showing the wave isn't the same size as Rachel's, but as she comes through to that inside, keeping that board moving. If the board's not moving, her feet are moving. And as she walks forward now, another nice hang 5. Gets caught up a little bit, but then managed to sort of wrestle her way through it. A little tap off the lip, but unfortunately falling off. So probably a little bit better nose riding on that first part, although Rachel had that really sort of long held 5. So it's going to be interested to see what the judges are really sort of thinking stands out in that exchange.
Yeah, the weight of the board for Khalees sitting really high on the wave there, locked in. We saw those directional nose rides. That degree of difficulty rewarded just bang on all day yesterday, so I think they'll appreciate Khalees's technical nose riding ability. Rachel, shorter wave. Khalees locks in a 6.67. One judge, a 6, another judge, a 7, evens it out, the 6.67. Rachel Tilley, on the other hand, a 5.33, so the Hawaiian getting the better of the exchange, and we've seen some phenomenal battles over the years between goofy foots and regular foots. And I think back to last year, Chloe Calmon, one of the most stylish women to ever grace a longboard jersey. Phenomenal drop knee turns, surfing very similar to Khalees actually in many different ways, but it was Soleil Erico in the end that took the win last year at Rincon, and she'll be coming up shortly, and we'll see her, the reigning world champion, grace the lineup in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, look, it's you see the 2 girls sitting out there, that, like I said, the sun on their back. It's just the amphitheatre this morning, the hype in and around the competitors area, everyone that's still in the event, even those that happened to lose yesterday, are just sort of soaking it all in, Matt. It's sort of, you're starting to feel as we progress through this event, the tension lifts a bit, but also with these longboarders, the enjoyment factor's high.
Both women losing out with a 9th place finish last year, so they've gone one better. Khalees, runner-up there at Malibu to Soleil, and she was one of the favourites all year, but this was a shock result. She took out the US Open at Huntington in 2023 and also in 22 as well for a maiden CT victory. But, I mean, the nerves going into the next event, you're the winner, you're the leader, and you go into somewhere cold and ominous like Bells. We have a look at that Melbourne flight cam. You can see the patches of the reef. We talked about it before. So we're in between Rincon and the Bells Bowl, and there's the part of the reef where it can actually hold the surfer back a little bit, but Rachel, she gets under the wave and she's able to stroke into this one. Nice hang 10 to get things sorted, just like Tony on that previous heat goes down.
Yeah, mate, it's sort of, as we spoke obviously yesterday too, you saw that really steep part and the wave flattens out a little bit, so the surfers have to be really aware out here as they're moving further across to Rincon with that tide coming in, and keeping an eye on, it's not that hard to tell if you've got that vision and you're looking for it, but sometimes they get so used to what they feel is just a perfect wave that they sort of, they're letting a few things go.
So you can see the undulations in the reef there. It's a very flat reef by comparison to somewhere like Hawaii, but the bathymetry of this reef, it spreads out about 1 kilometre out, and that's why it ropes in these long ground swells that swing around Cape Otway. They're generated many thousands of kilometres away, but those tiny little bobbles in the reef, these little undulations create those rock boils, and that's what you see on the right-hand side of the screen, the little circles boiling up. Really tricky. The wave appears perfect. It's come. You can see how far those lines are coming. It comes in, but it can drop out on you exactly like Rachel Tilley's last one, a 1.33. There it is. strokes into it, chip shot. Didn't even paddle for that wave, Khalees. And that one, backing off. You can see the ledge in front of her. Tricky conditions this morning despite the perfect lines.
Yeah, the perfect lines, and days like today, I love this place, Matt, because some waves you see it comes from the deep to shallow really quickly, and it's hard to spot the sets, but I know in the past, sitting out here in events, you're sitting there and you are looking what literally, as the bird flies, or as they would say, it could be 500, 600, 700 metres or more, and you can see them coming, and then you get that feeling in your belly, and you're like, I know it's coming. You're looking at your watch, you're like, I'm going to get one of these waves. And on a day when you're sitting out there with just one other person, oh, I wish it was me today.
You sit there, you see these waves for 600 metres, you drop anchor in the spot you think it is, the first one comes, the second one rears its head as you turn your gaze out and you're like, whoa, this thing's way bigger than I expected. Today, we've got 3 to 4 feet waves, none of this 10 to 12 foot stuff we talk about, but the beauty of Bells Beach, Jurak, the indigenous name for this beautiful location, it breaks from, as we saw, knee-high to triple overhead, and there's those gorgeous lines coming in. That's the reef. This is the Point Addis Marine Park that spreads all the way around there. It's a natural, scenic vision. There's no fishing boats out there.
Yeah, that's right. I'm sure there's fish out there. It's cold though. But as we look for a paddle here, the surfer in blue, that's Rachel Tilley. Here we go, up and riding that.
Nice fade. She comes on top of the buoy, gets the nose right there, times it right here. So a little bit of a straight nose ride towards the beach, steering with that rocker on that Josh Martin board. There's a nice 10, great footwork. And she taps that one off the top, straight legs, but she's able to compress in that and ride it out. So a nice combination. That'll feel good to go with the 5-3-3. Advantage, Rachel Tilley.
Yeah, that will take her into the lead, no doubt, as she paddles back out. Look at that cliff in the background. That's phenomenal. The sun's out at last. You know, we're sitting here. It's amazing how it all pulls together on finals day as we look at this closely. Beautiful cross-stepping up to the front. A readjustment, and standing there now as the wave starts to stand up on a shallower part of the reef. Really nice hang 5, quick 10, and coming back and taps that one off the whitewash, hangs on. Although she was leaning back, she still had control there. Like there wasn't, didn't see the old winding up the windows of the arms. So it's going to be not a bad wave for her, I think. It might get close just on those two sort of manoeuvres to her 5.33, if not maybe more.
Despite the directional nose ride that changed, there was a lot of technical adjustments there for Rachel. And we'll talk about the surfboards a lot as well. And that has a big part to do with Rachel's success throughout the years. And someone else who's on some great boards, some great success in his campaign here at Bells Beach is Kevin Scavana, who's on the glass with Josh Constable.
Yeah, thanks, boys. I've got Kevin Scavana here. Great start to the heat. That first wave was really important. You and Tony have been surfing a lot of heats together for a lot of years. You guys were hustling a little bit, trying to get that inside position. You won that battle and then ended up winning the rest of the heat because of that start, you think?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, there wasn't a ton of opportunity. It went kind of sleepy. I mean, the waves are firing and really, really fun, but there wasn't a lot of those sets. We were battling quite a bit, like up at the Rincon Peak, I was trying to take off the boil kind of vibe, and we jockeyed for a while, and then it seemed like he kind of gave up on it because I wasn't going to give it to him, and yeah, it turned out to be like the best wave of the heat, and kind of made it happen for me.
Yeah, definitely worked in your favour. It's always nice to get off to a great start like that, 7-1-7, but it was a slow heat, like you were saying, and didn't get many opportunities till the end. How was the confidence and how was the mindset through that heat, knowing that you only needed to back up that 7-1-7?
Yeah, having the best score of the heat always helps. I know Tony can make anything out of nothing, so I was still super wary of him, but it calmed the nerves quite a bit and let me know that I just need like one more good wave and you can make it happen after that, We both waited a long time to see another set come through. I think after my 7, Tony got one and kind of fell on, and there wasn't really another proper set until, 2 minutes into the girls' heat. So it was a good way to start.
Amazing start for you. Obviously now it's finals day, you're into the quarterfinals. You lost in the round of 16 last year. So taking that next step, moving forward now, you must feel a lot of confidence going into the rest of the day.
Yeah, it feels good to start off in the morning and just have a good rhythm through the day. I heard people talking on the commentary last night like, oh, you're going to have to surf more heats or whatnot. It's like, kind of feels good to get the feet in the wax and feel the conditions. It's so different than it's been the last 5 days. So it's nice to be here in clean conditions on finals day.
Talk to us about that, maybe possibly 4 heats today. Obviously, you're a fit guy, you're a professional athlete. Do you like that sometimes that you've got an extra heat under your belt and they start building some momentum through the day?
Yeah, for me, that's better. You know, I'm going to take it 1 heat at a time, obviously. I think I got Taylor next, so it's going to be a battle. But yeah, I like that vibe. I like surfing before and getting a couple waves or a heat under your belt and seeing where it can go from there. You kind of just build momentum on that.
Amazing, mate. We're looking forward to you building some momentum today. Obviously, you've got a great support network back home. Anyone you want to give a shout out to?
Yeah, I want to thank my family first and foremost. They're my biggest supporters. They're the best. They're always tuning in. I had a great chat with my dad this morning and just talking about the waves and stuff. And he's always watching. Oceanside Longboard Club. That's a family back home. Gretchen, I know you're watching. Sending you a lot of love right now. And then just the people that support me, Birdwell Beach Bridges, they're the best. Infinity, we've been working on a lot of boards together, and they're going super well. I'm really proud of how they are. Flying Diamonds, we made some fins, and they're going super well. Yeah, and just the local community that supports back at home, Salt Creek crew, Sano guys, the whole crew. Thank you.
Epic, Kevin. Well done. We look forward to following you through the journey the rest of the day, and back to you guys in the booth.
As we see Khalees under priority. She had a wave before. Great to hear from Kevin, fellow goofy footer. Gorgeous nose ride there. Technical in the pocket. Great fade turn. And she sets this one up in the bowl. She had a little up and off before. And that board looking phenomenal. Kai Salas, Longboard Co. fitting in the pocket. And, I mean, one of the most beautiful waves we saw this morning. From start to finish, classic Rincon bowl. I think the judge is going to eat that up, GT.
Yeah, I guess you look at that, the technicality of that nose ride, Matt, combined with its criticalness. That was, you couldn't have basically ridden that wave any better on one of those boards out there today. It was just phenomenal, and she showed patience, but she didn't have any downtime because it was filled with that whole nose ride, and then she was on the tail. We'll see the replay pretty soon, but to me, definitely sort of up there, best wave of the heat, I think.
Yeah, have a just look at the elegance of the footwork here and how beautiful that board sits back in the pocket, Grant.
Yeah, and she sewed what they call high and tight there, so that's got to be worth something. And as soon as she's back, she hits the tail, comes a little bit caught behind if I was going to be super critical, but it almost sets her up to get up in time. Perfect for another nose ride, nice and high, cross steps out of it, perfect style, perfect control. That's a great wave.
Yeah, I think the goofy footers coming up will be looking at these Rincon waves and licking their lips because there's a little bit more area in the wave than we've seen in the last few days. We saw a great battle with Khalees, with Natalie Wanderlich, who came up yesterday, the rookie from Hawaii. She's from the North Shore, with Khalees from the South Shore, so some great new blood on tour with Sive as well, representing Hawaii. Of course, Honolulu, Kiani Kanulo as well. So very dominant Hawaiian surfers and some great goofy footers coming out of the region as well. And across the men's side of the draw, of course, we have Johnny and Michael Van Hohenstein. We also have, of course, Kaniela and Kai Salas. We're waiting for these waves to come in. Let's go to a bonsai brew break, but don't go anywhere. The action coming up next. immersing ourselves in the beautiful Victorian coastline, just an hour and a half from Melbourne, the Great Ocean Road, some beautiful coastal hamlets there, incredible waves, raw scenery, and of course home to one of the most iconic right-hand reefs in the world, Juruk, Bells Beach, and we are here for the World Longboard Tour, stop number 1. This is women's quarterfinal. The Hawaiian Kalise Kaleopa'a locking in a 6-4-3, extending her lead. Rachel Tilley, 2015 world champion. She's recording a 7.77, a very divine number to move into the lead, Grant Thomas.
Yeah, like yesterday, a 7 up in that 7-point range, Matt, we would have been like, oh, this is, you know, there wasn't a lot of scores going there. But today, with these quality conditions, it's well and truly possible. 11 minutes remaining. That last scoring wave of Callis was fantastic. I mentioned maybe I thought a little bit higher. Two judges agreed, 3 didn't quite think so. So it came out just under. As we look from the flags, those offshore breezes, and yeah, the girls sitting there, and you can see those lines stacking up. It's such a sight to see.
That northwest wind coming in today, we'll expect it to get about 12 knots. Yesterday afternoon, we had that side shore west southwester up to 15, almost 20 knots at times. It felt a lot windier and very, very cold. Ominous clouds coming through, but it didn't stop the Filipinos supporting J.R. Esquivel, who took out in that final heat of the day Tucker Inui, and that was a great battle in trying conditions. And to wake up today to these beautiful conditions, Kalise from the south shore of Oahu, which had one of its first big swells of the season a few days ago. These surfers were freezing it out in Bells Beach, but stoked to be here and stoked to be in the quarters.
Yeah, you can see Kellis right there with her arms, both girls actually, arms crossed, trying to keep that warmth in their body. I bet they're wishing they had some of those Bioglan hand warmers in their hands right now that they've been passing around that contest area. Speaking of that wind yesterday too, I did see quite a few times people checking that structure, that, you know, it was tied down, it was solid, but yeah, it was like, whoa, there's some pretty big gusts.
And we see Kalise, she's been an absolute roll, second last year, third the year before. And on the other end of the spectrum, Rachel Tilley with projects and work outside of surfing. She's still been in the finals hunt, and she's been in the finals talk. Last year, a 7th, the year before, a 5th. And she's just been a dominant veteran throughout the surfing tour. I mean, she was there, she was the youngest world champion across any code of surfing, any type of shortboard, longboard, back in 2015, but she's remained current, and she's been made very relevant throughout the eras, and that's something to say, like an ode to her professionalism.
Yeah, 15 years of age, I think she was. Is that right, Matt?
17.
17, okay, yeah. Fair enough. Yeah, so fantastic to show that sort of maturity and to get over the line and win an event with such prestige. And she's still so relevant in the sport today when you watch her surf. She hasn't lost anything. She said in a post-heat interview she feels like she's surfing far better. Obviously, the sport has evolved, as with boards and design, and it's given them a whole lot of time to meet this criteria that the judges are throwing in front of the surfers these days.
And she's been enjoying Torquay as well. We saw in one of the inset videos with her friend Alice Lemoyne. They've been enjoying themselves, some of the hospitality around Torquay in the Surf Coast region. As we scan out to the horizon, have a look at any lines coming in. That 777 is going to have to be a set wave, something of substance, but she's ready. She was out last night at one of the best sushi restaurants in town. She was having her tuna roll and getting ready for today's surfing. Really nice to see the surfers embrace the local culture as well. So many little coastal hamlets that you can enjoy the hospitality.
Oh yeah, look, it's not only is it sort of like the Surf Central, and obviously a lot of the biggest industry brands that have their base down here in Torquay, but it's amazing when you walk down the main street, and over the years the good restaurants have stood strong, and the surfers sort of know those restaurants, and everyone's in there supporting them, as we see Rachel now up and riding.
Quick footwork, using a priority in that wave, and Rincon spreading out, so that wave breaking wide of the normal boil. They're pretty deep right now, but they're in the typical takeoff spot, but that wave swinging a little wide. Yeah. Police with the priority, looking to drop a 6.43.
Yeah, you can just see it was just that first section that caught her a little bit because the wave slowed up. So they're pretty much on the spot. But as you said, Matt, Rachel chasing that high 7, nearly an 8. It's got to be a set. It's going to have to stand out.
Noticing her last 2 waves have actually been relatively short. So if she could get one that goes all the way to the beach, she might chip away at the 7.77 and perhaps break it into 2 scores.
Yeah, still with this time, 7 minutes, that's a definite possibility. But as we watch time tick, and we saw the end of the boys' last heat, or the most part, it did slow up a little bit. We know there should be another set, though. So I think for her now, it's sort of, she might have to back herself and put all her eggs in that one basket. And with a bit of length to ride, her surfing's going to get her there.
And the one thing a lot of these competitors really just require is opportunity, and they've had that at Bells. We've had some heats that have been a little slower than others, but there's also been more than 30 waves ridden in some heats as well. So thanks to Bioglan and WSL for bringing the Longboard World Tour back to one of the most pivotal reef breaks in Australian surfing history. So many incredible moments have gone down here. It actually paved the way to and spearheaded the shortboard revolution. It was a place where a lot of surfers would bring their Hawaiian quibber and they would put their bigger boards to use. The 1970 world title, a lot of the surfers were starting to go from what is now considered mid-length style boards down to Hawaiian style down railers. We saw Rolf Arness take the win on a 7.6 pintail shortboard, where the Aussies were on boards almost sub 5 feet at some point. Little S-decks, tiny little stubbies, and they realized at that point they'd gone way too short and the Hawaiians were on top. And we think about that board evolution. Simon Anderson introducing the thruster here. In that iconic final, you had Terry Fitz on a single fin, you had Mark Richards on a 20, Simon on the thruster, and here we are back on single fin longboards, which lasted for a very short period of time here at Bells, but it suits it so well.
Yeah, it suits it amazingly well. Like, there's not a heap of steep sections on those shorter boards where you can really lay into some turns. So these long boards, just what they do is connect those sections, and then they have the opportunity, obviously, to get locked in on the nose and hold some nice long nose rides. So, I mean, I think in my thinking, Rincon is probably, if you're going to choose the board to ride out there, a longboard's probably it.
Thinking of some iconic names that have walked down those stairs, Steph Gilmore and of course Gail Cooper, 12 times winner here of the Bells Trophy. She'll be there watching today, tuning in as she does. There's Avalon Girl checking it out with Chloe Coleman as well, and some beautiful surfing that's happened here over the decades. And across the men's side of the draw, Kelly Slater, a favourite here, local Adam Robertson, Surfing Vic CEO. He's one of the best to do it. Beautiful rail carves, and have that guy in charge making the calls with Will Hayden Smith. We're in great hands. Rachel paddling for this one, falling off from behind. That boy, we can just see them sitting a little further out, but Natsumi Tayoka getting ready for her battle with Sophia Colhane coming up next. This is going to be phenomenal. We got the powerhouse of Sophia, who's had good results here in the past, feeling like a second home, but Natsumi, not afraid of the cold. She's on a roll, absolutely wiped the floor clean, taking every single accolade in the Asian region in the last year, and she's feeling confident.
Yeah, she's shown some great surfing as well throughout the event so far. Today's going to be her best canvas, so I'm really excited to see how she evolves from the, I guess, not so good waves to today, when she's going to have an opportunity to really show us everything she has.
So Rachel, 3 minutes 30, chasing the highest wave of this heat so far, stepping back into that carve, swooping into that bottom turn. This one is disjointed, but she's linking it on the nose. She's taking her time here just to get that bolt. Critical hang 5 right through the section, holding it for extended time. Wow, technical nose riding there from Rachel Tilley. Beautiful style and flow. She'll be looking for a strong finish, carving that one around. And she digs the rail and the oh so important end section.
But yeah, look, I think she was feeling it on that wave, and we saw it at the completion of that nose ride, Matt, just holding the arms back behind her, nearly tickling the lip as she was going through there. So as we have a look at the boils, I think that could change her. She's 2 minutes 50. We still haven't seen a big set, so if she can get back out there, this could come right down to the wire. And she's up and riding now, cross-stepping, realising the waves, hitting one of those deeper sections, beautifully arms spread, full control, nice straight upper body, and this is where she's about to retrim, and now she's on the nose. Look at that board. She's got that lip nearly hitting her in the thigh, hands out, and as she walks back out of this in a moment, she's still going. You'll look at this little bit of style. Both arms sit behind her. She's pretty much patting the lip. It would have been really nice for her to just come out of that bottom turn and a nice clean kick out, but a lot of the good work had been done.
Absolutely, and yes, the slow-mo was just about to talk about it. Now, if we watch this nose ride, the rocker doing the job lifting rocker, just as a fin, is so important. Look at that. The board's out of the water. It's a little bit of whitewash coming from underneath, but a great custom-made surfboard by a phenomenal shaper, Josh Martin, helping Rachel Tilley right now. And here goes Khalees, not leaving the score to chance. She's going to try and back this one up. She sees Rachel, perhaps going to go out and get priority in the final minute 45. Khalees is looking to drop a 6.43. No, she's going to be back in priority. You can see Rachel on the left-hand side of the screen. She's ahead of the paddle. The judges will most likely give her the next choice of the wave. You'll see the P come up against Rachel's name, sets on the way.
Yeah, here we go. This is going to be the closing moments. A minute 25 to go. Her last wave, a 5.87, best wave of her campaign so far in this heat. And look at the girls, the paddlings, they're getting pretty close. Rachel stopped. I don't know if the judges will deem her right out the back, and they have though. Priority to Rachel Tilley. 1 minute remaining. Look out to that horizon. Let's see if we can see any waves starting to come in.
And that little boil there, Khalees having a look, feeling confident, sitting inside Rachel right now. And there's Rachel, the veteran. She's got the priority. She won't be phased from Khalees, needing a 7.23. If she didn't fall on that last wave, you think the judges may have gone a bit higher?
I think it might have hit the 6 range, mate. I think the work had been done. The first term was, I guess, complete, but because it was linked to the next, and you're never 100% sure of exactly that chat going on in that judge's box. But look, she didn't lose anything by doing that, because there's been no major set. So had one come now with priority, only 30 seconds left. I'm not looking at that horizon, seeing anything that I'd like to be seeing if I was Rachel Tilley right now.
Yeah, Khalees pretty relaxed through this whole heat, fixing her hair, playing with her leg rope throughout the heat. You can see her shivering there, relaxed body language. She's warming up internally, getting ready for the semi-finals. She looks like she's going to hold and clinch on to this victory, but with 5 seconds left, Rachel sees something. I don't think it's going to get there in time. We're going to count this one out, and it's not enough. And she goes down. She goes one better than last year. She'll leave here with a 5th place finish and move into Huntington on a little bit of a roll there. But it's Khalees Kaliopaa, 2nd in the world last year. She goes one better than last year as well in this event. We'll be seeing her coming up in the semi-finals. The Hawaiian taking it over the Californian. We're going to go to a break. Don't go anywhere. Heat 2 of the quarterfinals coming up next. Well, welcome back to the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic quarterfinal. Heat 2 out in the water. Hawaii takes on Japan. Natsumi Taoka. in the blue, but it's Sophia Colhane taking off on this one. Beautiful Rincon wall here. And she trims through this midsection, and that beautiful Michael Takayama, that pink board, glowing nicely in the morning sun here at Bells. Winds up the windows and is unable to ride out of that turn. She goes straight-legged and falls off. And that one looked like a great scoring wave as we see it rolling through to the shore break. Early mistake. May come back to bite her in the end, but still plenty of time left, GT.
Yeah, mate, that may come back to bite her. We've seen those sets slow up a little bit. There's been a couple of opportunities, probably mainly one only bigger set in that first heat. And as you said, Matt, we'll see on the replay soon. Really nice start, lots of trim, lots of speed. And Natsumi's first wave here, she takes off around the boil. You saw her in the wave there. A nice little 10 though, a little bit out on the shoulder. That 10 was a whole lot better. Comes through with plenty of speed, wraps that board all the way back to the whitewash, which I'm loving. But unfortunately, it leaves her a bit behind on that wave, and all of a sudden she just gets that little sort of roller coaster floater and finishes it off. But solid on her feet as we see Sophia on her wave, coming around that first section, plenty of speed, and you'll notice here straight legs, and all of a sudden that leaves the upper body, the balance only coming from her hips and up then, which isn't enough to regularly stay on your surfboard.
Yeah, just that end section proving to be, I mean, it was a mid section, so she wanted to keep going down the line, so her whole body wasn't committed into that turn. An awkward moment. But she'll bounce back from that, and she'll consider that a missed opportunity. But here, having a look on the inside section, she'll keep really busy. But it was unfortunate. She was on her way to a good score if she could ride out of that.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And we noticed as well the wave just kept on running and running all the way down through the inside. Great first score, though, for Natsumi, of 5.33. Wins that opening exchange, and 25 minutes remaining. And
the translation from shortboard surfing to longboarding, but of course, it actually started with longboard surfing because that's all we had back in the 60s. It evolved into the 70s, but a lot of those technique cues can actually be overlapping through to the longboard. Although we're on the classic style boards, the simple compression, getting low through your turns, the following your eyes, your hands, your chest. As a coach, GT, we both talk about this a lot, but how does it translate to longboarding?
Oh, look, I think the technique to turn a board's exactly the same. As we have a look now, this is Sophia. That's that first wave again, I think, as she cuts back. And watch here, so a little bend of the knees, but as she rotates, there's actually, see her looking down as well, which takes our momentum everywhere we look. But that the way it kind of correlates and comes between, it's exactly the same. And I think at some stage, putting surfers on longer boards, even if they're short boarders, it's a really good way to actually hone those techniques. Because if we're not doing it right, they're going to catch rails left, right, and centre.
That's right. The process remains the same. Longboard to shortboard, a lot of cues in technical differences. Nose riding and tube riding, a lot of similarities. The way that we use the 3 stages of the wave, and that is part of the art of trim. It's part of longboard surfing, and the criteria, the flow, and using, as the judges say, the whole wave. Look at the boils. We're approaching mid-tide as this lineup. These surfers are up the point at Rincon, and we're going to see Natsumi, who's got the priority, look to build in that 5.33. Being shorter in stature, she has to compress as much as possible.
Yeah, that's right. And you can see she does it amazingly well. And I think when we look at that difference, or the difference between the short and longboarding, the main difference is the area in which the board can turn. So the longboard, we need a little bit more room, and it takes a little bit more time. So the competitors are holding those positions a little bit longer to get the response from the board they require.
And I know the coach, Arnie Meggs, back there for Sophia. She knows. She's been training Sophia, and she's one of the best to do it. The compression off the lip and the full radical, even throwing her fins at times, backside, frontside. So she's got a good team behind her. Look at these lines coming in there. You can see the Point Addis Marine Park. It's just empty. No fishing boats out there, and no jet skis going around the lineup, except, of course, the one that's there for the surfers if they require it. No jet ski assist, but it's an emergency access for them. But beautiful, serene environment, and we're just pretty much looking straight to Antarctica from here.
Yeah, it feels like that sometimes too, even though the wind's coming from the other direction. And as we see that Melbourne drone shot there, like there's quite can't pick it up now, but there is a lot of hype in and around that contest area today. A few more people down and around the steps, and I encourage you, if you're in that Torquay zone, get down here today, because this is the best longboard surfing in the world.
We're an hour and a half from Melbourne, so you still have time to have your coffees, get down here for the men's quarterfinals. We'll go into that after these 4, and then we'll move on to the semis and the finals. It's going to be a prime for a great day of surfing, offshore winds, predicted all day, and a building swell. Here's Sophia under priority, having a look at this one. And she's getting the chin low. She knifes into this little wave. Quick, great footwork, epic positioning there from Sophia Colhane. She's going to look to wrap it into the bowl, turns the eyes, comes off the bottom. Nice timing there, good flow. The fin, perhaps a little loose in the board, flexing through that bottom turn. And then she carves it back again, steps forward again. Nice opening wave there, you'd have to say. The 1.5, that's going to be a fantastic backup.
Yeah, and we look behind her, though. We've got our Japanese surfer, Natsumi, up and riding that.
Ooh, stepping right over the fin there, swooping into that section between the boils. Natsumi, sure-footed, intricate footwork. She's going to smooth her way through this. She sees Sophia, but she's going to continue on this. She sees more scoring opportunity. A series of nose rides, nothing of substance on the inside yet. But she's elegant in her footwork. All of this is scoring. It's the flow element. But she's waiting for those critical sections. There it is. Gets the 10. A little locked in for a moment. This thing's small. She goes up, and she rides out, compresses, pops off before she hits the rocks.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting, that finish. It'll be what I'd like to see what the judges are thinking. Like, she did land, but then jumped off. And I notice a lot of the time in some events, as we see this last wave here, beautiful hang 10, high and tight, as we've spoken about earlier. I like here, she's having a good look around to see what that wave's doing and where she's going to put that board, and she does it perfectly. Maybe missed a really quick opportunity to get tight again in the pocket on the nose, but she's in the frame of mind now. She needs to finish a wave, and that's exactly what she does on that one.
Yeah, interesting to see that board kind of almost losing control a little bit, pushing it to its limit. And this is the answer back for Natsumi.
Yeah, nice quick 10 on the outside, a little bit further away and not as tight as what we saw Sophia, but now she hits the nose, a tight section there, but only short. So keeping that board moving, keeping all the momentum she can, and bends those knees, projects across the wave, looking for it to stand up again. Still a rather flat hang 5. And she moves forward now. The wave's standing up a little bit more on the inside, and as she comes right in towards the reef here on the beach, you can see that nice hang 10 on the inside. Smaller part of the wave and at the end. So the commitment level, although a great manoeuvre, the judges, I think, want to see that on that outside, on the steeper, bigger sections.
Yeah, there was you know, just trying to add to the tally at the moment. It won't go excellent, that wave, but some nice moments. And someone who was teetering on the excellent range was a stylish Khalees Keliupa'a, who's on the glass with Josh.
Khalees, we're here at Bells Beach this year. We've got offshore breezes this morning, great waves, beautiful surfing. You've booked your spot into the semi-finals. Talk to us about the mindset coming here this year. Last year was unfortunate, round of 16 loss. You've made some adjustments. Talk us through that.
Yeah, last year here at Bells was pretty rough. I mean, losing in the round of 16 after the US Open was tough, but I kind of just wanted to surf coming into this event, so really stoked I made the round of 16 this year, and to be in the semis is big, yeah.
Yeah, it's a great result to start off the year 2024. You're looking forward, obviously, to going all the way. You put on great performances last year, and you got yourself into the final 8. Talk to us about what you're going to need to do to go all the way this event, and then for the rest of the season.
I think just continue what I'm doing, surfing as much as I can, and also having a good mindset and being supported and around my family and friends. They help me out a lot, so yeah.
Yeah, you definitely have a great network of support around you. Coming from Hawaii, obviously beautiful, warm, tropical climate, what's the adjustment you make here, or the mindset going into putting up with the cold weather?
I think it's just mind over matter, and really wanting it. I really struggled last year in the cold and just with the wave itself, so this year I was I don't want to do that again, so I really fought for it.
I've definitely noticed that. I've seen you embrace it. You've been out there free surfing a lot more, which I think looks to show in your performances out there. You look a lot more comfortable. Good luck for the rest of the event. Go get warm. Quick shout out to everyone back home.
Yeah, all my family and friends watching back at home. I know my grandparents and my brother and my dad are hopefully watching, so thank you.
No worries. Go out for it. Go get it done this. Thank you, guys. Back to you in the booth.
Thanks, Josh. And yeah, Khalees, she's looking stoked, really relaxed. And a big shout out. Yeah, her mum's down here, Malia. I know JP, her brother Moses, they'll be tuning in back there. And this is the replay of Sophia's last wave.
All right, so just adjusting that board, moving to the mid part of it, like we speak about, Matt, a lot, using all of that board. nice little hang 5 bend in a really nice part of the wave, adjusting, keeping that focus forward. There we go. That 5 is as tight as you like it, with a 10 to add it, and then she comes back down and finishes that one off.
Yeah, it's going to be a terrific backup to go with the 5.67 and 7.5 to go with Natsumi's 5.33, puts the Japanese surfer out in the lead. So the judges really appreciating the quick footwork, the fluidity of that opening turn. She gets really far back over the fin, but she doesn't lose the momentum. We've seen a lot of the men snapping their turns, stopping momentum, trying to force the issue. Natsumi, on the other hand, has got that continuous curve on her board. It's a neutral curve. It's very smooth, and that's the way that she's surfing. She's connecting the board, the fin, and her body with the right section on the wave. The judges appreciating the flow.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised at that. I'm not saying it's wrong, but the spread in that, I thought a couple of those nose rides may have been a little bit further out, but obviously when you take the holistic approach, and she did do a lot of work. She kept that board moving, she kept the flow going, like you said, and the wave had a good size on it too. So
6.5 locks in for Sophia, and that was some strong surfing. It was critical surfing, but a half wave as well. So she'll be stoked to log the 6.5. Now she needs to get rid of the 5.67. The Hawaiian surfer will take confidence out of that 6.5, but knowing she actually hasn't had the single best wave of the heat. She fell off on it at the beginning. Not even halfway through, you can see her fixing her hair right now. That's a classic trait for a relaxed surfer who's ready to get to business.
Yeah, it means they're not looking around, they're not asking for time, they're not putting signals out off the beach commentary regarding their scores. So that's a good sign for her as we see Chizo in another one of his cool tracksuits by the looks of it, Matty.
And Chisholm from South Coast Surfboards, Angela King and CJ Nelson getting ready for Soleil Erico is coming up next with Zoe Guopion from France. That's going to be a terrific battle, the two smooth regular footers. I know both of them have actually had some amazing battles. 2022, Zoe actually got the jump. 2021, Zoe got the jump on Soleil, knocking her out of that world title race. And Zoe made it through to the semi-finals, a career best result. And there's Kai Hamasi in Natsumi's corner. He put on a clinic yesterday, wasn't enough to get over Ben Skinner. But those two, both tremendous surfers. Natsumi coming through the regional qualifiers. She took a win at the LQS and in Korea at the wave pool. She won at the Belair Open, the LQS over there, and also the La Union International Pro. Clean sweep, the Asian Longboard Qualifying Series champion. She also won Harrison Roach's Twinkle Toes Invitational. She also took out the Padrol Longboard Classic last year, and Natsumi, a fixture on the Duct Tape Invitationals. Her accolades are so extended.
Yeah, that's a phenomenal
That's in a year.
in 12 months, mate.
Yeah.
To go in those events and pretty much have... I'm wondering how many events she didn't win to work out that percentage rate of like, you know, that's got to be up in the 90s.
Also surfing in the JPSA, the regional events. Natsumi's a professional surfer, a Roxy team rider, and she comes from Chiba. She's just used to life on the road, and she's really embraced her age here on the tour. She's one of the veterans. Also alongside another surfer, Hiroka Yoshikawa. Those two surfers have been flying the flag almost solely for the Asian region across the longboarding world, the men's and the women's division. But the Philippines, they're on a roll. No women representing the Philippines yet, but the Agudo sisters, Daisy Valdez and Kyla, her daughter, they're coming in strong. Dea Novodasari, goofy footer over there in Kuta. The Asian region is just on fire, and Natsumi's leading the charge with those smooth surfing. 7.5 and a 5.33. She's just warming up.
Yeah, she is. And I think now, like, for her, with that heat IQ, hopefully she's thinking a set wave here could really put the nail in the coffin. That's going to leave with 13 minutes remaining. That might be the case. If she can get a big set wave, finish it clean, get another score in that 7 to 8 point range, it would pretty much mean that Sophia's going to be chasing 2. And in that time, I don't think it's possible. Back to that Asian longboard sort of who's who of it, I think when I look back when I was on tour, there's a guy by the name of David Kinoshita, and he was sort of one of the highest profiled, and he was on the Oxbow team at the time, and he was such a cool guy. He never didn't smile. It didn't matter if it was the worst wipeout he had, and he was a fantastic ambassador for Japanese longboarding.
Now we have Kai Hamasi on the men's tour, and in the background in the invitational events, can't go past Yuta Suzutsu, one of the most stylish Japanese surfers ever on a surfboard. And anyone tuning in now who doesn't know Yuta, look him up. He is the man, and he actually brought style to Australia. One of the most influential surfers I ever saw, similar age to myself and Harrison, and he blew our mind with that dedicated attention to detail to the craft. And that's something the Japanese surfers are so good at across many sports.
Yeah, they are. Attention to detail in everything. They analyse, they look, they watch, you know, and then they do, unlike some countries, they actually take that and then they make it their own, which is super impressive because some people are just happy just to copy.
For sure. Hiroto Ohara on the men's side of the shortboard draw, phenomenal surfer as well. Very like Kaihemasi and Natsumi, very intricate. Muro Suzuki, very similar on the shortboard tour. And here goes Natsumi, the woman in question. Beautiful footwork. This one, breaking wide of Rincon. She's going to try and get the bowl, looking to drop a 5.33. Great flow. Carving into this one. Nice pace to this wave. Holding the stretch 5 there, so you can see the whitewash back a little bit. This is a little more critical. Gets the clean nose ride. Stepping back into that carve there. This one, it's got a little section on it. She can't get over the hump. So asking the questions there, is it better than the 5.33 GT?
Well, I think one of the hang tens in there on that critical section as we see Sophia up and riding. I'll let you go through that one, Matt.
So a 6.34 required for Sophia. Way out on the shoulder, but sees the section, holds it through them for a moment. Through the section, the classic Rincon bowl. Cutting that one back, a bit more ferocity in that turn. And here, out on the face, nice choice of maneuvers, carving it back to the bowl, using all elements of the wave. Forward trim here, steps back, winds up the windows a bit, and a little lack of control. We're 2/3 through this heat. A nice answer back. Let's go to a bonsai brew break, and we'll dissect those scores on the way back. We are back, the iconic Bells Beach Surf Coast region. We are just an hour and a half from Melbourne. Beautiful waterfalls, amazing roads, wildlife, of course, both in and out of the water, mountain bike trails, the hospitality. There's so much more to see than just the amazing waves, but that is why we're here right now to crown a world champion. And this is the first stop of 4 on the Longboard World Tour. Welcome to Girac, and this is finals day. Grant Thomas in the booth with myself, Matt Chinosky, to call through the action. A recap of the heat so far. Here's Natsumi.
Yeah, here we go. A nice wave here for her as she takes off, gets to the front early, just almost to get the wave moving. It was pretty flat, but out on that open face. She's going to move through to this inside part now, and nice hang 5 on the nose there, holding it. Coming back to that middle of the board, moving forward now. There's the 10 we're looking for, and it was perfectly timed as that wave just stood up to its tallest point of her ride. She's going to try and get over this double up section, doesn't do so. So pretty nice wave for her, definitely going to go into her scoring 2 rides. As we take off now, this is Sophia. Trimming, waiting for that section on the wave. Hanging 5 there. Holds it through, nice tall part as well. The difference on that wave then compared to Natsumi, she got the 10 in that section as Sophia comes through trimming, beautiful board movement. I love that drop knee cutback of hers. Trims to the middle of the board, and unfortunately doesn't quite get that opportunity there. So that's probably the difference in those two waves, I think, coming in both very close. Look at this slow-mo, Matt.
Yeah, 6.3 for this wave, and this was a shorter wave, but that moment there, where she's in the pocket, that's the scoring part. Now, a lot of those narrower nose boards only nose right there, where these wider boards can go out in the face, but Sophia does a really good job of carving back in the bowl, and that nose isn't super wide. That board is still, doesn't have the ears on it, like some of the European boards we see. They're the really big platform noses. That Michael Takayama is tuned really well for a combination of the pocket and the turns. It's something Takayama's been working on over the years, getting those boards able to sit deep and tight in the pocket that come from behind the section. 6.3, not enough. She needs a 7.41 right now, but if she can get that similar wave she fell off on in the opening couple of minutes, you'd have to say she'll be primed to get that score.
Yeah, exactly, Matt. I think, you know, it's down to 6.5 minutes remaining. It looks like Natsumi is looking at this wave here. She has priority, and is she going to pull the trigger? I noticed that Sophia's not either pretending she doesn't want it or not putting the pressure on her to take it. So as she takes off now.
Gliding through this one, Natsumi, almost exactly the same start as her 7.5, gets the clear 10. Just gliding on this wave, you see her legs at 45 degrees, compressing through the turn, getting way back over the tail, and now stepping forward, using the whole board. Nice flow, no downtime, just nice relaxed body language. The hands sitting on the shoulders and below, not above the head there. There's a little flary straighten out, so a measured wave there for Natsumi, and may just surpass the 6.4.
I think so, Matt. I think add that little flare at the finish. Like, that was really well ridden, that wave. As we take off now, 5, she'll get this 10 in a moment. There we go, and the lip all around her knees there, so showing it's tight in the pocket. She comes around, and this next turn as she comes around this section, far more control than some of her ones earlier as well. So she bottom turns that double step to the middle of the board, staying nice and close to the white water as she moves forward again, hanging 5, another quick little 10, holds the 5 on the way out, which is a nice little addition, and then that nice little on-rail turn to finish, showing a bit of style and flair. I think it's going to be better than a 6.4.
And one of the hallmarks there of Natsumi's surfing is she's not hunting for maneuvers. It happens organically, and it looks smooth. That's why the judges are reciprocating with the score. Snapping into that line, a fade turn, gliding through this one, using the tail there, just setting up the inside track here. Can she get over the hump? She does. 5, holds it in the pocket. Nice 10 there. She steps back on the tail, loses a bit of speed here, but she's going to regain some momentum here, up on the nose. A little short of the nose there, just being critical for an inch, and then, yeah, just out of sync in that last 20 meters on that wave.
Yeah, I think, Matt, to me, that wave didn't have the size in it for her. That was a little bit of a, not a panic, but I think with 5 minutes to go, I would have been thinking Natsumi's just had a bigger wave again. She's probably going to increase that 6.4. I need to wait.
We just see Soleil Errico, reigning women's world champ, getting ready to paddle out. There's a fan club down there, and Chizza, Danny Errico, CJ, and Kai Ellis Flint, one of the standouts of the competition and the World Longboard Tour, in Soleil's corner. And this is the replay of Sophia's wave.
I love that S-turning. I think that's so elegant, and it's done really beautifully. So to me, fantastic. Unfortunately, the wave's small. Beautiful 10 in the pocket, and you see now that wave shuts down. She's looking. You can see she just wants it all to happen. Moving forward, 5 in the pocket, a bit short on the nose though, Matt, and then not coming out of it clean. So that's not going to help her, as we have the best wave of the heat drop for Natsumi, a 7.67.
Yeah, putting the pressure on Sophia. She's still paddling out through the shore break. She'll get an answer back. She'll get out there in time. But the question is, can she get another wave? It's just a shame. You think Sophia, if she was able to lock on it into a nose ride on that whole inside track with a hang 10, you'd have to say, with locking in a 6.3 on the wave before last. I mean, this one hasn't dropped yet, but we're assuming it's most likely not going to be the 8.67. But that could have been the score. But you've got to be tight in the pocket.
Yeah, and let's face it, it's quarterfinals time.
Yeah.
You know, so it's so important that that we're really kind of risking it. We're going to get the reward. It's at that point now. You're not going to get through heats if you're not putting it all on the line.
That's it. Good flow though, and I see her wave IQ and her heat IQ's adapting. She's seeing Natsumi using the rail, and seeing those scores. She's hearing it and she's adapting. So from a coach perspective, that's all you ask for, is that you're listening to and reciprocating to what the judges are asking. Just didn't get the inside track there, but encouraging sides there for Sophia. She makes her way back out. The O'Neill team rider, she's over here with her mum, Sarah. Her brother James is going to be back home tuning in right now. The shaper, Michael Takayama, he's going to be tuning, of course, a big fan of longboarding in general and spearheading, I guess, a nose riding revolution over there in California. There's the lineup, the undulations of the reef here, and we're at Rincon, the inside reef break, the high tide spot on the medium-sized to small swells. Perfect for longboarding, gets its namesake after its Santa Barbara visual cousin.
Yeah, well, there are some similarities, as you spoke earlier. I haven't had that opportunity, and as you tell me, it's not that great a wave, so don't worry about it. Yeah. But yeah, I think you've led me on a little steer there, and I would love to go surf there one day. But as we look at that drone shot, the Melbourne drone, it's looking beautiful. It just shows that wind is not causing any trouble whatsoever. All it is doing is making these wave faces clean, giving these surfers the most opportunity to perform that they've all been sitting waiting for the last few days.
Yeah, phenomenal heat this one. Some great waves, heaps of opportunities, you just said, and a 15.17 heat total for the Japanese surfer is really consolidating. It's going to make her feel so comfortable with the priority next to her name. And she's just, we talked about her achievements just in this last year, but I mean, the pressure that Natsumi's had, she was knocked off the tour. She had to re-qualify twice now, and to just make herself feel at home. This is going to be a great result, a keeper result, moving into a minimum third-place finish. Sophia is likely to finish at this point in the quarterfinals. Still waves coming. We're not going to write it off completely, but final 8 in El Salvador, these are crucial results.
Yeah, and I look at Natsumi's heat, look at those scores, a 7.67, a 7.5, but her throwaways a 6.4 and a 5.33. She hasn't fallen, she's had control, and at the end of the day, she's been on 2 of the better waves so far.
And letting this one go is Sophia, the last roll of the dice. She kicks out of that, maybe just trying to put a pressure on Natsumi to try and make a decision to go. She's looking back to the shore, see what that wave did. And it's the 30-year-old from Chiba, Japan, who had a 5th place finish here last year. She's going to do one better at this point, moving forward into the semi-finals. It's going to be a great result for both these surfers. And a big congratulations to Natsumi Taoka, who takes the win from Sophia Colhane. The smile there of Natsumi. She'll make her way in. See those scores pop up and finalize this heat. There it is, a 7.67, a 7.5, a consummate professional performance from Natsumi Taoka. We'll go to a break and we'll bring in Belin and Sam for Heat 3 coming up next.
There it is, the Great Ocean Road, some of the most striking limestone geology on the planet with incredible reef breaks, points, a fantastic surf community. It's been an honor to be here presenting the show with the best longboarders in the world. And talking of the best longboarders, this woman, you set the field ablaze in the 90s and the 2000s. You're still involved in the global surf community. How special has it been for you, Berlin Alvarez Kimball, to talk through some of the best female longboarders, getting their toes on the nose, putting those boards on rails, and going for the win here at Bells?
It's been very exciting. I feel so... I know that longboarding is in such good hands right now, and watching these women, they have just stepped the bar up on every way you can describe surfing through your own, like through their footwork, through their talents. It's an absolute honor to be here. I'm excited.
And this is the women's bracket that we've seen. Khalees Kaleopaha beat Rachel Tilley already. Natsumi Teoka takes the win over Sophia Colhane. So the Hawaiian and the Japanese surfer, they will meet in semi-final number 1, but we now have quarterfinal numbers 3 and 4 to get through, 30-minute heats. Soleil Erico going for her 4th world title against Zoe Gropignon from France, and that will be followed by Honolulu Bloomfield and Mason Schremer up and riding already. Zoe on her Phil Grace built board, of course Phil Grace from Victoria, now based in southwest France, a single fin pintail with sharp edge through that tail, and Zoe on the front side walking in and out of those opening sections, looking lively. What a great start for the French woman, straight back up to the tip, but just lost a little bit of rhythm, a little bit of tempo at the end of that ride. But wow, strong start for Zoe, putting the pressure on Soleil from the get-go.
Yeah, opening up with a 2.17. The conditions are amazing. If people out and about in Turkey or anywhere else can get down here, come check out the beautiful contest site. The sun is out. Come and support the women and the men in these quarterfinals, semis, and the final. We will be wrapping up the event today. And first wave here for Zoe. Beautiful, nice slow step, just setting up that line in a nice part of it, just going, yep, you know, that wave's not going to offer what I needed. So that was her 2.17, and this is Soleil's answer back on a beautiful 5 to 10, just almost catching that, almost catching that. And but you know, recovering again, nice, and she reset her focus. Beautiful 5 with that little, look at that arch right there. Again, nice staying in the pocket of that. She really stays close to that white water, and again, a little drop knee there. Looking really happy with this opening ride.
Nice.
Beautiful 5 foot, really over the nose there. That's a really committed nose ride compared to just, and this is, again, her last, this is Zoe's second wave. Beautiful nose ride again. Quick little 5. I think she's trying to race this section, and unfortunately just, you know, beautiful turn. She's so smooth with her transitions between maneuvers and just getting hung up in that lip.
Unfortunate end to that, but great work up to that moment. So 2 significant scores for both surfers will be delivered. Soleil Erico riding a fantastic new model designed by CJ Nelson and Ian Chisholm, the low pro slasher model there. She looked very, very dynamic. I love the commitment to stay on the nose, dealing with the spray, that down carve, the sole arch bottom turn with the back arm up. I like the speed of Zoe. What was really interesting about Zoe's ride, though, was the fact that she just lost a little bit of tempo at the end and just got a bit high, and that's going to really hold back that score, I think.
You know, when you're trying to kind of build up momentum, you're getting moving. You know, it is a little bit chilly out there, so they're trying to keep going, trying to get the best waves. You do kind of rush some sections, and sometimes you got to just slow it down just a little bit. And she got just a little bit too far out. I think, just like I said, the nose. I mean, the wave just kind of sucked her off the top. Had she just kind of slowed down a little bit, maybe she would have been in a little bit, a little bit back more. Would have kind of held her line. But look at what she's getting off of that.
Wow, Soleil
This is Soleil's first opening ride.
Could be excellent range. Waiting for 2 more scores to be delivered, and then an average will be taken. We'll lose the top and the lowest score. Up and riding right now, walking forward, walking back, wide point back on that board, putting it on rail, and then just stepping into that nose ride, pointing towards the reef, into a 5, into a 10, back into another 5. Crisp, clean, controlled footwork, and then walking back to the tail down carve, set herself up in the middle of the wave, right in the pocket, touches the 5, and then a little bit of body language there, just referencing the beautiful wave shape ahead as she walks forward and gets low and grabs the outside rail, and then goes back into a nice 5 on the inside. And then she doesn't quite ride out of that last moment, but a lot of great surfing up to that point as Zoe just down carves through this inside shallow section, and you could hear a little bit of a reference of, oh yes, it's pretty shallow in there.
Oh yeah, you can see, you know, the tides coming in a little bit. In the morning, you know, our heats were a little bit kind of sitting a little bit wider, and it looks like it's heading, definitely working really well more towards our rincon. You know, the right wave, we've seen it break all the way through. But with that tide kind of changing, you do start to see that little bit of a bump on the inside.
And how is that rainbow? That is my favorite thing. When I was a kid, well, when my kids were kids, they're still quite young, I used to sometimes get them stuck behind the wave on an offshore day so you can be in that rainbow. It's a special place to be. But what about this from Soleil? Her second score kicks off with a 7.5. Is this going to go higher or lower than the 7.5 on instinct?
I think that this is going to be pretty similar. You know, we'll just see how they go off of the way that she dismounted off of that, because she did fall off the back of that wave. And then Zoe's opening ride behind her.
I love the way you could hear give the hoot, because it's shallow in there, isn't it?
It is shallow, but you know what? It's great to see everyone down there screaming and supporting and hooting. And we just saw that the second wave of Zoe drop as a 5.50.
A lot happened, Berlin. That was a quick start, a lot to deal with, a lot to process, a lot to catch up with. A 5.5, like you say, from Zoe, but waiting for a couple more scores for both surfers.
Some of these ladies have surfed in the later rounds of the women's heats, and the conditions have changed a little bit. So it was, you know, a little bit more texture, a little bit more bump, a little bit higher tide. And I was just talking to some of the girls earlier, and they were like, oh my goodness, we get to surf this now, because when we paddled out, it wasn't as clean, and they're frothing. The surf is definitely a little bit bigger. It is amazing. It's sunny. Like, this is what you dream of when you come to Bells Beach.
Absolutely. A 5.6 for Soleil's last ride. She's in the lead. Zoe chasing a 7.6. And somebody who has just booked themselves a spot in the first semi-final to meet Khalees Keleopaha from Hawaii. It's our Japanese surfer, Natsumi Teoka, at the top of the steps with GT.
Thanks, guys. Here with quarterfinal winner number 2, Natsumi. Firstly, congratulations. Already gone one better than last year into the semi-finals. How's that feel?
Thank you so much. I feel so good. This is first time to into semi-final, so I'm really excited.
Look, your surfing totally deserves it. We all know that. We all saw that. But explain to me, Bells Beach, pumping waves, the sun's finally out, the cliffs, it's all going on, the offshore breezes. How's that feel as a surfer?
Yeah, Bells Beach is really special for me. Yeah, this is second time come to here, and always wave is pumping. So I'm so happy to compete here. And then, yeah, waves really good. It's a bit strong offshore, but I'm so happy to compete again.
That's fantastic. It sounds like it's always going to hold a special place in your heart. Do you have any things to say to obviously the supporters and the people at home?
タイトで応援してくださってる皆さん、いつもライブで応援してくださってる皆さん、ありがとうございます。初めてセミファイナル進出することができました。もう優勝を目指して次のヒートも落ち着いて頑張りたいと思います。引き続き応援よろしくお願いします。
Yeah, fantastic work. Congratulations. Best of luck in the semi-finals, and back to you guys for the call.
The brilliant heritage of Japanese wave riding embodied in Natsumi. What a fantastic result, working her way through to that first semi-final to face Khalees Keleopaha, and this is our third quarterfinal. The winner of this will meet the winner of Honolulu Bloomfield and Mason Schremer. We'll get the opportunity to call that heat afterwards. We've got 18 minutes remaining. Zoe Gropignon from France, she's got a 4.67 and a 5.5. Soleil Erico from Malibu has got a 7.5 and a 5.6. And this is the 4.67 for Zoe Berlin.
Beautiful 10 there, nice in the pocket, good footwork. Again, just kind of racing that section to get back into this little nose red area. Again, a quick little 5. And then just saying, yep, nope, I'm out here.
But great surfing up to that point, and this is the 5.6 for Soleil Erico, and I love the way she found the nose ride, pointing back in the other direction.
Yes, and the way she uses, you know, her rails, and I heard Matt saying, you know, S turns, which is that really beautiful weaving, literally creating an S, is setting up your line, and her, the way she transitions is so smooth, where you see some people kind of catch an edge like, and hers is just so smooth, really beautiful water flowing off those rails, setting her lines nice. And again, that's the only reason I think that it came in as a 5.6, was falling off on that end.
Live action, Soleil Erico on her third wave, having a look. She doesn't catch that, so she'll stick with those two scores, a 7.5 and a 5.6. Thinking back to that replay we just got to watch from Soleil, I love those moments when she does something that I also see from Tully White and Rachel Tilley, is that just celebration of the curve of the wave, you know, when they just let go in trim in the middle of the board and just raise their arms and just say, thank you, wave. This is a special moment. We saw that little touch from Soleil. I love it when longboarders bring that even into the heat of competition.
I think, you know, it really comes down to your equipment as well. You know, you really need to be so in tune with your equipment, and when you're so comfortable on your board, you to have fun with it. It really is your opportunity. You know, it's like the wave is your little platform to dance. You know, your sun is your spotlight, and you're just there putting on a beautiful performance, and you're literally dancing to your own beat. And surfing is so individual, and when you get comfortable like that, it really shows when they're surfing and they're having fun. Like, how can you not have fun when it's so perfect too?
Absolutely. We're at one of the best liquid dance floors for longboarding in the world. It's Bells Beach. We've got this second half to look forward to. Let's have a bonsai brew break and we'll be right back. There it is, the Surf Coast Shire, the great ocean road, the incredible limestone topography, the bays, the beaches, the point breaks, the opportunity to hike, mountain bike, eat, surf, enjoy the wildlife, enjoy the hospitality, and come on down if you're in the neighborhood, because we are crowning our champions in front of the iconic cliffs here at Dirac in Wadawurrung country, Bells Beach, Victoria, with 13 minutes remaining of quarterfinal number 3, live action with Frenchwoman Zoe Gropignon going for a 7.6 up to the tip. Walks out of the nose ride on her Phil Grace built board. Of course, Phil Grace originally from Victoria on the nose, little Herbie Fletcher fin slide. Walks out of that, gets back to the tail and then comes off the bottom, sets herself up. This board lively, light, loose, Again, weaving back and forth and staying in the pocket and kicking out and almost throwing a little helicopter into the mix at the middle of that ride, Berlin.
I love that you just compared that to Herbie's slide slip. And this is Soleil's beautiful wave. Nice, soft, gentle footwork. Just kind of lifting on the hill. Beautiful locked in 10 there. Again, nice arms up into that, that transition to the cutback. Again, another beautiful wave.
That was
just
amazing.
Having a little look at this one.
The footwork.
Beautiful.
Let's talk about how
here.
good the footwork was from the beginning.
The footwork was so technical, very clean. You know, nice forward and back maneuvers.
I am absolutely blown away by what we're seeing from Soleil. She is absolutely ripping. But what about this on the replay again from Zoe?
Yeah, Zoe's footwork again, back up to a 5, really locked in. You see that the fin kind of slide out and her tail start to go around, almost like she's ready to do a little helicopter off the nose. And then, again, beautiful footwork again, turning and setting this lineup, going for a quick little floater.
Actually, Soleil got a little bit of a fin slide as well on her ride. As we see live action, Soleil kicks out of that one. She's got a couple of scores now to drop. Zoe will have a score to drop as well. It's probably not going to be the 7.60 that she needs. That fin slide just kind of put her off rhythm a little bit. We were talking about dance, and let's have a look at this dance. I mean, the control and the footwork. And what's really interesting, Berlin, here is we talked about that fin slide from Zoe, but have a little look out of this. There's one little nose where she comes. It's not so much a fin. That's actually the wave she kicked out on. It's not the one that I was expecting. So we don't get to see the nose ride on that one. That won't go into her top 2. But what we're seeing from Soleil is somebody, for me, who has even built on her performance from last year. And she won the world title last year, Berlin. Did you get the opportunity to watch her at Malibu in that final?
No, unfortunately, I did not, but I could imagine she was an absolute weapon.
Well, what we're seeing is another improvement. She has been working on things. She drops a 6.33 for that last ride, but she won here at Bells last year. She won her 3rd world title at Malibu. She's going for her 4th world title, and I have seen an extra level of tight footwork, power in and out of the nose rides and down carves, bottom turns, but the same expressive dance-like body language that we've learned to really appreciate from Soleil's surfing, and I think she's looking pretty unstoppable.
When you have a coach that can sit there and film you and really break down your technique and show you, you know, clean up this, let's work on this, and shows you those little small subtle adjustments that really define good to excellent, such as like your nose rides or your drop knees and so forth. What I really loved about that last wave, even though she kicked out of it, you know, it was just up and out, was the way that she stalled. You see, she takes a step and she leans back on that tail and lifts the nose up to get, you know, to slow down just a little bit to place you into that. And unless you know specifically to look for small, little subtle techniques like that, you wouldn't. But it's such a factor in really excellent surfing.
How nice is that shot? Just that reveal there with the iconic cliff line. Both of these women still in the mix though. Soleil out there in the lead with a 7.5 and a 6.33, but Zoe's right there, a 5.6 and a 5.5. She's chasing a very big score of an 8.23, but attainable with 9 minutes 20 seconds to go as we see the slow-mo of the 5 to the 10. And let's talk about the footwork here.
The footwork is on point. Really, it's not hanging back behind the nose. Her toes are actually cleaned over the nose, which, you know, it's showing absolute commitment to it. Very critical as well.
And also using all of the wave coming out of those nose rides onto the tail, wide point back on that board, the cut back down carve, but then making sure that the flow of that turn is then using the curve at the bottom of the wave to bottom turn into the next section.
Very much. It's the art of trim.
Yep.
You know, the art of trim and flow, really using the, you know, the forward momentum, and the slowing of momentum of the footwork to put your board into the most beautiful, critical part of the wave.
Live action, Zoe straight to the tip. Nice clean walk up to that nose ride, but didn't quite read the line well enough there. So she takes a wipeout, 8 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. She now switches over the priority to Soleil Erico, our heat leader, as we get to see that beautiful watercolor from above, that tide coming in. Soleil now just moving back down across the reef, recognizing She probably saw the line that Zoe took, and she's adjusting now for her takeoff spot as Zoe is up and riding, cuts back. Little footstep there, cross-stepping back up for a 5, touches the 5, walks back to the tail, using the cutback just to stay in the pocket, comes off the bottom. This wave just a little bit sleepy, but kicking out cleanly, so it won't be a significant score for Zoe, but now she just needs to get back out, reset. She's gonna have to go big on a good set to get that score in the excellent range.
She will. You know, she's got 2 options. She can either try to get that 8.23, which I have yet to see anyone drop the 8.23 this morning on this wave here. You know, kind of takes off just behind the section, you know, taking a couple steps, trying to set a nice line. Beautiful swooping cut back. Again, nice footwork here, but just, you can see she's not going to get that score on this wave right now. It's just not a bigger wave. It's kind of a little warbly, really slow, and she's really looking either, again, 2 things. She either needs to just start working on getting rid of that, you know, that 5-5 and you know, get into a 7 and pull something else, unless you're getting, you know, that bigger wave with that real, and there are those sets. We have seen some of those bigger sets come through with a nice wall. It's going to come down to wave choice.
Absolutely, with 6 minutes, 40 seconds remaining, but Zoe, she's been surfing really great, hasn't she? Very loose. Different board choices for both surfers, you know, one with the wide point back, one with a rounded pintail. As this set starts to show, let's go down to the wax head for a conditions update.
Hey guys, conditions update down here on the rocks at Rincon. As we scan out right now, it looks like we have live action with Zoe taking off on this. Now, we are in classic Rincon. This is Soleil, actually. So she's 6 steps up to the nose. She's waiting for this section now. We're on 2 hours from high tide. She's working this one through, and this is a classic Rincon bowl, not like what we saw earlier with the more spread out walls. This is locked in nose ride. She's coming into the shallow part now. She sees this section, those hips on that board. We're holding her in the pocket, exactly as you were saying, Sam. Beautiful waves down here this morning. Groundswell, good intervals, west-northwest offshore wind. The crowd are going wild. The hoodies are off. The sunnies are on. The sun's out. It's going to be a great finals day. Back to live action.
Yes, Chono, love it. Good energy, good vibes, great cooling of that live action of Soleil's last ride. A 6.33 and a 7.5 so far, but Soleil just adding, demonstrating, using all of the board, all of the wave, walking in and out of those clean, critical nose rides. And Berlin, over to you to celebrate this.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful wave choice. Again, just really having, she looks like she's just kind of having fun. You can see, she's kind of looking down, what's this line going to do for me? Beautiful 5, look at that, just holding it, driving it. Really, you can see the back foot kind of give a little bit of a shuffle there just to kind of get a little bit of speed, making sure, oh, almost looked like she was going for a little head dip there. But
Absolutely
again,
brilliant. I love it.
Really beautifully surfed, and it is so hard being up here because I'm like the woohoo girl. I want everyone to win. I don't like seeing anyone lose, and both of these women just surf so exceptional.
Yeah, and different approaches, different board designs. So you got the kind of almost like classic Donald Takayama speed shape S influence on the Phil Grace ridden by Zoe, and then you've got more of a kind of hip-based wide point backboard designed by Ian Chisholm and CJ Nelson for Soleil. You know, similar inspiration from mid to late 60s involvement surfing boards with that wide point back, so that swinging turn, and it's working well for Soleil. And this is our Hawaiian surfer, Honolulu Bloomfield, coming up next. Now, between Soleil and Honolulu, there are 6 WSL World Longboard titles there, and there's also a couple of ISA World titles. Honolulu has been an ISA Junior World Longboard Champion in 2013, and then earlier this year, you were there watching her win the 2024 ISA World Longboard titles in El Salvador. How important do you think that momentum will be for Honolulu coming into this first World Surf League event of the season here at Bells?
Oh, it would have been a great, a great motivation for her. She surfed so well in El Salvador, and it's a beautiful point break as well. And it's, it has some similar traits to Bells, where you know, that the wave that you have to cut back and stay in the pocket. So it really makes you cut back. It's, you know, beautiful wall. I think she'll be, you know, really excited about coming off of that win. Everyone wants to come into their first big World Tour event off of several wins. You know, just a little bit of fire.
Absolutely. It was the Melbourne flight cam that we enjoyed just then, looking up and down this coast as we now get back down to water level here at Dirac. And again, from the drone, as we can just see that tide filling over the Rincon section of the reef here in Wadawurrung country, with 2 minutes 30 seconds remaining as Soleil Erico backs up her 7.5 was a 6.33, meaning that our French surfer, originally from Annecy in the Alps, now based in Biarritz, up and riding. Zoe Gropignon chasing an 8.63, walking up and down, weaving back and forth. A high line off the middle of the wave, a little bit of spray there as that wave just catches a little bit of rainbow colors with this nice wind, perfect conditions, velvet smooth, Prussian blue water. Zoe, toes on the nose for the inside, clean, smooth, stylish surfing. Yes, not the best, biggest, longest wave, but the way Zoe's surfing at the moment is a joy to watch.
It is really beautiful to watch, you know, and that wave didn't really offer much more than, you know, 2 or 3 quick little nose rides. A lot of beautiful transitions as well, but I know she's really looking for something to lock both those 10 toes over and really show her. Again, the swooping turns and the footwork is so beautiful to watch. Very clean. There's nothing hard with her transitions in this. And again, the footwork is so beautiful. That's a great nose ride. And again, I really love her boards. Seem to work really well for her and her style. You can see that her board is like you were talking earlier, is more of a pseudo for like the beach break, quicker style waves, where Soleil's board looks more like something you would be riding at a point break. You were touching on the different styles of the surfboards as well. And do you have a board that you like to kind of ride at point breaks or beach breaks?
Yeah.
Different kind of different designs?
Absolutely. Great question. Thanks for asking that. I like a bit of everything, and I really appreciate for point break surfing, I like the feeling of the wide point back and being able to come out of a lifting nose ride and then go into a down carve and then a bottom turn. I love the speed shape for beach break waves, where you're coming from behind sections and having to do more open roundhouses. And I do enjoy seeing both of these women demonstrating that depending on your preferred style of riding and perhaps your body shape and the waves you normally ride, you can choose different board shapes and still perform at the top level. And I think this is a really nice celebration of the state of women's longboarding. 2 very different boards ridden by 2 fantastic world-class longboarders, and it was Soleil that takes the win, but we've got to say, Zoe has been incredible this event.
Oh, it has been an absolute honor and pleasure to commentate and speak about how amazing her surfing is as well for Soleil. So congratulations, Zoe, on a beautiful performance. Best of luck for the rest of the tour this year. And Soleil, amazing win. And I can't wait to see what you do in the semifinals.
She's booked her spot in that second semifinal. Who will she meet? We'll find out soon. Will it be Honolulu Bloomfield from Hawaii or Mason Schremer, representing USA but based in Queensland, Noosa? But we're going to be back in Victoria live very soon after these messages. Stay with us.
nice to be back here at Bells.
Yeah.
What I love about this wave in particular, it's a really big canvas, and you get to paint the canvas all the way down the beach.
This is a beautiful place. I'm so excited. It's gonna be the best thing after a cold surf in the ocean. Princess, this is for you.
Thank you. It's important to rejuvenate and take the time to relax, and all the amenities here at one spa are just the perfect way to do it.
Something that makes Victoria so different is all the amazing food and coffee that we get to explore. I think that's something I get really excited for. It's safe to say the day we've had is the perfect day you could have in Victoria.
Yeah, good surf, good food, and good spa. What a day!
Welcome back. It's a joy to be here in the Surf Coast Shire, Victoria, Australia, Bells Beach, Dirac, Wadawurrung country as we move into the last quarterfinal of the women's side. Honolulu Bloomfield from Hawaii against Mason Schremer. Mason originally from Florida, but then really spent a lot of time in Waikiki on Oahu, and then is now based in Noosa. But this is our replay catch-up. I'm Sam Bleakley, joined back in the booth again, once with Berlin Alvarez-Campbell. And Berlin, how is this wave?
Well, that was just a quick nose ride for Honolulu. Beautiful nose ride, nice turns. But, you know, this is just her opening 3.33. And, you know, I'm seeing everyone, especially from Hawaii, if they're in booties or not booties, has been interesting to see. So again, that's just a nice little warm-up. Get her arms moving, get her feet moving. And how do you feel surfing in a booty?
Well, I feel a little bit embarrassed that I mixed up Thomas Campbell, who you starred in a film with Kimball.
That's okay.
So that was brilliant. But I was thinking of 2004 Sprout, which I recommend people watching if you've not. Great section of Berlin in that film there. Boots, for me, don't need boots here. It's 13-degree temperature. I'm okay without that, but I've grown up in a cool climate in Cornwall in the UK. This woman from the North Shore of Oahu, Honolulu Bloomfield, she is 3 times Women's World Longboard Champion. Straight into a Soul Arch Hang 10 in style. Back up to the tip on her Myers-built board there. And then again, that beautiful celebration with that Rel Sun royalty, just referencing the flow, the momentum of that ride. And that was done with flair, and I loved every moment of that. You're speechless. That was so cool that it's taking your breath away, Berlin.
That was just so beautiful.
It was, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was beautiful.
It was like a perfect bit of surfing.
That was just beautiful. The way you look at, you know, she's stalling, she's looking, how am I going to do this? Sets her lineup, and this footwork right here just locked in, so comfortable. Unreal nose ride in such a critical part of the wave. And I love that, you know, that offshore, that trim speed, that, you know, that really fast part of the wave. And, you know, it wasn't a real long wave, but man, that was amazing technical and style and flow.
Absolutely, from Haleiwa, North Shore of Hawaii, Oahu, Honolulu, Bloomfield. Drops a 5.83. For me, yes, it was a shorter wave, but wow. The way she rode that, I mean, that was like, with what was ahead of her, she couldn't have done anything more special. 3 times world champion, drops a 5.83, backed up with a 3.33. So she leaves Mason Schremer out back. Mason's good friend, Kira, will be on the beach. Kira Monar watching. They've both just moved in together up in Noosa. Mason's just graduated from her degree. She works at Thomas Beckson Surfboards. She's gonna be looking to kick things off in style. It looks, Berlin, like there's a little bit of a set. Suggestions for lineup? Does she go deep? Does she go wide? What do you think?
You know, some of the people in earlier heats were just sitting a little bit wide. So you wanting to make sure that, you know, kind of more towards that bowl. And she looks like she's in a really good position right now, you know, and it seems like maybe the first wave is the better wave. And she's just waiting for this right section for her. A little bit of footwork, cutting back, just seeing if this inside's going to line up. And it does a quick 5 there for Mason. Really nice style, you know, living up on the points, really honing her point break surfing. So her technical nose ride and positioning is really refined. Beautiful nose ride again. really engaging that rail. Hard turn there, just saying, I'm here.
That was incredible. Mason Schremer on fire, but less is more as well. I love the way she sustained composure throughout that ride. She didn't overrush things. She seemed to do exactly what was required at exactly the right time. Sets herself up, walks into this opening opportunity for a nose ride, but then recognizes that she needed to cut back. And here's the chance for the first touch of the 5, again in the pocket. And I just love the way, Boleyn, that she rode the wave through the inside here.
Yeah, the way she plowed through that little inside, just right there how she lights that up. I love the way her feet, again, back, I know I've said it before, but just the way her feet wrap over that nose is beautiful. That turn right there was unreal.
Right on edge. You could really see how that rail engaged, that single fin switch of planing edges, live action into a 10. Honolulu Bloomfield walks out of that 10, the Hawaiian. Things getting sucky and shallow on the inside and goes for the big roller coaster. Doesn't ride out of that re-entry. She's really right on the shallow section there, so things are a little bit fruity on that inside. You do have to be careful in there. She's just going to check everything's safe. She's got that board back under her body and she's good to go. As we get the replay of the takeoff, Boleyn, it looked like a strong start.
It was a really good strong start. Beautiful 10 there. Again, not held as long as she had before, but beautiful, beautiful, amazing. I'm just excited to watch this woman surf right now. Again, nice footwork back to the 5. Nice locked in section right in the peak. And then she sees this lip coming towards her, goes in. Unfortunately, just kind of going over that outside round, losing her balance, but really well. Will it come in as high as her 5.83? We'll see.
Great surfing from both of those surfers. What's your instinct about that exchange? Who do you think will get the better between Mason and Honolulu of those last 2 rides that we have seen ridden?
I think Mason's first wave will come in higher than the 3.33. It might hover around maybe that the 5.83. Well, again, we'll just have to see kind of where Honolulu had that really, you know, in the pocket peak nose rides, but you know, she did have a lot of wall where she kind of stood in trim and just floated, where Mason was still kind of working her board. A little bit more nose rides and so forth, but not so much like the 10 and the peak. Out the back.
It felt like Mason's wave from the get-go. If there was a bit more of a critical section out back, it could have got an excellent range, but it comes in at a very strong score, a 6.67. So I think that nose riding through the middle part and that really critical end, that big, nice gouging, but gracefully done down carve, was a really dynamic way to finish the ride. So a strong start for Mason. 1 wave ridden, a 6.67. Honolulu has got a 5.83 as her strong score, so she just needs a low score to add to her campaign, but she won't want to settle for a low score because she'll want to replace that 3.33, and you feel as if it will do. That was a great bit of surfing. Could potentially even go higher than her 5.83, that last ride of the Hawaiian.
Again, we'll see that on the replay and kind of compare the two. I'm really excited that Mason got that score. The nose rides, the transitions, the footwork, and that turn is really hard. That was a fast turn, and if you know when you do a fast turn, it is so easy to lose your balance on the way the board projects, going back to the left on that. So I'm really excited she got that score for her. This is going to put just a little bit of pressure on Honolulu now, with her high score being a 5.83, and this is why I do not want to be a judge.
I thought there was going to be pretty strong. 7.07 it comes in. So she's now in the lead. Honolulu Bloomfield with a 5.83 and a 7.07. Mason Schremer now chasing a 6.24. Of course, Mason has only got 1 wave, but now the position is really nicely set. Mason has had a strong start. She knows what she needs. It's a score lower than her first score, so that will give her a lot of confidence. But for Honolulu, she knows what she can build on. That 7.07, had she landed that last turn, could have been up into the excellent range, but she'll be happy to work on that. She'll be happy to replace that 5.83. We'll go to the Melbourne flight cam, we'll enjoy the landscape, and we'll pick things back up as we shift into the second half of this last quarterfinal to decide who will book a spot to meet Soleil Errico in the second semi-final. We'll be right back after these messages. The red clay cliffs, the limestone, the great ocean road. It's all to feast on here in Victoria. An absolutely breathtaking part of the planet. And it's been a pleasure to be here on finals day, calling the action as we catch up on Honolulu Bloomfield's last ride on her 9-3 single fin, built by Carson Myers. Gets up on the tip, soul arches, locks in that 5, touches that 10, and walks out to the bottom of the wave and goes big on the Rio, and doesn't quite ride out of that, but gets a 4.33. She's still in first. Mason Schremer chasing a 6.24, and it's one of these women who will meet our semi-finalist in semi-final number 2. Our reigning world champion, Soleil Erico, is at the top of the iconic steps with the wax head.
Good morning, Soleil. What a great early morning surf.
Yeah, it was really fun out there. I was just surfing and enjoying myself. And those kind of heats are super memorable and are good for my confidence, for sure.
And watching Cooking Waves now, you're going to be matching up with either Mason or Hono right now. The game plan moving into the semifinals?
Just, you know, do my best and try to enjoy it as much as I can and pick the right waves. And, yeah, just focus on myself and my surfing.
You're connecting to your board, your body, and the ocean really well. You're really displaying that art of trim, that forward trim. Tell us a bit about your equipment.
Yeah, I'm riding a combination, or CJ and Ian Chisholm have been designing my boards, and I'm riding a modified version of the Slasher Low Pro, but just kind of tapered to my kind of surfing. And yeah, it's really, I've been enjoying it. I have 2 boards down here. The pink one I rode in my heat, I've been riding for a couple months, and I feel really in control on it and really connected with it. So yeah, I'm stoked.
Looking good, and everyone back home, it's early afternoon. It's going to be a great day of competition for them to view. Give them a little shout out.
Oh, my mommy's watching. Love you, mommy. Yeah, and my family in Malibu, friends in Malibu, and around the world. Love you guys. Thanks for supporting me.
Malibu's pumping back there right now. So is Bells at Rincon. Let's go back to live action.
Great stuff. Thanks to Waxhead. Congratulations, Soleil. Shout out to her mum, Vera, who'll be tuning in Malibu. And of course, we have got our own version of a perfect point break. It's the iconic Bells Beach Dirac. It's the Rincon section, ideal for longboarding. That tide is coming up with 13 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. Honolulu Bloomfield with a 7.07 and a 5.83. Mason Schremer looking to get her backup score as we enjoy the Melbourne flight cam on that fantastic walkway that you can bike, hike and feast on. And let's now think about that positive space that Soleil seemed to be in. She looked relaxed, she looked zoned in, and she talked about how tuned in she is to her equipment, and that says a lot about her running this event.
We were commentating on how amazingly connected she does seem to her equipment, and she just said it right there. She feels so good on her board, and it's so important, like I said, to really have a good relationship with your shaper. You know, surf with your shaper, let him see what you're riding. Because a lot of people don't know anything about their boards. So, little inside tip for you ladies and men: learn from your shaper, understand why the fins work, why your rails work, why you're riding a board, why you've got V's and concaves and kicks, and why you're riding the size of the board you are, and why you're riding the board you're riding in the waves that you're riding.
Absolutely, and it's been great to see some of the emerging female shapers, Ashley Lloyd, Megan Godinez getting really into her shaping. Be great to see more women around the world specializing in longboard shapes as well. So big shout out to all the women out there in the shaping bay with the tools, building boards.
It's funny because I was speaking to Josh Constable and his wife Anna. She's a big wave tandem surfer back in the day, an amazing longboarder from California as well. He said he woke up the other morning at like 7 o'clock and he goes, shh, 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 and he walks out to the garage and there's Anna shaping a surfboard. So yeah, so Josh Constable's wife Anna as well. I think she's like 30 boards deep now into shaping. So yeah, good on the girls. And as well, you know, the women judges. We're having a lot more women in the women judging and behind the scenes within the industry. And I'd like to throw a massive shout out to Tori Gilkerson, you know, world champion, ISA world champion, as the head judge for this event as well. There has been a quite long lineage of women. Marge Cahoon, who won the first Makaha International competition on Oahu in 1958. She's a mom, and after her children grew up, she kind of stepped behind the scenes and ended up being like the first secretary for the new U.S. Surfing Association. And then she went on to actually be the first and only female judge during that time, which opened up the opportunity for a lot more women, such as Mary Lou Drummy came in, whose daughter is an amazing surfer herself. Came in and was working behind the scenes as well. We have someone like Carolyn Kramer, who was a part of a lot of the surf events and stuff. So we have a lot of women within the industry now working behind the scenes of the event. So big shout out to all the girls making it happy behind the scenes.
Yep, and of course you've set up your surf school here in Australia. You know, how inspiring has it been for you to see the new generation of Australian longboarders coming through in the last 10 years?
It's been beautiful to watch the transitions from there being not a lot of involvement when I first moved here to now. You paddle out anyway, and everyone's out longboarding. All the girls are out longboarding. When I started my surf school, it was the first all-girls surf school here in Australia. And, you know, they get to see, look at these beautiful dolphins, you know, and they get to experience stuff like this. You know, the girls are out on longboards, watching dolphins, connecting community. And, yeah, there's a huge community of women's longboarding now in Australia.
Yeah, well, of course, the sea life are out there, the dolphins, of course, they're some of the expert wave riders. But this woman on your screen from Hawaii, she would have been inspired by other Australian greats like Belinda Bindi Baggs, Chelsea Williams, of course, a former world champion. But
Sarah
right
Robertson.
Now, there we go. Right now, it's Mason Schremer under pressure. Berlin chasing a 6.24. So let's hone in on the psychology of both of these women. You know, who needs what and what will be going through the mind of both of them.
So Mason Schremer, her one and only wave right now is a 6.67. Oh, look at this. They have come to bring some good vibes. Oh, aren't they beautiful? Our beautiful dolphins here. Beautiful, clean water. Amazing, amazing, you know, ocean. Look at that. Oh, the water looks so gorgeous. But yes, amazing. Mason has so much talent. A 6.67 already, so she's only looking for a 6.24, like you said, is a lot lower than the score she's already dropped. So she's going to just kind of wait 8 minutes, and Honu, again, stalling on this takeoff.
I love the technique she's using, really making sure she's got the right line. Mason deciding not to go on the 9.3, cutting back. Carson Myers built board. Honolulu Bloomfield loose through the inside here. Her dad, Kalohe, her partner, Clay. Clay, of course, an iconic skateboarder, locks a 10. Soul arches the 10, down cars, finishes cleanly. Instinct for me says that's going in the top 2.
I have a feeling that's going to go in the
That
top
was
2
a great,
as well. Yeah.
greatly ridden ride. Add a priority as well.
Yeah, so Mason would be kind of going, okay. Well, again, we'll wait. I'm not a judge, so we'll wait and see what these scores drop. But Mason's sitting out there waiting. You know, again, she needed a 6.24, coming down to 7.5 minutes. Look at this beautiful wave, nice takeoff. Again, that beautiful 5, just holding that 10. You know, really comfortable up in the front of her board. Nice swooping, drawn out lines. Not rushing anything. Again, just really tight 5 to the 10. Really, really pulled in footwork.
They're going to go, I think they're going to go big on this score. I think those critical nose rides, the flow, it wasn't as big as some of the other waves we have seen in the heat, but I felt like she really just demonstrated composure, control, and there it is, a 7.17, biggest score of the heat. So that's a massive result for Honolulu there. 2 7s, and it puts more pressure now on Mason, who's chasing a score of 7.57, Berlin. A lot of pressure on Mason there.
That is a lot of pressure on Mason, but you know, you do not count anyone or any score until that hooter goes off, because I've seen some rabbits pulled out of a hat.
Absolutely.
Within 1 second of that buzzer going off.
Massive heat coming up next. We've got Johnny Van Hoyenstein, Johnny the Ripper from Hawaii, surfing against Conniella Stewart, also from Hawaii. Both of those surfers, Berlin, what was interesting is they came up against each other in the man-on-man final on the World Tour last year in El Salvador. And Connie took the win. He was then top seed going into the final 8 at Malibu. Connie finished second on the World Tour, losing in the final to Kai Salas. Kai Salas is going to be coming up also in quarterfinals. Looking at that men's draw, we've also got Ben Skinner and Declan Whiten. We've got Kai Salas surfing against J.R. Esquivel from the Philippines and Taylor Jensen against Kevin Skavana. But right now it's Mason Schremer, based up in Noosa on her Thomas Beckson boards. Walks up to the nose, locks a 5, chasing a 7.57, walks back to the tail, cuts back, high line, staying loose, keeping it in the pocket, couple more cross steps, back to the tail, lively high line once again, cross stepping for a 5, locks a 5. This is a great wave, arm up, soul arch, walks back to the tail, cuts back, drops down, stays in the middle, keeps that footwork crisp, controlled, and down calves. This could really be an important score. It's only her second wave, but patience has played off for Mason, because Berlin, that was pretty magical.
That was a really well surfed wave. Good size, nice and clean, a lot of movement, you know, nose to tail. We're just gonna have to see where the judges, look at this, beautiful, beautiful 5. Nice cut back again. I love the way she uses, you know, the forward and the steps, and, you know, really just not kind of staying in one place, really utilizing all the parts of the board. Really nice flow, and I love that little shuffle in the mid part just to get her into that section. Again, really looking down the line, what's coming to me? Am I gonna get there?
So my question, Berlin, to you is, comparing the 210s of Honolua's last ride, which came in at a 7.17, with the fact that Mason's flow, footwork, rail work was great, but the fact that that ride didn't include some critical 10s, do you think that might hold the score back a little bit relative to the score she needs, which is a 7.57?
I think it'll depend on the nose ride aspect of it, with where I saw Honu, you know, getting a couple more 10s and a little bit longer 5s, and so forth. So we're just gonna have to wait and see kind of where the judges are. They'll be reviewing Honu's 7.17 and 7.07 compared to her 7.6. So the judges have some work on their hands right now.
My instinct says that it just needed a little bit behind the section criticalness on the nose to get a lifting, locking 10, and I think that the flow was there, but I don't think it's going to be the score that she needs.
I just think, yeah, and you know, the 10s that Honu's dropping, the hang 10s and the length of those 10s as well, and those 5s are just a little bit more critical, and you can see that kind of dropping through right now with one judge dropping a 7.3, 6.8, 6.30, 6.30. So we're just waiting for one more judge to drop a score, and you'll get your average. So they take your highest score from one judge, for those of you at home that don't know this, and then they take the lowest score from the other judge, and then you get the leftover of that, and that came in as a 6.63.
Wow, really close to the score that she needs, but falls shy of the required 7.57. So Mason Schremer is still chasing a 7.57. 2 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. Priority with Honolua Bloomfield, 3 times Women's World Longboard champion from Haleiwa on the North Shore. Her father, Kalohe, a lifeguard, he's there watching. Her mum, Lynn, a great surfer who surfed a lot with Raoul Sun. Big shout out to Lynn. She's a fantastic surfer, and she rode Bruce Jones boards. And Dad Kalohe has just got this wonderful energy when he's supporting his daughter. He keeps a low-key approach, but he's there when she needs her. And of course, also, Honolua is here with her partner, Clay, a legendary skateboarder, and I think he is also bringing a wonderful approach to Honolua's attitude here at the events. They're relaxed together, and that relaxed vibe is bringing the best out of her surfing. She's in the lead. She's looking to book a spot in that second semi-final against Soleil Erica, and she's up and riding, looking to replace a 7.07. Toes on the nose, walks out of that first nose ride, back into a second nose ride, already in a third nose ride, into a 10, locks the 10, walks to the middle of the board, and then just arcs a nice cut back with a high line, lively, loose, electric, back up for a nice lifting 10 with the arms up, and walks down on her 9.3 single fin, big re-entry onto the bricks and rides out of that. And Berlin, what a great way to end out the heat, and that was absolutely spectacular.
And that is the cat-like skills of Honolua that I know of. You know, she doesn't fall that often, and that was a big section for her. Look at the little outgoing tide there. Look at this wave.
Got to go bigger than all of the scores so far. Would you agree?
Look at this beautiful 5 to 10 just plowing through the section. I like how she just, you know, gets down low. And this quick 5, she sees like, I need to wait and stall, plows through that little white water part on the nose, which is so important and technical. Nice little ankle turns, keep right, nice high line, a 5 to a 10, and that, look at that smile right there. She's like, oh man, and boom, look at that.
She was owning this ride, wasn't she?
Boosting again, absolutely, just completely in control of her equipment, really flowing and feeling so comfortable right now. So we'll see what the judges are going to drop for that one. But
and like you said, the smile on the face in that 10, and to end so cleanly, a high commitment there for that final turn. And we saw her getting some strong scores earlier without ending so cleanly. Is that a near perfect way to ride a wave, Berlin?
it was a pretty near perfect ride away. I'm claiming high 9s, mid 9s, and here it comes.
Bombastic, a 9.17.
9.17. I think that's the highest score of the event so far.
Absolutely.
Men and women.
But up and riding, Mason Schremer. This wave will count, but it doesn't look like a significant size wave. Mason Schremer chasing a near perfect 9.67 up to the tip on the inside. Locks a 5, arm up, walks out of that nose ride into a nice sweeping carve on her Thomas Beckson built board. Back up to the tip again. Won't get the score. Incredible run for Mason. She will be eliminated, and Honolulu Bloomfield will meet Soleil Erico in that second semi-final, and that could be a final. These two women both going for their 4th world title, but a little bit of a celebration for you, Berlin, about that 9.17 from Honolulu. I mean, that was way beyond. That was a really special bit of surfing.
That was amazing surfing, well displayed, everything you could want to see. The nose, the tail, the rail, the clean transitions between maneuvers, the way she utilizes, you know, every single part of her board. So comfortable on her equipment, and just that style. Everyone back in Hawaii would be screaming their heads off right now for her, and especially on the beach. So congratulations, Mason. You did so well, and I'm so proud to see you surfing as well as you are.
Well, here it is. That's now the opportunity to see how things have unfolded. We're going to have Kalise Kaleopaha from Hawaii against Natsumi Teioka from Japan in semi-final 1, and then from Malibu, Soleil Erico will be surfing against Hawaiian Honolulu Bloomfield. But we've also got a Hawaiian affair coming up real soon, because Connie Ellis-Stewart in the men's is surfing against Johnny Van Hoyenstein, and we're going to have GT Grant Thomas and Matt Chernosky, the waxhead, coming in to cool the action as we get to appreciate the brilliance of this Hawaiian 3-times world champion locking those toes on the nose, Berlin.
That was just so well surfed.
Stay with us. We'll be right back after these messages as we shift into men's quarterfinals, live on finals day for the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic.
Welcome back. We are into the men's quarterfinals here at the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. Finals day at Durack, Bells Beach. Just an hour and a half here from Melbourne. Matt Chinoski, also known as the Waxhead, in the booth with Grant Thomas, GT, Aussies love a nickname. And we've got two of the classic ones. And what a day of surfing we have ahead of us.
Oh, what we have ahead and what we've already had, mate. Those girls' quarters, amazing. Look, it's starting to fire. We've got high tide Rincon, men's quarterfinals, the best in the world. What more could we ask for?
Well, we can ask for some incredible quarters coming up. And in that bracket, we have Kaniela Stewart taking on fellow Hawaiian John Michael Van Hohenstein, Ben Skinner, Declan Wyden. They match off in a replay of last year. Kai Salas taking on JR Esquivel from the Philippines, Taylor Jensen, Kevin Scavana. It's an oceanside Southern Californian affair in that fourth quarter. Can't wait to get into it. Let's get this heat started. Two regular footers. Wave locked in for John Michael already. He makes his way back out. We'll catch up with that replay as we cast our eyes out to Kaniela Stewart, second in the world last year. He finished with an early exit last year. And here goes John Michael in the replay.
Here we go, a form surfer of the event. Nice little hang five, waiting for it to stand up. There's that 10 in the pocket. I love how he stretches back, holds that 5, and this drop knee turn. Look at that, most the bottom of the board, half the fin sticking out of it. Straight up in the pocket again, no downtime. A little trim speed on that front half of the board. 2 little steps, 2 more up to the nose, coming down around it. A little bit of a head dip as it pats him on the back. Half a little tube ride, looked for the doggy door. There was that much good work done. Prior to that, though, the scores reflected. What a way to start. Look at this slow motion, little pat on the back. He actually pulls up into it a tiny bit here.
Oh,
there we go, he's in.
head dip.
Searching for the doggy door. 8.5, excellent ride. I wouldn't want to start it any other way myself.
Wow, actually one of the better waves we've seen from start to finish today, and he capitalised. An 8.5, if he could actually get pitted on that inside wave and come out, you'd have to say it would reach into the 9s. The judge is unanimous in giving it the excellent range score. Kaniela Stewart, wow, he's in second spot looking for an excellent range score, and here he goes under priority. Hohenstein feeling the momentum. Quick footwork, up to the nose, upright 10 in the pocket. That 9-4 Mark Liddell looking phenomenal under his feet, and he attacks the lip line, and a nice backup wave to go with the 8.5.
Yeah, that body language at the end says it all. He is feeling it, Matt. It's just, yeah, wow, this hang 10 on that ride too. Probably one of the better ones I think I've seen the event. He starts behind the section, whitewash over his board. Let's have a look at this. Taking off, fading sort of turn, middle of the board. 5 now, the wave crumbles in front, 10, but holds it through that steep part and some more whitewash on the tail of the board. Not jumping, smooth as silk, getting the job done.
One of the best single nose rides of the event so far, apart from Honolulu Bloomfield in that last heat. But that was upright, that was strong, that was locked in and tight. But for a moment, it was just a half a wave. Excellent waves today, but it'll be a good backup. Kaniela goes down on his opener. You've seen got the gloves, the booties. We'll have a replay on this.
Here we go, stroking into this, looking down the line. What's it got in store for him? Nice hang 5, 10, nice in the pocket. Holds that 5 again out of it. That's what I've been asking for a little while, and the boys are delivering right now. Or men, should I say, in this case. That shuts down in front of him. It's starting to quicken as it hits that shelf, so that wave's moving at some pace now. And Carney, a cool, calm character, but things might change a little bit. Even though he's going to have that on the outside, he's going to be thinking on the inside as we see a nice second score dropping for John here. And there he is, Johnny the Ripper, a 5.67.
Yeah, so combination situation for Kaniela at the moment. Still scored a drop. You can see the beautiful reef as we look at the Melbourne flight cam scanning over the horizon. There's the boil on the right-hand side of the screen, the undulation of the reef, the shallow part. That's where the waves is breaching, and you can see the little chip shot. The wave starts to break on that shallow part of the reef. And someone who understands these reefs so well, coming from Chun's in the North Shore of Hawaii, is Honolulu Bloomfield, is on the glass with Belen.
Honu, how was that? 9.14, out of control, the highest score of any female or male in the event so far. What did it feel like?
Oh, it felt pretty good. I think like towards the back half of the heat, obviously you're like having a little more fun and feeling more relaxed maybe.
So I think that's what happened. I just like felt like more like steady on my feet, and the jitters were out, and I could just surf, you know. And I fell on like 2 of those closeout hits, so I was like, okay, I'm just gonna go for it again because I already have 2 7s, and then like actually made that one. So it was cool, you know. But I think I just have to reset. Obviously, I feel like I have more in the tank, so I'm excited for the next rounds.
Your 5s and then your 10s, you just let this smile out when you drop this arch. You look like you're having so much fun. Getting a wave like that, getting the conditions, like what are the conditions like out there right now?
Well, I can't stop watching, clearly. Johnny and Connie are in the heat right now, and the waves are perfect. So yeah, I'm just so stoked we get to surf perfect bells, finals day, yeah.
And I know that there's someone back home you needed to send a shout out to, so who do you want to send a shout out to back in Hawaii?
My family, but especially my little sister, Kula. I love you.
Best of luck. We will see you in the next heat. Back to you boys in the booth.
Thanks, Belen, and relaxed Honolulu, preparing for a semi-final coming up against Soleil Eriko. But here goes Kaniela Stewart on an answer back, chasing a combined total of 3.5 in his first. Not sure if that one's going to surpass the 3.5. We'll have to have a look at the beginning, but early signs looking good for Johnny.
Yeah, look, he's had that perfect start, that 8.5. He's locked in that 5.7 or 5.67, Matt. And look, I'm excited to see what we'll see from him. And I think this next wave displays it. Nice drop knee turn. He's going to pull it all out of the bag now. He wants to put this beyond. But nice hang 10, tight in the pocket, holds onto it there. And that little wobble, that's just showing how critical that wave is. And to be bumped off there, he's cutting it nice and fine. But I think the rest of the heat, we're going to see him pushing. And he knows he's going to need 2 excellent scores as we see this wave of Carney here. 5, 10, moving back, always looking to set up that next critical nose ride. As he moves forward again, 5 on the nose. Not the steep section he's after, but as he comes through to this inside part now, 5, 10, 5, back up to the 10 again, holding that one tight in the pocket. So his best wave by far. He's still moving through, the wave shuts down. That's going to bring him right back in the heat, but he's still going to be chasing a wave that's going to be able to match that 8.5 of John's.
Technical surfing there as we see local girl B. Conroy and her brother Ted making their way up the stairs. And they'll be going there to watch the women's this morning. They see Declan Wyden walking down for his heat. Those stairs so iconic. Every world champion in the history of surfing has walked down those stairs, and it's no different for the longboards. In the second iteration of the Bells Beach Longboard Classic, Kaniela gets a 6.83. Well rewarded for technical surfing.
Yeah, I think so. As Johnny up and riding, he's making, here he goes.
Yeah, needing a better of 5.67. Nice nose ride to get things started on the Rincon wave here. The pin drops out of there. That one running away, and the higher tide is making this wave spin really fast. And even the best are getting caught behind at times.
Yeah, I noticed some of the girls too, Matt, were like sitting a little wider off the boil and those bigger sets. But there seems to be a correlation with the wave size and where they're breaking. So these are just medium ones they're on now. And what's happening there is they're getting that nice first section. It's hitting a deep spot, and then it's basically running down that inside. The bigger set waves, they're going to manage to still spill through that deeper spot further out, and then the boys will still get that inside section.
There's the Melbourne Flight Camp showing us the lineup here at Bells. As they approach the whitewash on the top right of the screen, some of the waves are picking up speed and linking into the Bells Shorey, making it too difficult to get across that wall. They're wider sets, they are linking up as the tide comes in, but this is all part of the little intuition, the wave IQ that these surfers have to tap in, and two of the best in the water right now. Kaniela, score still to drop at a 6.83 for that one. He needs a 7.35. Johnny, the Ripper, hasn't been able to capitalize on beating that 5.67, but here goes Kani, using his priority, fading into this. Nice. Hang 10 there, locked in the pocket, driving through the section. You see his knees completely covered by the whitewash, snapping that one around. Another nose ride, locked in, very technical surfing. And he'll look for a nice, clean finish here. He's not done yet. Perch 10, one of the best elevated nose rides of the event so far. And he kicks out with control. That's going to be an excellent score. I don't know if it'll go excellent, but a great one at this point. Rapid fire, straight back. Johnny Michael on his 5th wave. he hammers that shut. Very similar to Declan's finish yesterday in the quarterfinals. I should say round of 16. Wow. A lot of action in that like 2 minutes.
You're looking at me, I'm looking at you in here, and I'm like, well, wow.
Oh, now a paddle battle.
Just to top it off, here's the replay. Carney's last wave. His hang 10s are absolutely supreme. You see the tail of the board sliding out through the back of the wave. You notice today, Matt, he's even putting more into those turns as he hangs 10 again. He knows it's finals day. He's got something to prove. Hanging 10. This one just gets that nice elevation through it as he comes through. Beautiful kick out. Smaller wave, but surfed absolutely perfectly.
Absolutely perfect it was, but I don't know if it's going to 10-point ride, but technical. And there's Johnny on the outside. We didn't see the beginning of this, wrapping that drop knee around.
And the judges are loving that as he moves forward up to the nose again. He had that hang 10 at the start, that high line trim weaving through. Not the drop knee that time he chose. That's variety. Okay. Nose right again in the pocket. Missing the 10s, though, compared to Carney's. The turns, though, the advantage. Had variety. The judges will be really dissecting those two waves. It's quarterfinal time and every score counts.
And guess what? Carniella Stewart gets the score, a 7.73. It was nudging excellent, as I predicted. And you too, GT. But still a score to drop for Hohenstein. Only looking for a 6.06. That was potentially one of his best waves before as well. Let's go to a Bonsai brew break, but don't go anywhere. Things are heating up. Quarterfinal heat 1. Catch you soon. Action galore with John Michael Van Hohenstein out in the lead, and this is phenomenal surfing, wrapping this one back into the foam. A beautiful hang 10 to get things started. The combinations that Johnny's shown us throughout the event so far have never ceased to amaze us. An 8.5 in his opener. This one looking tight, locked in here. Can he get a good finish? And he taps that one off the top. So needing an excellent range score to go back into the lead. See where the judges go with that one. They're locking in right now. As we see, beautiful Rincon lineup. Carniella Stewart dropped a 7.73 to go with a 6.83. Temporarily in the lead. Hohenstein gets the score. An 8.17 puts the youngster out into the lead. So it's Carniella Stewart, second in the world last year. He's needing an 8.94, which would be the second highest wave score of the event so far. He's up on his answer back right now. 5.10 steering on the nose through the whitewater. Beautiful poise in that front third of the board. Great point break surfing from Carney. Gets the fin free, a great rail carve. Got a 7.73 in his last. This one perhaps a little shorter, but great surfing nonetheless, GT.
Oh, there is no doubt he's surfing on point. I'm hoping that he's sort of recognising the fact that both Johnny the Ripper's high-scoring rides, we'll see this again, but both of his high-scoring rides have come on sets. Carney absolutely tearing the bag out of it on these things. Nice nose riding, tight in the pocket. cut back on rail. You're seeing all of that fin, bringing it back around, moving to the nose in the whitewash still, another degree of difficulty, finishing clean. The wave's not going to be big enough. So he's really got to take note of what's happening in this heat, where the judges are delivering the scores, and he's got to start to play the game.
Absolutely, and more sets on the horizon. The waves really starting to rope in here. As predicted, the Southern Ocean coming alive. Those ground swells really storming their way around Cape Otway. We have beautiful west-northwest with that southwest swell coming through onto this gorgeous reef. And the Point Addis Marine Park providing this natural scenery, no built-up complexes on the headland here. It's as natural as it gets. And these guys reaping the benefits of a World Longboard Tour at a National Surfing Reserve.
Oh, it's turned it on. There is no doubt that it has turned on, as we see out the back now. Johnny the Ripper, as they call him, paddling for a small wave. I'm excited to see what happens when he's got 2 8s under his belt.
So getting a bit excited, they're losing priority. So perhaps an error from the youngster, John Michael Van Hohenstein, giving priority most likely back to Kaniela at this point, who needs an excellent range score. And that wave was never going to be it.
No, that was never going to be it. What I was alluding to, though, is he's going to push these 10s harder. He's going to ride them tighter in the pocket. I just hope, being so young, he doesn't get excited and forget about the task. Carney, an experienced competitor, been there in the world title race. He's not, an 8.94, he's not too worried about. He knows he can get it. As we alluded to, it's going to have to be on a set. And if Johnny's going to play the game, he's going to make sure he's on the wave that's going to stop Carney from getting the score.
This is revenge for last year at El Salvador, where Johnny was on a tear and he needed a great result to make it through to the final event. I mean, make it through to Malibu, because he was in a quarterfinal up against Carney. Carney got the jump on him. If he made one more heat, he qualified.
Wow.
Carney took the win. And it was very similar waves to this. The wrapping drop knee turns from Johnny, putting together his best heat of his World Tour campaign. And Carney still managed to beat him. So this is revenge. But Carney's been in this position before. I think back to El Salvador. A lot of storylines there. Kai Ellis Flint was a favourite in the event. He was on his way with 2 excellent range scores. Carney was in this exact predicament, ended up taking the win.
Yeah, I think I refer to what you were talking about with Johnny there, being such a young surfer. That would have been the biggest moment of his life. And there's that song, "The First Cut is the Deepest," you know. So I'm feeling that Johnny's going to want to learn from that. That little wave was a mistake. He did fall off or pull out at the right time to gain priority, though. So let's hope. 9 minutes to go. He's had time to think now. It was pretty quick fire. Lots of surfing, lots of paddling. I'm hoping he's regrouping for his sake, and that he's sitting there thinking, righto, the set's got me the 8s, the set's going to get me the 9. I've just got to up the ante on the wave itself. And we all know Carney, well, he's probably thinking now, I've had some pretty good scores, or excellent scores, not so much in the range, but for excellent surfing on waves of lesser quality. So he's probably calculated that, and he's going to sit there and wait too. So it's going to be interesting to see if he can lean on his experience and maybe get that priority somehow off Johnny.
Yeah, and the first cut is the deepest by Rod Stewart, and Kaniela will be singing a song similar to that, because he's felt the pain from surfers like Declan Wyden in the past, Kai Salas, who's beaten him twice, and unfortunately was able to, well, unfortunately for Carney, clinch the world title last year, where he came second in Malibu. So it goes both ways, and the motivations are what push these surfers to get to finals day. And it's been a tumultuous event so far. A lot of different waves, a lot of different elements to deal with, but they're reaping the rewards here in some beautiful waves. Look at that Melbourne flight cam showing that gorgeous reef here, untouched. And that's limestone reef that spreads out a few kilometres. It's a gorgeous flat reef that ropes in all that swell. 4 career event wins as he moves through to perhaps one of his best years yet, trying to finally get that maiden world title. He came 5th in 2021. He came 2nd in 23 and 22, and he'd be looking to take that win in 2024.
Oh, yeah, his cut is deep. There is no doubt about that. He handles it so well around the contest area. He's cool, he's calm, collected, almost fooling you as if he wouldn't care. But right now, he's caring.
And his 9.4 Tsunami model by Kai Salas, Longboard Co, his shaper, his mentor, the boss of his team, as he calls it. He's now a team rider for Pat Tenore, who's split from a previous brand to take on some of the best athletes and support them through his new venture. They'll be all tuning in right now, and he's got terrific product and wetsuits under his belt right now to keep him warm. But Hohenstein, no booties, the Hawaiian braving it out there. His brother came up earlier in the round of 16, losing to Taylor Jensen. So these guys are the rookies on tour, you could say, in comparison to Jensen and Stewart, but they're here to stay. And look at that gorgeous Melbourne flight cam showing us the lines coming in.
Look, and Carney in this last sort of 4 or 5 minutes has been on one side of Johnny. He's paddled to the other side. He's making him think. At the moment, Johnny holding his steel. Look like on this cam here, look at this wave breaking outside the boys. I wonder if Johnny's going to use his priority on this. Looks like he may swing and go. So Carney's sold him into that a bit. It is a bigger wave, but no scoring potential on that outside section. So good work by him. Let's see what it does through the inside.
Wow. Capitalizes, nice nose ride. Really attacking this wave. Perhaps a little less flow than the first one, but a variety of maneuvers. He's looking to beat or better an 817. Great composure. Most surfers in the whole draw would love to have this wave. It's going to be a mid-range score at this point. And oh, shivers. And he flips that upside down, and that 10.5-inch raked fin has connected with him. He's a bit ginger getting on the board. And that's a dangerous predicament.
Oh, yeah, look, that was a great move by Carney. Noticing that first section broke outside. He's sitting up. Let's hope he's okay.
It's hit his hip or somewhere else in that region. That's a reality of a longboard. When you're on the tail, it can be the most dangerous part to be when you've got the wave crashing down because that 9-foot of rail flips upside down. Yeah, 100%. We've all copped one of those, I'm sure. But moving back to that wave, he felt like he had to take it. And to be honest, Carney, here we go here. Carney looks, and that forces him to go. Comes off the bottom nicely. He still does some beautiful surfing, but missing that first section takes that scoring potential out of the wave. Nice hang 5, 10 in the pocket as he trims through this inside. There's that drop knee cutback. The judges rewarding that day in, day out down here at Bells Beach. Trimming high, coming through the inside. Little change of direction, moves himself forward. One more nose ride, 10 again. Comes back, and let's see this as it flips. He's literally, I think by the time he lands, it's on the fin. It'd be interesting to see what we can see in slow-mo, yeah. Yeah, that's look at that drop knee. He gets low, drives off it, and attacking through that compression, that extension, and he nearly gets another head dip, but he drives through the middle of the board. This is complete longboard surfing here from Johnny. We'll see where the score locks in, but it's the form and his technique to suit his body shape is phenomenal. He gets up in that front third. His first step is really far forward, and he's driving, adjusting. He's come so far, and watch it. No, oh, yep, and he connected with that board for sure. The only option there would have been to cut down, face the rocks, and straighten out. And instead, he was on that 45-degree angle, and he is. Looks like he's injured paddling back out. It was a combination of the rail catching, but then we had that reverberation you've been talking about off the high tide rock. So we had 2 different swells hitting at 2 different times, and that just flipped the board straight over. Wow, and after that action, Carney needing an 8.94. That last one for Johnny, a 7.4, so it wasn't enough. Perhaps that finish had something to do with it not going excellent. This is a medium-sized wave, nice footwork, beautiful 10. He pearls the nose, and he's like, come on. He wants something solid. He's going to get back out, perhaps with priority. Yeah, definite error, in my opinion, on that, taking that size wave, chasing the score of the 8.94. He needs a 9. Let's face it, a 9, the wave has to nearly stand out to start with. We've seen brilliant surfing. It's the quarterfinals. Everyone's doing everything tight in the pocket. They're doing it with style. They're doing it with flow. They're doing it with speed. To me, the wave has to be the canvas and to get that 9, and that wave wasn't in on Carney's. As we see Hono in that previous heat, who had an excellent score, and at the end, really bagging that 9-point ride. She was able to capitalize with a nice end section. The waves are out there, and you can just see myriad of different ages and demographics coming down to support the world's best. You can just see them rugged up the beanies. It is a lot warmer than the last few days, and we see the same thing over there at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. That's coming up August 4 to 11. We'll have the Longboard World Tour Stop 2, and of course the Challenger Series, which is the path to the CT Tour, and a lot of action with World Tour vets coming up against rookies and wildcards. It's going to be a great event to tune into, but we're not done yet here at the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic, and I'm just awestruck with the surfing that we're seeing today.
Yeah, little break's nice for the moment. Obviously, we want to see waves ridden all day, but to be able to soak it in and think back to some of the moments in this heat, the drop knee cutbacks, some of Carney's 10s just tight in the pocket and really getting that length in those. Unfortunately for him, smaller size waves, the surfing's really on point. 1 minute 50 to go, Matt, and I think, well, it's going to take, it has to be a set for Carney to turn the tides on this heat.
That's right, and John Van Michael Hohenstein, he's 8.5 and 8.17. He's out to just a whopping lead. That 8.5 was in the opening 2 minutes of the heat. We hadn't even come back from our break yet, and just after a blistering pace, he's going to be carrying so much confidence. Despite even making a few errors with priority, he was able to build on his scoreline with his 5th wave going excellent as well. And that there is the highest heat total of the event so far.
Yeah, fantastic surfing. Going back to day one, he looked unbelievable, actually, and he had that paddle interference, which put him into the elimination round. But you look at him now, he's just building. That just gave him another surf out at Bells. So he's like, right, let's go. Let's turn this to my advantage. You can see him moving out there. He's obviously had some impact, so hopefully he's okay when he comes into, and I'm sure he's going to fight through. If I know, like most Hawaiians I know, that's not going to stop him. And he's going to keep moving through this event, and with that kind of surfing, he is a standout.
It's a huge scalp for John Michael right now. We're not ruling out Caniello. He's in second, and Johnny did fall victim to an interference. So, I mean, that was unfortunately a real accident. There was no intent on that, but Carney moving on the inside, I don't think that's exactly what he has in mind to force, but it is part of the rule book, and it is there in particular. And we have a look at John Michael just looking over at Carney. Doesn't look like there's too much action coming. 15 seconds remaining. There is a little 2-wave set. I don't think it's going to arrive in time. They make their way back out to the Boyle. And Caniello runs out of time for his answer back. And it's not the rookie, but the youngster on the tour, 2nd year on the World Tour. John moves on through to the semi-finals and takes over hot favourite Caniello Stewart. A big upset there. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back for Heat 2 of the quarterfinals coming up next. Welcome back. We are here at Bells Beach along the Great Ocean Road, 150 kilometres from Melbourne in the state of Victoria. Koalas, natural wildlife, mountain bike tracks, and some of the best hospitality and all the little coastal hamlets that have incredible waves. And we're in no other than Chirac for the stop number 1 on the Bells Beach Longboard Classic. Ben Skinner from Great Britain up against Declan White and Manly Beach, Australia. An all-regular footer affair, and this is payback perhaps from last year where Declan got the jump from Ben Skinner.
All right, looking at the first wave of Declan here, he's just looking interested to get going. I wonder if Red must have had priority there as Ben Skinner up to the nose, bring those feet closer together, nice and tight in the pocket with a little bit of length, getting nice and low to generate that speed to push him across the next section. Hang 5 all the way through. He wants that wave to steepen up, 10 as it does now, gets back on the board and unfortunately not finishing. So a little bit rare for Ben to find himself in that situation with some great surfing at the start of the wave. So he would have loved to have finished that. Score comes in at a 5.83. Declan with a 0.5 as he turns now to look at a set on the outside.
Yeah, those rocks getting shallow on the inside and super close to the cliff, so perhaps just keeping 45-degree down the angle and falling off. But Declan off to a blazing start, hands high, and he walks up with no hands on that one. No hands again. Relaxed, gets his tight 10 there, showing his composure, drives into this little check turn, pumping down the line, and can he complete this? And he rides out where Ben fell down. Declan likes it.
Yeah, a couple of claps. There's a bit of emotion coming through now. It's quarterfinal time. Look, it's not often we see that in longboarding. It's been such a cool thing to not claim or whatever it might be, but at some point your emotion, he wants this. It's going to show out. They're not going to take points off for it. If anything, it could leave a positive influence. We'll wait and see, but...
And this is that second wave. Talk us through this replay, GT.
Yeah, nice hang 10 at the start. There's that little drop there. It's more of a readjust then than a full on-rail turn. Comes to the nose. He's trying to really let the judges see how easy that is for him. As you see, he's keeping his hands down and then comes back. Nice drop knee turn, little flicky turn, but it's to generate speed and keep the board focused on moving down the line and a nice finish. The main difference there could be the fact of the finishes when you see those two scores.
Yeah, that'll be a great score there from the Manly lifeguard as he works his way through on the outside. Everyone tuning in Sunday morning back in Sydney. And Ben Skinner, he sees something on the outside. There's 2 waves in it too. Declan's going to be front row seat to watch Ben take off on this. Of course, Ben going straight to the nose, 2 steps up, holding that nose right. He's going to look for the steep section here, guiding, steering, gets the 10. Very critical, driving through the whitewash there. Ben 4 steps back into a wrapping carve. Again, in the bowl. This is critical surfing here from Ben Skinner on a self-shaped surfboard, the double scoop, Skin Dog surfboards. You can see where his tail is right now. There's actually a double concave on the deck. And he goes down again.
Yeah, that is right on the shore. I feel like that would have been better off flicking out of that for him because he was only going to jump down to his belly. It would have left that cleanness in the score of the wave for the judges to sort out. His nose riding on that, though, had a bit of length. It had criticalness. Let's have a look at it now. Straight to the nose. He actually holds this through the section where a lot of surfers are coming back. It's starting to steep up, and all of a sudden there's that little 10 comes back, and I like how he holds the 5 out of the 10. There's a big on-rail turn. Not a drop knee, but plenty of power, plenty of push. The nose right again with that hang 5. I love that as a semi-layback. That had a bit of style about it, had variety too. To the nose, nice 5, 10, and he moving back again. And this is where I feel he could have just kicked out clean because right in front of us, we're about to see those waves are on the shore.
Yeah, didn't need anything more on that one. That was a really well surfed wave. Look at the inside reef there. You can see it breaking onto the rocks. Earlier, I did a sideline hit and there were still waves coming into the sand. We saw Honolulu's wave spread a long way through on the inside as Declan, here's that score of a 6.83. He is currently out in the lead, but the score still to drop from Skinner, who's been off to a good start. Just a few little falls at the end, but it's still going to be a healthy heat total for the Great Britain surfer. And he's been traveling the world supporting his son, Lucas, who's on the World Junior Series, and he's been competing in the amateur and professional events too with a bright future ahead of him. But Ben, a veteran on the longboard tour, 11 years competing at professional level and much more ahead of him. And we have Johnny the Ripper on the glass with Belen.
Johnny the Ripper, the highest heat score so far. We've got a 16.67. Waves are pumping. Tell us what it was like for you out there surfing against one of your best friends.
Okay, I'm so tired right now. It was a crazy heat with someone I've looked up to and grown up with since we were little in Waikiki. Connie, he's insane surfer. It was such a great heat with him, and yeah, love Connie. And yeah, he got me in El Salvador, so had to get him over here, and I love surfing with Connie, and he's a great person.
Well, you surfed amazing. Everyone yelling and hooting for you on the beach. I'm sure everyone back in Hawaii as well, hooting and screaming for you into the semifinals. How are you feeling after all of that? We saw you fall and land on your fin.
Yeah, I felt my board flipped over on the inside. Got my shin and my kind of hip over here, but it's all good. I'm gonna go rest up, kind of rest for the next semifinals, and yeah, just stay warm.
All right, well, good luck, keep ripping, and look forward to seeing you surf in your semifinal of the first event here for the WSL.
Thank you. Love everyone that's supporting, and yeah, aloha. Thank you.
Back to you boys in the booth.
Thanks, Bellin, and a stoked Johnny there, and he'll make his way through to the semi-finals. It's going to be so exciting. He'll be up against one of these two right now. And we saw earlier, I did an interview with Soleil Errico, who was watching Honolulu log in some big scores. And that's always, I mean, it's great, you've just won, but you're watching Ben Skinner lock in a 9.10. And that can also be a little bit of tension as you prepare your joy. You're smiling, you're stoked, and you turn around and see someone you're going to match up with score something like that.
Yeah, that moment of happiness, that moment of confidence, you're turning around. It's probably a good thing. It just puts your mind back on the job. You're not getting carried away in that exact moment. You know you've got a few more heats or a couple more heats to surf hopefully through the day. So you're just keeping your roll on, keeping that. What I'm doing is working. Just get myself on those waves, surf the way I surf, and the judges are happy to give me a score.
Declan Wyden had front row view to Ben Skinner's wave where he locked in the 9.10. We have a score still to drop from Declan, and it's looking healthy at the moment. We'll go through those replays, and this was Ben Skinner, and this is that carve. He drives through that turn, but the excellent range points are not done yet.
Not at all. That's that tight in the pocket 5 as he brings the speed. Here we go, lays back. That was a really traditional full rail turn where we're seeing the fin. It's not so much the big whipping, cracking turn, but it's just all his weight on the back foot, rotating the upper body, and that's commitment. It's just to let that board run and hold it on its rail for that length of time before the transition. Judges loved it. The nose ride on the part before that was super critical too. So you combine that, and all of a sudden you're rewarded with a 9.10.
And a 7.43 drops for Wyden. It wasn't enough. Only needing a 7.51 now. And you look back to Skinner's man turn there, it's very similar to a certain Nat Young back in the 60s. Let's have a look at Declan's wave.
Yeah, the drop knee he's been getting rewarded for. I like to zip out of that bottom turn on that one. Nose ride, coming back out. We'll see that drop knee again. Really extends that back leg and gives it that little bit of push in that last part of it. Hang 5 here to the 10, nice and tall, comes back down. 3 of those drop knees, so a bit repetitive, but beautifully surfed. And as we see the 10 there again, that was a nice one on the inside, but whether that was deemed incomplete, I'd say it's probably likely.
Yeah, you got to feel that some judges went up to the 8s, one judge was a 7, and it evens out at the 7.43. Great signs though for Declan. I mean, he'll take some respite out of that and go, okay, it's a third of the way through the heat. There's lots of waves coming, the waves are cooking. That one's going to feel good because it's a medium-sized wave as well. Ben, it was set, it broke out. He actually took off about 30 feet inside, and you'd have to say Declan making his way out. You can see just adapting to the waves and just seeing what's in front of him.
I'd be interested to see Carl Warren on the steps there. I'm sure he's looking back in to see that fluorescent football maybe move across to the right that Carl's got in his hands. But as we see Ben, interesting to note though, that 9 of Ben's, he had to paddle out to it. He wasn't actually in the ideal spot. He was still coming out from a wave as well. So perhaps missing another section himself.
Oh, so Ben using his priority here, up on the nose. That's a critical section there. 4 steps back to the nose, to the tail. Makes his way through the high line. Ben's staying really high on this one. Extended toes, clean on the nose, hits the Rio, and he rides out. Where he fell short on that first one, he made it an error, and this time he's been able to stay on his feet.
Yeah, and stayed on there for an extra bit of time too, just to show the judges he had that little bit of control. Tried to replace a 5.83.
Looking back up at the judges saying, do you like that one?
Yeah, did I miss that? I was looking at the score, but I think that's going to go a long way into replacing that 5.83, squeezing Declan's what he's needing to up into that 8-point range. But Declan's got to remember, he just got a 7.43 falling off on a critical hang 10. Like, that's telling me the judges, he finishes one, he's going 9s too.
For sure, he did poke the nose there on that last nose ride, so he won't feel like he's out of it by any means. I mean, obviously he got a similar score yesterday against Kai Ellis Flint in the dying minute of the heat. Was able to clinch the victory. That was tense moments for him. Perhaps one of the most critical moments of his surfing career so far as he finds his way into the quarterfinals. And here goes Declan stroking into this one. Straight up to the nose as well. Gets the soul arch. And he compresses, drops the knee. Keeps the eyes faced forward because there's more on offer down the line. Nice, another nose ride there. Gets the 5. Squats into this turn. Nice drop knee release. Flaring it out, snapping it through the bottom turn. Little touch of the toe over the nose there. High line flow. Taps it off the inside and nails it shut. So that one may just get that requirement.
It may, and like we said, Skinner has a good score about to drop. Not in that 9-point range. It's going to be in that 7-point range. Probably just like in that low 7s. So that's going to push up Declan's requirement to an 8.88. There we go. Skinner's last score is 7.2. Now Declan an 8.88, and that wave he just had is going to go close.
And as he paddles back out, what's the emotion as he's hearing that 8.8 requirement now?
Like, he knows it's good. He would be thinking that's better than my last wave. So last wave score, a 7.43, the best of his heat. He's got anticipation. He knows Ben just had a good wave. They've probably just called that out, I'd say. So he's hearing what he needs. He's hearing he's waiting for scores. And there's a little thing that's going to happen now. The judges, this is probably going to be the longest delayed score we've had of the heat. They're going to have to look at, we've got multiple waves in that 7-point range. We've got the 9 to compare with. So now they're going to really try and break that down.
For sure. That'll be interesting to see when we start seeing those scores come through. And now as we approach the halfway mark of the heat, these guys having a much needed rest. And they're just absorbing. You can hear the beach announcer starting to talk about the scores. An 8.13. It's still not enough, falling 0.5 short, where yesterday he got the score by 0.4 to clutch the win against Kai Ellis Flint. He's on the other side of that right now.
Yeah, that was 0.04 actually. That was intensely close. And now, yeah, he's feeling that now. I was speaking to an interesting thing earlier, but we'll I was speaking to KL a bit earlier about needs and stuff later. We can get to that later though.
No worries. Well, while we're waiting for those sets, those scores to drop, let's go to a bonsai brew break and come back for the remainder of Heat 2 coming up next. We are back straight into Heat 2, the quarterfinals, the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. Matt Chinoski in the booth with Grant Thomas to take you through the remainder of this heat. And it's a banger with Ben Skinner from the UK locking in a 9.10 and a 7.2. And it's the youngster Declan Wyden from Manly needing an 8.18 to get revenge on someone he's had so many sparring battles with over the years. But so far, it's the Brit who's out in the lead.
Yeah, Ben really building on a solid heat score, 7.2. He knows he needs more though. He's definitely not resting on his laurels. Declan should be pretty happy. He's had that 8.13, and speaking with his coach earlier, I know his frame of mind right now is, some people when they hear they need an 8.18, they're like, oh my God. But he's actually sitting out there going, I need an 8.18, but I'm at perfect Rincon. If I put this wave together from start to finish, that will be the score. I've just had an 8.13. Perhaps what that was missing was just that length of nose ride in a couple of sections and maybe the 10 on the steeper sections. But 12 minutes to go. Priority with the surfer in red, Ben Skinner, and all the experience at this stage.
I find that interesting. Declan has put the leash over his shoulder. I saw Khalees do that earlier too. Often it's a way just to get the tangles out of it and just make sure that it's straightened out. But we don't see a lot of these guys using leg ropes in general, but they're comfortable with them here on the rocks at Rincon. Stroking into this, using his priority with a wave behind. Ben Skinner, this wave shutting down ahead of him right now. I'm just kind of my jaw dropped because there's a second one behind it that Declan's about to take off on, and it looks better. Maybe a priority error there from Skinner, looking to drop a low of a 7.2. This one's almost finished into the backwash. Holding that 10 though, some great work done. Oh, and he's able to get the completion, but maybe advantage to Declan with a great wave from behind.
Yeah, that was a definite sell when you saw from our angle. Obviously, Ben doesn't have that opportunity, but the wave behind it looked far better. You can hear some cheering going on in the background, so interesting to see how that panned out. It looked like in the background the first hang 10 looked solid, so we'll see what happens. But I see him paddling halfway out. He may have fell.
Okay, so on that instead of the screen, when we saw the two waves, I actually couldn't believe Ben was going. Declan sold him on that. So 10 minutes remaining, and Whiten is going to get priority back, needing that 8.18. So have a look at that. There's one behind it. Ben took the smaller one, and it wasn't even breaking it.
Yeah, nice little nose right there. But you can see now that section shuts down, takes that whole mid-part scoring potential out of this wave as he comes through the inside. We see Declan on the outside. Ben, nice little hang 5, but this wave's going to start to run off through the inside as much as it does. As we get to the nose now, he's going to throw a little 10 in, and then that wave will just scoot off in front of him over the shallows on the rocks there.
And we're approaching the high tide. It's going to be coming up into that next heat. We see the reverberation off the reef on the inside, and that rock boil, they're sitting right on top of it right now, which is an indication of how high that tide is, and also why Declan might have grabbed that leash before. Often those leashes can tag the reef.
Yeah, there is some pretty shallow spots right on that boil. I'm interested to see the replay of his last wave, if we can, and it's just going to see what happened, because the first part in the background of Ben's wave, he had a nice hang 5, a nice hang 10 coming back, so that first section couldn't have been executed any better. Here we go now. So there's the hang 5, nice hang 10 on that steep section while it lasts. So he comes through 5, holding on, and then that one's going to race off as well. So good heat IQ there, not to chase that down like Ben did. Ben probably should have realised that he wasn't going to add any more points to a 7.2 with the start of that wave he had. And if he'd done that, the priority may have been his.
Ben's last wave, a 4-point ride. There's been rapid fire in this heat, and he has alluded to being quite hot when he's come out. So maybe pacing himself, but that wave unnecessary. So he'll be kicking himself for that if it comes back to haunt him at the end. Priority with Declan Whiten and some waves on the outside. That groundswell really starting to roll in. We've been limited to sort of 10 to 11 second groundswell at the moment, and today it's up much more. We're sort of around the 13, 14 second mark, which makes that interval between the waves longer. So the waves have more time to scoop up off the reef, organise themselves, and get iron clean lines.
Yeah, and we just saw Declan in that last shot standing up on his board, which is an advantage you do have on a longboard, to get a bit of extra height to see if there's more than 1 or 2 waves in that set. I'd say he may have had a quick look around, and I'd say they'd be pretty close to a singer as he does that now. He's sort of looking in towards Kale, I'd say, and he'd be looking for some kind of signal as to when to go.
And you see that O'Donnell that Declan's riding right now, shaper from Brookvale, on the northern beaches of Sydney. He's been born and bred there. Steve shaping since the 60s for some of the best in the world, but primarily longboard based, and been shaping for Declan for nearly 15 years now. So a great shaper relationship. And Ben Skinner, the story of the day, is a self-shaped, self-designed surfboard, the Thunderbolt technology, and under priority, needing to better a 7.2, gets this one, hangs 10. That one pretty perched out. Nice wall here. He gets Committed again, driving through the midsection. This wave racing away. And he goes another nose ride, stretched out. So 4 nose rides, none of those big gouging carves yet. But he may see something on the outside as he drives through this one, pumping from the middle, willing this thing to open up, and it does for him. Another step forward on the nose. Oh, goes for the Rio and goes down on the Bell's Shorey, but all the work done on the outside. Declan kicking out of that. We see Ben on the inside. I don't know if he's wearing a leg rope there.
No, I don't think, but luckily you saw he got around that last part. There's his board standing on the, laying on the beach, and yeah, he'd be that hot right now. I can see it in the Englishman's face. You know, I would be surprised if he gets through this heat. We might see boardies in a vest, mate.
Actually, because that was psycho how much work he got done on that. No wonder he's exhausted.
Yeah, he'd be heating right up. You can see that in his urgency that isn't there to paddle back out. He's looking at his watch. He's sort of hearing there's 6 minutes, 40 seconds to go. Remember, he's older too.
He is, but he's he is. And there's a lot of muscle there. The guy's a big guy. He'd be around 90 kilos, perhaps, maybe more.
Yeah, I reckon he'd be 90 kilos, and he would, he'd probably yell at me later for it, but if not, he'd be 89. And he's a strong lad. You know, he doesn't shy away from any sort of challenge, you know, or out of the water. So you can see him sucking in the deep breaths right now. He's trying to regroup. He's not going to wear himself out, but he does need to get out there. He can then put some pressure onto this youngster. So come on, Benny, paddle back out.
And a replay of Skinner's wave. And this is that beautiful nose work he got done on the outside, but 5 more nose rides. Talk us through it, GT.
Yeah, look, he really holds this one too, or not through that steep section. He gets around this section now, and he really puts this nice little hang 5 there, and this one's going to stay there. It's going to trim through the section. You can see the subtlest adjustments in his knees and ankles. Comes around the section, knows he wasn't going to make it on the nose, gets around one more time. Nice little nose ride. And if anything, this heat, it's the finishes that have let him down. That could have been a clean kick out, as we see Declan up and riding on a replay as well. Nose ride, nice hang 10. He's coming down now and flicks out. He's noticed the wave size isn't going to be enough. Ben Skinner's last wave score comes in to 6.43. Doesn't make a change. Interesting choice. He wasn't out the back. He's turned around. He's feeling pressure too right now.
Absolutely, and working hard. Not smarter right now. 6.43, so easy to do, but the waves are cooking. This is the best it's been all week, and perhaps some of the best Bells Beach that Ben surfed. There were some great moments last year, but he's relishing that opportunity. He's going to have to surf 2 more times if he can get through this heat, so conserving energy is certainly a smart way to go. Similar to John Michael on that last heat, leaving the door open for Cuniella Stewart. Very similar scores. John Michael, a 16.67 total. Ben Skinner, 16.3. Declan, 15.56. Cuniella, 14.56. So both, all surfers getting excellent scores. What a great way to kick off that quarterfinals.
Yeah, I'm feeling like hopefully for Declan this doesn't turn quiet. This heat has had waves, and we're sitting there with 4 minutes to go. And Ben, you can see he's still sucking in those deep breaths. He's got the one-arm paddle coming out there. He'll be earning all of his rest when he comes in at the end of this heat. He's having a look. I'm sure he's not thinking about taking that wave right now. He's sitting away from Declan, which is interesting, not paddling right up in his grill to kind of make him think and put that pressure on it.
Well, he'd be frustrated he hasn't bettered that 7.2. That wave was well on its way. It just didn't allow that rail work and the full connection from the tail and the nose. The judges specifying, of course, critical nature of nose riding. For those joining us who aren't familiar with the criteria, these judges don't just want to see the unique nose ride, which is just so typical of longboard surfing. They want to see the rail engaged. They want to see it all happening in the impact, in the pocket area. And here goes Declan now, fading into this. 2 steps up to the nose, stepping back to the tail. Smooth transition into a nice drop knee wrap. Climbing high on this wave, needing an 818. Manly Beach surfer, throwing some body jive into that one. He's on his way to a good score here, soul arching. Let's see what this wave does on the inside. That's a better nose ride. He pokes the nose and goes down and leaves more meat on the bone.
And you can see his body language there. He knows that wasn't the score. A couple of those nose rides were a little bit flat too. So, you know, I know the judges have been loving him surfing, and the drop knee turn definitely makes up for some of that. There's no doubt. But I think there you can see in the replay, here we go. That familiar start, straight up to the nose. Nice little nose ride. fading back a little bit, can see the wave stretching out, but turns that into a nice drop knee turn back into the pocket. Back up on the nose again. Once again, a little bit out on the shoulder, but he's just got that flare through the turn. The judges are loving that at the moment. Nose right there, hanging 5. He knows he needs a score. Well, doesn't quite get to the 10, but look there, the head up there, the hands nearly grasping to his head. He knows that's not going to be it. He's got 2 minutes to go, though. He is paddling. Look, a bit more speed than Benny Skinner had on the way out, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely, and he needs an 8.18. Ben left the door open 2 times in this heat. Declan unable to capitalise. That could have been the wave, you'd have to say. A score still to drop. We're not writing it off yet. He did have some fantastic moments, some nice drop knees transitioning through, and it would have been a really equal battle if Declan was able to make it through against John Michael in the semi-finals. But same with Ben Skinner. Both of them go into their rail game, equally proficient on the nose, and it's a 6.9 for Wyden. It's not enough. Second in priority, a minute 30 remaining. Ben Skinner's got the reins on this heat so far, GT.
Yeah, he does. Now he's got some energy. Now you'll see the pressure applied. Now you'll see him tighten the screws on Declan. He gave him heaps of space before, which I was a little surprised, to be honest, knowing Ben the way I do. But 1 minute 20, Declan's got the energy. Looks like there could be some waves coming with a minute 15 seconds to go. Now, what Ben does here, he may let Declan paddle him up on the inside, which I find interesting too. Either way, if Declan tries to take a wave, you're going to think Ben's going to try and stop it with this much time. But what they don't know is obviously how many waves will be in that set. To me, on this withdrawn view, it looks like we're going to have someone surf a wave.
As we see, they're sitting on the boil right now, so it is not into the bowl yet. Ben in the lead, asking for a time update, despite him wearing a watch. He knows exactly how much time's left, and he's asking that to put the pressure on Declan, who hears that and paddles out the back. That is something I've seen increasingly in competition. 2 waves out the back. The competitors asking for updates.
What's this interval looking at? You said around 13 seconds. So as they paddle over this one, 26 seconds, which means there could be time for 2 waves to break. If I was Ben, I don't know what I would be doing. I would think I'd be probably taking this wave as we hit 15, 14, 13. There's the boils. Declan wants it. Ben's taken it. What's behind it? It's not a huge set, so they're going to have to surf the absolute daylight out of it to get the score they need. You can see Ben, he's not even going to get around that wave, I wouldn't suggest. No wave for Declan. Ben Skinner, winner of semi-final number 2, Matt. What a heat.
Victory lap there for the surfer from the UK. Makes his way through inside, looks back, and he's always so, I guess, elated, but right now he'd be exhausted after surfing 7 waves.
I'd say he's going to go and have a cold shower. The only surfer of the whole event to come out of a Bell's heat.
There's the passion. He's feeling it.
That's one back.
Yeah, well done, Ben Skinner. Going leashless there, despite falling off a few times. The board miraculously not going into the rocks. Excellent surfing there from Ben. He feels it, and always one to show us the body language. We'll be back soon with Josh and Sam for quarterfinal heat 3.
Welcome back to Victoria here in Australia. It's been an absolutely fantastic finals day as we start to move forward to heat number 3 of the quarterfinals of the men's. It's warming up. I've got my elbows out. I'm Sam Bleakley. I've got the boxing gloves on, Constable, because there's going to be some big fights coming up as we move towards finals.
There definitely is, Sam. It's been electric so far, that last heat. Well, all the heats today, all we needed were the waves to deliver. They've showed up on finals day. The performances are going through the roof, and it's just really good to watch.
Absolutely, and that men's bracket's been so interesting. We have seen Johnny Van Hoyenstein beating Connie Ellis-Stewart, his good friend from Hawaii, and then we just saw a great showdown between Skin Dog Skinner and Declan Whiten. Of course, they met up last year. Declan took the win, went to the final, but this time it was Skin Dog who will meet John Michael Van Hoyenstein in the first semi-final. And then looking at the bracket for those last 2 quarterfinals, we've got Kai Salas, reigning world champion, against Rogelio JR Esquivel, known as JR to his local friends. They kick things off, and then we'll have our final semi-quarterfinal, which will be Taylor Jensen and Kevin Scavana. Salas, Esquivel out there in the water. Again, a regular footer against a goofy footer. In these conditions, Constable, who do you think's going to have the edge, backside or frontside?
Oh, it's really hard to tell, Sam, because they're both fantastic surfers, but this is looking like a great starter for JR. Really nice wave, big floater here, and lands it. Wow, what a start. That's a great wave for him.
Now, talk about the pace of some of the waves at the moment, because we've just seen a really great showdown between Declan Whiten and Ben Skinner, and the speed at high tide Rincon. You know, how hard is it to surf?
Yeah, it's really difficult. You've just got to read the waves so well. You got to know when to cut back and then when to put your foot on the pedal and get driving down the line. And Ben and Declan did it really well in that last heat, but Ben was just phenomenal. So a little harder probably for JR on his backside. You're not watching it as easy. What do you think about that?
Yeah, well, that's the question I framed. You know, is it possible to go big on, you know, as a goofy footer here in these types of conditions today?
Yeah, totally, because what he can do is he can make sure he's got that down the line speed, but when you're doing a big carve or a cutback on your backside out here, you're watching the wave, you're seeing how far you can come back to that whitewash. So there's advantages and disadvantages. This is going to be a great heat. That was a great nose ride to start off there for JR. And then a big, beautiful floater coming in at a 5.67. Probably missed the opportunity to get that length of ride with more opportunity for scores on that wave.
We've had the joy of celebrating world-class longboarding all week, the last 3 days. This is the 4th day. It's finals day, and our reigning world champion on this blue moon up and riding, representing the Kai Salas Longboard Company. Cell-shaped board, swooping back up to the top section, cleanly cross-stepping to a locked 5. High in the wave, soul arching, lifting his arms up and then walking back to the tail and widening that stance for a swooping turn, and then coming in for a re-entry. And 2006, Josh Constable, you have known Kai since he was a young kid. That was absolutely incredible.
Oh, the guy inspires me so much. It's making me get fit, get more in the gym, surf hard, because this surfing that he's doing is just unbelievable. Beautiful 5 on the takeoff. The patience, the swooping carving turn. There's so much power in that, but it's so calm and smooth. Here we go, nice little nose ride here. Starting to drive through the pocket, slides that back foot up. Really nice tight 5, and again, back to the pocket. Patience here, eyeing up that lip, and then just rolling off it super clean. Just unreal, so good to watch. And that's going to come in at a really good score. But again, the action, look at this one.
Straight to the tip, touches the 5. JR Esquivel on his Luffy board, walks out at the nose, dag to rail, takes a full 23 minutes remaining. Kai Salas waiting for his first score. It was silk. It was style, it was flow, but from one great regular footer to another, GT is at the top of the iconic steps with the winner of our last quarterfinal. He's booked himself a spot in the semi against Johnny the Ripper. It's 12 times European champion, Ben Skinner.
Yeah, boys, thank you. I've got one happy man, Ben Skinner, mate. What a heat. Go back to last year. I'm sure you've had those thoughts going through the week. A little bit of payback, eh?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Declan's a really good friend of mine. We've travelled together, we've competed against each other for years. Last year was a tough one to lose for me against him. So it's always nice to get one back. But it just feels good to be surfing good waves. Like, I'm so stoked to be here and be out there. It's like, you just got to be happy about it, you know?
Yeah, there's no reason not to be. Technically or tactically in that heat, obviously a few things you might change going into next time. Is there anything that sort of stood out to you?
Yeah, I made a couple of mistakes with priority, I feel like. But in my head, I was thinking I had the 9, so he had a 7. If I get a 7, he needs a 9. So I just thought it would make his life difficult. He wanted the wave, so I took it, but I probably should have left it. And then I might have had the 8 that he had and put the heat to bed. But that's fine. We live and learn.
Probably see an interesting takeout for me was after one of those waves, I noticed the paddling slowed down quite a bit, mate. And I was thinking, there's two things here. There's age and there's heat, knowing where you come from. But I bet you were cooking out there at that stage.
Yeah, both, to be honest. I had 2 sprint paddles out and waves just came as I got there. So I just like flogged myself pretty much. Yes, I'm getting old. And yes, it's hot out there for some reason for me. So the combination, just thought, just take my time. There's no rush here. There was no sets coming, so just try and take the time to cool myself down and yeah, relax a bit.
Yeah, fantastic, mate. Look, what an effort. We'll give you some time to go and reboot. Yep, you're getting hotter. I'm getting older. There's no doubt about that. Back to you guys in the booth.
Congratulations, Skin Dog, and congratulations, Kai Salas, dropping a 9.33 for that first wave, the highest score of the event so far. Sapphire, I mean, the range of adjectives there, it really was a beautiful display of control, flow, rail engagement, critical nose riding, and then ending with that critical re-entry as he goes up for a second wave, a smaller one, walks out of the nose ride, gets a backup 5 into a 10, lifts that front arm nicely, and then stays locked on that 5, walks out of the nose, looks behind him to see what else is there, just goes low here, keeps that board trimming, steepens up on the inside. He's going to be able to cross step back up for a touch of the 5 and then kicks out, and he'll get a second score on the board, and a 9.33. Josh Constable is a great way to start a quarterfinal.
Great way to start, great way to build some pressure right now on JR. That was a small wave. He knew he had to surf out of his skin to get a halfway decent score because it's a very small wave, but here, nice 5, loses balance a little bit, redirects 5 into a straight up 10, hand in the air for a little bit of style, beautiful 5 here, back to the 10, and then just knows there's not much happening on the outside, better stick with it, make the score count. If you're going to take yourself out of the lineup, at least make this wave count. Again, nice 5 here, and then kicking out. So, really nice wave. It's not going to be a crazy score. It's not going to be another 9 like he got, but he's going to put some pressure on. He's got a little backup. He'll go back out there now, wait, and get on to another set wave.
Reigning world champion and also reigning ISA world champion. Thanks for tuning in around the world, all you longboard fans. I know Wingnut's tuning in, watching the action. He had the pleasure of seeing Kai Salas win his ISA World Longboard title in El Salvador earlier this year. Wingnut also had the chance of seeing JR on home turf at the single and unattached in the Philippines, as we see all of the Philippines fans there. Of course, La Union is the region that JR represents. He's opted to ride the Portugal-built Luffy boards. He had a fantastic last heat yesterday, Josh. That was one of the highlights of the week for us as far as the clutch performance, the last exchange. Talk about what happened and how that will positively affect JR coming into today.
Yeah, JR, just the belief knowing that it's not over till it's over. That wave was, he took off with 30 seconds remaining, stayed calm. It was something that he can take out of that, is that under pressure he can perform. He can get the score if he needs to. He didn't push too hard, but he pushed enough to make sure that he was going to get that score. It was a beautiful, well-surfed wave. So his confidence would be really high. He knows that he's under pressure right now. Kai is really putting the squeeze on. 9.33 straight away, but JR knows that he can come back from this.
And the result yesterday when he beat Taka and Nui, it raised some discussion from a variety of long. It emphasized the value of flow and control between maneuvers, that continuous movement, and that is what we see perfectly embodied in that 9.33 from Kai. I mean, you could have just given that the perfect 10, the way that he was composed and calm throughout what were critical in the pocket, 10s, rail, turns, and that nice finish with flamboyance.
Yeah, it's hard to deny that Tucker was doing beautiful surfing or crazy surfing or intense because the nose rides were so intense in the pocket, crazy tens, but the smoothness of JR, and here we are watching it now.
Straight to the tip, locks a 5, stretches back, holds that 5, widens his stance as he attacks this section and then cross steps with 4, back up to the tip, holds the 5, walks back to the tail and then uses a nice drop knee driving setup for a high line and a nice roll of the toes over the tip as this wave gets spicy and quick, and he down carves it onto the inside, and he will now have a significant score to add to that 5, 6, 7, but will it be that score in the high 7s that he needs to move to first?
Really well surfed waves, super smooth. It wasn't getting me out of my seat. It was beautiful, it was smooth, it had great flow. Here it is again, nice 5 here, holding on. It's getting steeper, and now he's driving, and like the adjustment of his back foot, sneaking it up nice and close. Again here, 5, tight. We haven't seen anything crazy on the nose yet. No crazy 10s that we saw with Kai's first wave, and then back up again. So really nice, a lot of down the line, then swooping back and back again. Here it is, putting a little bit more effort into that down carve. We could see it engage the rail a bit more. The fin almost popped out. Really nice wave. Is it going to go 7, 6, 7? Probably not, I think, but it was a well-surfed wave.
Yeah, had he thrown in some 10s, I'm not, trying to claim that it's a nose riding event and that the 10 is the be-all and end-all, but it does demonstrate one of the highest degrees of difficulty when you are nose riding through sections, if you can face the wave and really put all of your weight over the tip. I would have liked to have seen the opportunity to take some risk on those 5s there from JR.
A little bit of risk and also the versatility.
Yeah.
We saw the 5, we saw him do 3 hang 5s. We know he can do the hang 5s, so the judges are like, come on, give me something else. You're going 5, carve, 5, carve, but just the timing was really nice and comes in at a 7-point ride, Sam.
Pretty strong. It's not what he needed to go first, but it puts him in a good situation because Kai is requiring a decent backup. Of course, that 9-3-3, fantastic, but his backup wave of a 4 means that the door is currently open for JR, now chasing a 6.34.
So if he threw a 10 in there, gave the judges a little bit of a different look, versatility, variety, probably would have got the score, you think?
Yeah,
because they went 7.
They like his surfing. They like the footwork of JR. There was some shuffling actually in that ride. If JR gets the opportunity to study this, he will even recognise himself. Famed for his good footwork, I have just seen a little bit of shuffling creeping into some of his rides. That's something he'll want to keep ironing out because we know he's got some of the cleanest footwork in and out of nose rides and rail turns.
It was something I took out of his interview yesterday after his heat win. Someone that inspires, someone that he looks up to, that he's studying is Joel Tudor. We can see a little bit of Joel surfing in there. Joel had the beautiful footwork and the nose riding and the smooth and the flow and the glide. There was a little bit of shuffling in Joel's footwork as well because he was just keeping it smooth,
yep.
Shuffling back, beautiful carve. So, yes, there's some shuffling in there. If it's done with smooth and just to position yourself to get back on the tail to do a turn or a mid sliding back off the nose just to be in the middle of the board and drop and climb, I think it's okay.
Readjustment of feet positioning. JR chasing a 6.34. 14 minutes remaining, just over halfway through. Of course, we continue these 30-minute heats. Kai Salas, though, with that 4 that he wants to replace, that 9.33. Great confidence for Kai. He can be very selective as he moves into the last half of this heat.
What I've really noticed in this heat, Sam, the first 2 heats, I felt like they were sitting a little bit down the point and a little bit wide. I love the adjustment here from Kai. He's gone right out the back. He's sitting on the bubble out there, and they've got that more opportunity on the takeoff to get some scores.
Well, there's going to be opportunities. There will be more sets. We've got 13 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. Will it be Salas? Will it be Esquivel? We'll find out after this Bonsai Brew break. Welcome back to the Surf Coast Shire and the Great Ocean Road, an incredible stretch of landscape to feast on with not only good waves but good food, good vibes, great landscape, great wildlife, and Wadawurrung country, Jirak, Bells Beach, those iconic steps, of course, the place that so many greats from Gail Cooper to the likes of the winners of last year's event here, Kai Salas and Soleil Erico, have walked up. But right now it's a replay of J.R. Esquivel chasing a 6.34 Josh Constable, and he does deliver a 10 as if he could have heard us in the booth.
Yeah, that's the smarts of the guy. He knows that he needs to push a little bit harder. I'd like to see him get off this nose now and start giving the judges some different variety. We know he can nose ride. Get back, get through this section, driving hard. Board stayed in trim the whole time. He hasn't used much of the wave. He hasn't used the top and the bottom, so it's going to be interesting to see where they go from there, and then kicking off on the inside.
I like the kick out. I thought you were about to start singing the Beatles tune, Get Back, then when you started. But I know what you mean, but it was great to see the 10s. But yeah, if you're really picking apart, introducing a little bit more variety to really go excellent range, you know, it's a little bit more rail engagement, but that was a radical long 10 into a 5, staying with a 5, and an incredibly difficult nose ride to do. But the score comes in at a 5.6, so obviously referencing that it was all a trim-based ride without any change of direction, Josh.
Yeah, definitely, and we saw that with Kai's first wave. That's the benchmark, so if he wants to get excellent, he wants to get great scores, he needs to have a little look and think about what Kai did on that wave. Obviously, it's his competitor. He's not watching from where we are, but you can see what your opponent's doing out there, and that's why it's always worth paying attention to see what they're up to when they're surfing their waves.
But great strategy there from JR. I felt like in his head he probably knew out of priority he was chasing a 6.34. He decided to go on a smaller wave, put it all on the line. He, you know, it could have paid off, so it was smart surfing. He definitely demonstrated why he's one of the best nose riders in the game. But like you said, it was all that one long trim line, in and out of the 10, but just needed to add that variety.
So if we takes off, does the 5, does the 10, hops back, readjusts, little swooping carve, back into trim again, back up to those 5, 10. All of a sudden it's 3 or 4 maneuvers, comes back again, and then maybe the judges are getting a little more excited. But still, like you said, beautiful nose ride. Such a fun one in a free surf. You'd be like, oh my gosh, that was awesome. But this is competition surfing. They're getting judged on their performances on the wave, so you got to give the judges what they want.
As we see the Melbourne flight cam, it's about using all of the board and all of the wave. They are kind of key things that the judges are looking to reward. Of course, rail surfing with major nose rides in steeper sections, that control and that continuous flow, beautifully demonstrated by both surfers. Great nose riding here from JR as we get to feast on the replay.
Yeah, the slow-mo just looks so great. Quite little sucky, grindy little wave there. This is inside the Rincon Bowl. So, great wave there. Boys are just fighting for position out here, just finding their place. I like Kai. He's calm, he's patient. He's got the lead, he's got priority, he's got the great score, 9.33. Possibly the highest score of the event so far, Sam?
Absolutely, just needs to now get a strong backup. The crowds are now gathering. It's going to be an exciting movement into the semi-finals. We've already booked our semi-finalists for the women. We've got Kailise Keliopaha against Natsumi Teoka, and then we've got Soleil Erico versus Honolulu Bloomfield. We've got a lot of world titles already in that second semi-final of the women. 6 WSL World Longboard titles shared, 3 each between Soleil and Honolulu. Kailise and Natsumi going for their first world titles, but this is our reigning world champion. It's Kai Salas, straight up with 4 steps. Here it is, there's the 5, locked in the 5, holds the 5, keeps trimming, nice high line, committed, focused, eyeing up the section, reactive, into a 10, holds the 10, gets lift. Incredible amount of time spent on that nose ride, and then putting that board on rail, and then again sets up another line, looking for the steep section. There's the lift and the lock and the hold and the quick 10. Cleanly walks out, and then will eye up the opportunity to just see if he needs to go high, low, or straight. And there it is. It gets shallow and bouncy, but he ends. He just presses the eject on the inside. It's shallow in there, but critical nose riding, a lot of strong surfing. going to replace that 4 with a strong score.
Yeah, that 4's long gone now. I like this patience here. 1, 2, pause, 3, 4, up to the nose, holding on here, driving. We can tell it's a little bit like JR's like, come on, give us something else, but he knew he was waiting for that section. Crazy 10 through the pocket. His board is so locked in, and then driving back to the pocket, change of direction, back up the front. Again, not the most amazing wave, but the surfing is great. He's matching it here, mid-trim, little pump here, hoping to get around that inside section. You can see how hollow and bumpy it gets. Knocks him off, but that's a great scoring wave. I feel like we're going to see somewhere around that 7 that JR got, maybe even a little higher.
Yeah,
this 5-10 here combo was amazing.
My instinct, Josh, says higher. I mean, the speed at which he was hanging 10 through this section was absolutely outstanding. So we'll wait for that score to drop. I like what I'm seeing from Kai. This guy is just getting better and better, finer and finer. He's at the top of his game and building and designing his own equipment under his feet.
Yeah, and that wave was a lot taller. So actually looking at it now, it was a great wave. That 10 was crazy. Exciting surfing, and I think it'll be around that score that we saw from JR.
Comes in just higher, a 7.2, so a great backup score for Kai Salas, our reigning world champion, our reigning champion here, having won the coveted Bells Bowl trophy, celebrated by proud Wadawurrung woman Karina Eccles, who explained last year how they are made from local ironbark sourced from the woodlands here at Dirac, and we will be also offering those trophies once again, those unique hand-carved Bells Bowls to the winners. Of course, Kai already has one of those at home. Will it be his year once again? The winners, like I've referenced a couple of times through the event, they did go on to win the World Tour, Soleil Erico and Kai Salas, and Kai is now putting a lot of pressure on JR. He needs a 9.53, 5 minutes remaining. It would have to be an absolutely outstanding, pretty much a perfect ride. With 5 minutes remaining, is the chance to chip away at that with 2 scores in the 8 range, or is it all about this one particular ride?
It's all or nothing now for JR, unfortunately. It's 5 minutes to go. There's not enough time for him to get a bomb, paddle back out, wrestle back priority off Kai, because Kai's so smart, he'll make sure that he can close this heat out. So JR just has to be patient. It's not worth taking off on a subpar or an average wave. He needs the best wave of the heat. He needs to do the best surfing of the heat. We know he can. We know how clutch he is. He pulled it off yesterday afternoon in very difficult, tricky conditions. Today the waves are firing, so if he gets that opportunity, it's going to be a little easier. He's on his backside. It's a different look to what Kai's giving the judges. He just needs to nose ride, turn, and we know that he's smooth and got beautiful flow.
Love the reveal shot there from the Melbourne flight cam of the geology, you know, the clay, the sandstone, limestone strata of the cliffs here. The color of the sand and the cliffs here is so iconic, and it's one of the striking things that you notice when you arrive is that contrast between the golds and the yellows and the ambers, and then the deep blue color of the Southern Ocean. And it feels so special to connect with an area that has inspired so many generations of world-class wave riders.
Yeah, you can see it there, those cliffs. It's just amazing, and it's beautiful here on the screen, but in real life, it's mind-blowing.
It's like an amphitheater. The way you always have a vantage point to watch, and that really is a reminder of why this is a place you must visit. If you've not had the opportunity to come yet, it's on the bucket list.
The first day we paddled out, I had my son Jive with me, 15 years old, and we're paddling out, and I said, take this in. Look at those cliffs. This place is amazing. So here we go, Kai. Just having a little warm-up, a little sort of winner's lap. Whoa.
A little nose riding contest. Look at that, man.
Look at the adjustments on the nose there. Helicopter?
Oh, come on, Kai, let's see it. Oh, Herbert Fletcher fin slide to just throw things in.
Side slip boogie.
Oh, wow, what a show. What an absolute maestro, Kai Salas. I mean, if this guy isn't inspiring longboarders around the world, then I don't know what will. Look at this nose riding, Josh. It's a small wave, but locks in the 10, and then here we go, bang, boogie, lift, lock, style, and then just here,
just here, those little adjustments in his ankles and knees, sliding it down, and then gets high, fin releases, and just having fun with it.
That was cool. Okay.
So not going to come into the score, but he's just having fun now. He knows he's got the win. He's feeling comfortable. 9.53. JR and JR's camp, they've still got the belief. They know that he can do it. 2 minutes remaining. JR sitting out there patiently thinking, come on, Huey, send me one wave.
And it's just so exciting about the level of nose riding we're seeing these days. Of course, we've always had great nose riders, but shapers now being able to really pay attention to what's happening around and behind the fins in that very back half of the board, while still honouring the opportunity to have a lively board off rail. And I feel as if we're seeing some of the best longboarding we've ever seen in history.
Yeah, definitely. And we saw that on Kai's first wave, like just the complete surfer. There was power, Hawaiian power. There was beautiful, smooth flowing. There was the nose riding. And we've got to give a big shout out to our friend Devon Howard, because he was the guy that kind of started pushing for this. He got involved with the WSL. He had set a sort of a standard or a vision that how he wanted the surfers to look and feel. He copped a lot of flack for that, because prior it was quite performance and narrower boards and a lot more aggressive. He wanted to get it a little more smoother and flow. And look what we've got. Like today, the surfing has been unbelievable. Whether you're in whatever camp you're in, high performance or traditional logging style, the surfing that we're seeing today is just unbelievable.
And we can't get enough of it, can we, Josh? We spent the last 4 days talking about longboarding all day, every day. We're sharing a house together. We go home. We spend the evening talking about longboarding. Yesterday, we were designing our bucket list of our perfect tour, and this spot was right there. And how lucky are we to be able to call the action as JR going for a massive score with 20 seconds remaining. From La Union, San Juan, the Philippines, Mona Lisa Point, JR, straight to the tip, locks a 5, stretches that back foot, goes into a 10, an incredible lifting 10 from JR on rail, now using the down carved bottom turn, set up for another nose ride, locks another nose ride, goes in for another 10, walks out of that 10 and then just carves around this section and walks into a drop knee setup with another high line and clean footwork into a 5, into a 10, and still going. And what a great bit of surfing, Josh, to end things.
Like it's not going to be the score, but you can't deny how good this guy is. We're seeing like a little bit of flair from Joel Tudor, but he's bringing his own flair to it. It's a little spicier. The nose riding, the hang 10s, beautiful surfing.
Yeah, that's Filipino flair. That's the real deal. That's Tagalog longboarding, doing it in style. Big shout out to all of the Philippines fans tuning in from around the world and at home. And of course, you will be absolutely delighted to see the way he performed on that last wave. Like you say, a 9.53, unlikely to be the score, but it's going to be a significant score, and he's going to have a strong heat total, and he'll be very proud of how he surfed and the result moving forward for the rest of the world tour.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see where that goes. I do believe that's his best wave, because there was a little more variety, great 10s, great carves, beautiful drop knee swoops, so great surfing. He's going to be disappointed. He's not moving on to the semi-finals. However, the surfing is great. He'll take that momentum to Huntington Beach, where last year that was his breakthrough event. He came onto the tour. No one had heard of JR unless you've been to the Philippines. And the surfing he did there last year with the support was mind-blowing.
And that could be an excellent range score. I mean, let's not rule out him getting the score he needs, but, you know, it just felt like it was kind of going to be special, but not special enough to get a 9.53.
Yeah, totally. It was... The wave was a little smaller, but here it is. It comes in at his best scoring wave, Sam.
You said it. There it is. Kai Salas books himself a spot in that second semi-final. Congratulations, the reigning world champion, the reigning Bells winner. We will be right back to move on to quarterfinal number 4. It's TJ Taylor Jensen surfing against fellow American Kevin Skavana. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Here we are, Surf Coast Shire, Melbourne. You can hear that culture erupting, one of the cosmopolitan capitals of the planet, an event centre. We just had Ben Howard playing an incredible gig a couple of months ago there, and there's a lot more great music to come. If you keep an eye on the sports and music and culture events out of this city, and head on down to the Great Ocean Road to enjoy the wildlife, the landscape, the food, and the fantastic waves as we move into the last quarterfinal of the men's here on finals day at the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic with Taylor Jensen surfing against Kevin Scavano. Once again, we got a goofy footer and a regular footer. I'm Sam Bleakley, still in the booth with 2006 world champion. You would have competed, Josh, against Taylor Jensen. Did you have the chance to compete against Kevin very recently though on local turf?
Yeah, we did. We surfed last weekend the event down here by the local longboard club. We had a great weekend, great waves. Kevin walked away with a win in the logger. I got a final in the open men's, which was pretty cool. Surfed against JR and Tucker. So really fun for me to surf against those guys and just get in the water with them is great.
So that was a big result for Kevin and gives him a lot of confidence moving through to this big quarterfinal against Taylor Jensen, who himself is a 3 times world champion and very familiar to the east coast of Australia, spends half the year in Australia with his family.
Yeah, he's having a great time. He's down here with Nava, his wife, and his 2 daughters, so he feels at home in Australia as well as in the US, so this is going to be a great heat. You can see Kev here not showing the champ much respect. He wants to push in there. He's trying to get that inside priority, which he's more than welcome to do. You normally see Taylor dominate the start of a heat, sits patient, has the inside. So I like this from Kevin. He's trying to upset the champ and give him a little bit of a run for his money early in this heat.
Talking of a run for their money, somebody who just put on a great display. He's going to be feeling good. It's our reigning world champion. Kai Salas is at the top of the steps with GT Grant Thomas.
Yeah, thanks, boys. Quarterfinal number 3 winner, Kai Salas, defending world champion, defending event champion, mate. We just had a quick chat. You just said, just starting now, mate, just starting to warm up. Talk us through that.
Yeah, man, the waves are just absolutely firing here for finals day. And I was watching it all morning, just seeing like 10-point rides coming in. And my goal was to at least go out there and get 1 excellent score. So to do that on the first wave felt really good, and but I wanted to back it up right away, so ended up paddling for a couple medium-sized ones just to put some pressure on them, but that 9 felt good.
Yeah, mate, looks like there's sort of a couple of sets each heat where those 9-point rides are coming in. The judges obviously liking those bigger scoring waves. As we move through to the semi-finals and finals, are we going to see the approach change, like a bit more sitting and waiting to make sure you're on those waves, or are we going to take that sort of busy line and try and build scores?
Yeah, I just try to kind of play it by ear and, you know, try not to plan my heats out, because it's just you got to react to the way the heat plays out. You know, like the beginning of that heat with JR, I didn't expect. We kind of pushed each other too deep and missed some potentially amazing rides. And, you know, we just got to wait and see. I'm not trying to plan my heats out. But, yeah, the competition is, like, getting really hard, and you're going to need probably 2 excellent scores to keep going.
Yeah, I guess we've got Bells Beach, like you said, pumping waves. The sun's disappeared right now, but we've had the colour, we've had the rainbows. You've got your beautiful family here to support you as well. How's that feel?
Oh, good. I love traveling with them, you know. Just makes me feel more relaxed and at home and more comfortable. Keeps my mind off just the competition. You know, I'm taking care of the kids and usual family stuff, so it helps just keep me, you know, relaxed a bit.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, like, you're a pretty relaxed person day in, day out, mate, and hopefully we keep seeing those relaxed, beautiful hang 10s through the pocket. Best of luck for semis and hopefully a final for your sake, and yeah, just keep the ball rolling.
Yeah, thanks, Grant.
No worries, boys. A super relaxed Kai Salas. Plenty more to give. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, GT. Hawaiian royalty right there. Of course, so many Hawaiian great world champions. When Russ Kay won his 3 back-to-back world longboard titles for the ASP in 93, 94, 95. Following that was Bonga Perkins in 96, and then Dino Miranda in 97. The Hawaiians just dominant. And then Bonga won again in 2008 at San Onofre, Southern California. And then finally, that long overdue world title went to Dwayne DeSoto in 2010. And then Kai Salas won that world title last year in 2023. So he's now part of that incredible list of male Hawaiian world longboard champions, and there have been a number of fantastic female Hawaiian longboard champions as well. Honolulu Bloomfield certainly is one of those. As TJ Taylor Jensen, 3 times world champion himself, stalls it on his singleton to the tip, locks a 10, upright, walks out, sweeps it, flowing surfing from Taylor, clean into the next section, that toe foot right over the tip there as he drives elegantly off the bottom with good control, lines up high, he gets a 10, lifts his arms and locks and lifts and answers back off the tail with a clean finish, and TJ absolutely looking sizzling hot.
Sizzling hot, all right. That was awesome, wasn't it? That was a really, really good wave for an opener.
Yeah, I could tell that you were really enjoying watching that, Josh. I could see in your eyes how you were right there in the moment with him, feeling every part of this ride.
Yeah, I just love the spring that he gets out of his surfing. Nice little pause here on the nose, little hand drag, 10, relaxed, arms down, and then drives back, but springing out of that bottom turn with the speed, sets it up again. Like you said, look how far his toes are hanging over that nose. Comes around the section, again, patience, sets it up, 5, 10, driving, steering, and then back and a big floater. Like, there was not much downtime, there was variety, intensity, and just a really well-surfed wave. So it's going to be interesting to see where they go, Sam.
I think excellent range, 100%. And the walk out of that 10, the third nose ride, the 6 controlled clean steps to then have that back foot exactly where it needed to be to come and project for that finish was absolutely incredible.
Yeah, he got up there with perfect timing. It wasn't too late, it wasn't too early, it was clean. That's his first wave. You know, normally it takes people to settle into a heat and smooth, but the champ, Kai Salas, first wave, cold, you know, hasn't warmed up. First wave, 9.33. Taylor Jensen, champ, first wave of the heat, putting pressure on Kevin Scavana, who he's surfed against a lot. But like you said, excellent surfing, excellent score, comes in at an excellent ride, 8-point ride.
Bang on. TJ, good start. 20 minutes remaining. Kevin was out back watching that. How much of an impact will that have on Kevin, having just turned around and see that wave run with TJ riding it so well?
Well, it's gut-wrenching because Kevin placed himself inside of Taylor. He fought for the inside priority. He did so well to keep Taylor off. Taylor always wants to have control in the start of a heat, whether he takes the first wave or not, but he wants that first opportunity. Kevin fought for the inside, got himself out of position, went too deep, left Taylor there, and then Taylor gets a wave, does not falter, puts an excellent score on, and now putting pressure on Kev straight away. Here's Kevin with priority, paddling for one now. It's pretty small, but Sam up and riding.
Riding the Capistrano model, shaped by Steve Bainey. On the nose, Kevin Scavana also has his signature flying diamond fin, the Scavana fin, and a nice second setup for the nose ride. Walks cleanly out and then uses the drop knee and walks forward as this wave slows, but he's still in the pocket and he's setting himself up for the inside, touches that 10, walks cleanly out, and Kevin Scavana has got his quarterfinal off to a start.
Really well surfed. It just goes to show how important wave selection is in these later heats and the later part of the event, because the surfing that Kev does on this wave is sensational, but unfortunately the wave doesn't give him lots of opportunity. Beautiful footwork here, 5, nice and driving through it, and this swooping that board back, rolling off the whitewash, really committed, great surfing, and up again, 5-10, back, but unfortunately this wave, it just disappears, it's lackluster, and unfortunately just can't deliver the surfing that he wants to do. So he'll go back to the drawing board. It's not a bad wave. He's not surfing bad. He just needs to get himself on a good wave, but really nice start for him.
And great example of the use of the stool in the nose ride. We saw that also from Taylor as well, using the stool, really jamming pressure on the tail and then walking into the nose ride to then get that planing speed and be right in the pocket. You'll see some of the surfers coming from behind the section with the trim into the nose ride. But that was a nice exchange of both a goofy footer and a regular footer using the stool to lead into the nose ride as we get to enjoy the setup from the Melbourne Flight Camp.
Yeah, amazing. Just look at that. You can see all the crowd over there in the background. That's south side. There's some beautiful left over there. I know Kev's been having a few free surfs over there, getting comfortable on his front side and doing some beautiful surfing over there. Everyone's been enjoying their time. There's a lot of the surfers got here well before the event started so they could sneak off and get lots of waves. There's so many different breaks around here, different styles of wave. And all the surfers love coming to Bells Beach and look forward to it in the coming years.
And talk about that inside section at High Tide Rink, or 9 pins as the locals call it. You know, how hard is it to ride that and, you know, end with a strong finish?
Yeah, it's really hard. As the tide gets high, there's a lot of refraction off the cliffs. But look at this one. Kev trying to get it back up right now.
Fading in with a 5.83 to kick things off, straight to the tip. Locks a 5. Back up. I love the footwork there with that double walk and then using a switch stance. Technical, high degree of difficulty, gets a 10, holds the 5, walks, opens his stance, re-entry. It's a backup score. Again, a small wave, but putting the pressure on Taylor. So out of priority, picks up a second score. Smart surfing, but look at this for Taylor. It's a set. He's up and riding, stalls it straight to the tip, touches the 5, walks out cleanly, and a nice sweeping, smooth, effortless turn, but perfect positioning. Walking cleanly again for another touch of the nose. And look at that swoop and that graceful arc and that line, and then into the drop knee and lively off the bottom. And then here's the 5, more of a trim-based 5, stays on that a little bit longer than the previous 2 nose rides. Into the inside, again using the stall, quick 10, things got steep, just about grabs onto that rail, but it'll be a good backup score. He's got an 8 already, so yes, didn't end perfectly clean, but great bit of surfing.
It's funny, Taylor, here's Kevin's first one. Nice fade, 5 here, driving on the nose. I love that stepping back, just being patient, a little bit of a switch stance here, getting really technical, 5, 10. Look how good this wave is, Sam. It's perfect little inside rink on it, really spicy finish, throws the board up, gets the nose above the lip line, and then Taylor on a bit bigger wave on the outside. 5 on the takeoff, like you said, jamming on that tail, and beautiful, smooth surfing here from Taylor.
A lot of release in the board as well, you know, making it look so effortless.
And I don't think him and both Taylor and Kai throwing a lot of spray on those turns. They're really jamming, getting that engagement at the rail. And here, Taylor will be disappointed in this one because this was going to be a really good score. He hadn't got a hang 10 yet on the outside, and he pushed a little bit hard on the inside, which gave him a little bit of the stumbles coming back, and unfortunately just going down on that. He would have liked to finish cleanly, maybe with another lip line floater, but that's going to be a really good backup for Taylor.
Do you think he's going to have the edge with the backup score, or do you think Kevin's backup score is going to be stronger?
Kevin's was really well surfed. There was that beautiful, nice 10, good flow through the pocket. Taylor's was a bit bigger wave. There was a lot of variety. Nose ride turn, nose ride turn. He threw that drop knee in midway through, so Taylor throwing a little bit more spray. I still think Taylor's will be a little better.
Yeah, a 6.6 for Kevin Skavana's wave. It comes in as his top wave, so his lower score is now 5.83. There'll be a third score as well, and Taylor Jensen, he's now chasing just a 4.43, so we'd anticipate he's going to get that score, and it's going to be interesting where it sits relative to that 6.6 of Kevin Skavana's.
If it doesn't get there, it's because he didn't finish the wave. If he finished the wave, possibly it goes better than his first wave.
Excellent. Yeah, I think it will be in the 7 range because there was a lot of dynamic surfing up to that point. But like you said, had it had that clean finish, it could have been better than that opening 8. There it is. It comes in. That 6.8 will be eliminated, as will that 8.3, and an average taken from the 7, 7.5, and 8. So that's why you get that total of 7.5. So it's a very good backup score. But look at this set. So Kevin Skavana with priority. He's going to do a beautiful fade. Look at that line. Can he keep control? Really nice use of the bottom of the wave. I like the variety. I like the point of difference, backs it up with a 5. He needs to keep control here. I'd like to see composure now. There it is, big sweeping roundhouse cutback using the foam as Taylor Jensen is on a big one out back, going 10, soul arching, lifting up, and Kevin Skavana put an incredible amount of angles on that ride. Definitely was taking lines there that we have not seen today. Very enjoyable.
We have not seen those lines today, but I'm seeing a little bit of inspired surfing by Kevin by the surfing that we saw from Kyle Flint. Using all that wave, fading into waves, rolling off the top. That wave at Kevin's was crazy.
Yeah, and made a good call going on the first wave of the set, because the second wave was bigger, but it didn't look like TJ
Let's have a look at this. Look at the patience, driving off the bottom, off the top, smooth carve back to the pocket. And like you said, keep composed. Nice setup here, 5. Really well hung there, and then driving back to the pocket, off the whitewash, smooth, and then jams this one off the top. You can see Taylor on a huge one outside, but it closes out. So really nice, well-surfed wave from Kevin. And here it is, Taylor, 5-10. Wow, hands high, driving. Look how big this wave is, Sam. Taylor's a big boy. He's 6'4", and that's well over his head. So there's a bit of high tide push going on right now.
Well, we're going to find out what scores the judges deliver very soon. Let's have a bonsai brew break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back to the Surf Coast Shire and the Great Ocean Road, and one of the more dynamic coastlines on the planet, with Melbourne just up the coast of the globe, with some of the best music festivals and events that you will experience. And it's a short drive down here to Dirac, Wadawurrung country, Bells Beach, where we are crowning our champions as Kevin Skavana gets an 8.33 for his last ride, looking now to get a 7.17 with a nice upright hang 10, and again back up for another nose ride, dealing with the bounce, and then setting himself up off the tail on his Capistrano model Steve Bainey Infinity surfboard single fin, looking back to the beach, feeling the vibes, and the longboarders tuning in around the world are loving this. Big shout out to Lee Ryan, our good friend in New Zealand, celebrating his 51st birthday today. Of course, Lee competed at the elite level, a great judge, and he is loving what he's seeing, Josh Constable.
Yeah, Lee spent a lot of time down here in Victoria as well over the years, so he's no stranger to the Rincon and a great surfer. But this surfing we're seeing here from Kevin is phenomenal. Great 5, great 10, holding that one upright, back to 5, and then driving. I love how he high line, drop to the bottom, driving back up to the top, dealing with all this backwash here. and then getting back on the tail, driving off the bottom, and a nice swooping aggressive top turn.
And that was a great example of where he didn't cross step at one stage, but it was completely functional, the way he widened his stance and went slightly into that penguin stance and just used the trim speed, used that weight adjustment and that long hang 10. Incredible surfing from Skavana as we see Natsumi Teioka getting ready to surf in that first semi-final of the women's against Hawaiian Kelis Kaleopaha. That's going to be an absolute beauty. After that, we've got Soleil Eriko in Honolulu Bloomfield. 6 world titles represented in that second semi-final. No world titles yet represented in that first semi-final, but both Kelis and Natsumi, of course, they will be hungry to win a world title this year. And as we shift attention back to the last 7 minutes, 30 seconds here with world champion from 206, Josh Constable, 8 times Australian champion. What do you think of that from Skavana?
Well, Sam, just before we went to commercial break, we saw Kevin get that beautiful wave where he's big fading bottom turn, swooped it back in the pocket, big roundhouse, beautiful nose ride, and then that big aggressive hit. It came in at an 8.33, so that got him right back into this heat, chasing a 7.17. Just comes up short on that last wave. That was beautiful surfing, small wave. It was almost there. 6.77, not far off. Taylor will be nervous right now because Taylor got off to a flying start. That 8-point ride, backed it up with a 7.5, but Kevin with that 8.33. The crew at Infinity Surfboards in Dana Point, they'll be going bananas right now. He's got a great support crew back home. Eric Crane from Birdwell, Craner, he'll be watching for sure. He'll be backing Kevin all the way here. And then Taylor, just the cool, calm, collected, sitting out there, knows what he needs to do. He needs to up that 7.5. He wants to actually drop that 7.5, up it, go higher than an 8 and really put some pressure on Kevin.
This is going to be a great closeout. It's going to be a game of chess tactics. There's going to be a chance for another set, we would anticipate. It looks like we got a little bit of movement there. Nothing significant, but with priority sitting with Taylor, how he's going to work these last 6 minutes, do you think, Josh?
Yeah, he's going to be really smart. He's going to make sure that the next best wave that comes through, he's going to take it. He's not going to give Kevin that opportunity. Kevin got a great wave. That last wave, he surfed it flawlessly. There was not much else that he could do. Does he need to be more patient, Sam? Because can he get a 7.17 on these mid-size waves?
Here we go, live action on his Infinity Surfboard. Skavana sets himself up, eyes up the wall, stalls it, walks into the nose, gets the 10, leans forward, locks a 10, walks out of the 10, hooks it back, sets himself up again on a high line, drops back down from the 5, walks out of the 5 into a third nose ride, stretching, holding, streaking, steaming, gliding, walking, and then snaps that back up high again for a 4th nose ride, wraps that toe, and then moves back, widens the stance, rides out. Skavana chasing a 7.17, put everything into that, Josh.
Wow, that was exciting surfing. Taylor would have been holding his breath out the back. Nava and the kids in the competitors area would have been holding their breath. It was a small wave. The nose ride on that takeoff was crazy. That 10 was so upright, so committed. I don't think he gets there. And unfortunately, he didn't finish cleanly, and they're probably an incomplete last maneuver. But here it is, fading back. 1, 2, 3, 4, boom, 10, upright, holding that one, swooping back, using the whole part of the wave. It is a small wave. We've got to remember that. The size of Taylor's were a lot bigger. But this here, nice 5, driving, projecting down the line, looking super smooth, calm, little whip, exciting, back to the 5. And just here, he got a little stuck, didn't quite get up there in time, and they're going to probably deem that incomplete, a little bit unstable there. But look at this, Sam.
Whoa. And you know what was interesting? TJ didn't even watch that ride. Some competitors opting to turn around and watch their fellow surfer go, but TJ decided he's just going to keep his eyes on the horizon. He let Kevin do the work, waiting for that score, chasing a 7.17. Incredible surfing from Skavana.
Did Taylor not watch because he didn't believe he'd get the score because the wave was too small?
I think that he felt that it was a non-significant size wave. He was being patient. He knew that it's about the set waves to close out this heat and take the win and book a spot in that second semi-final against Kai Salas.
Man, the judges are loving Kevin's surfing, so imagine if he could do that on a wave that's 1 foot taller. It's going to be, he's going to get that score, but he's going to get back out there. He's going to keep swinging. He's not going to give up. He's got a big support crew here on the beach. He's had a really successful time so far in Victoria, and now he's just waiting for this wave.
You feel like it'd be great to see him get the opportunity on a set, because there's a set coming now, but he's not out there in position. Taylor's in position, but he has improved his situation, now chasing a 7-1-7.
So what's Taylor going to do now? Does he take another wave and give away the priority and leave Kevin out there, or does he sit there, waits for Kevin to come back out, and then make the choice?
Yeah, he was never going to take a wave at that moment. Now he's just going to move himself inside. 2 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. The fact that he's got a 7.5 as his backup score, he knows exactly what Kevin needs. There may well be a 2-wave set where obviously that will become very significant, because Taylor might have to then go on the first one and leave Kevin the chance to get that second wave. But this is going to be a great opportunity to see the cool, calm, collected Taylor Jensen, who's very good at closing out heats. Patient, controlled. He knows he's got that excellent range 8. He's backed it up with a 7.5. That could have been even higher had he not just fallen on that walk out of the 10. He's kind of in the driving seat right now, but I'm really, really impressed with what we have seen from Kevin. A world-class longboarder. He's won a duct tape before. He's been a US champion. He's been a US kneeboard champion. He's going to be doing the World Kneeboard Championships in Jeffreys Bay, South Africa later this year. And he's right here proving to the longboard community why he deserves to be here, because he is an incredible longboarder. The technicalities, the variety we see from him. If he could have done what he has done on those last 3 waves on a bigger set, they would have gone way up into the excellent range.
Yeah, his surfing is unbelievable right now. 1.5 minutes to go. I love this game. I love this last part of these heats, closing out heats. Taylor stressed but calm. Kevin working hard. He knows he just needs a wave. He needs an opportunity. Is he going to sell this one to Taylor? What's Taylor going to do? Taylor standing up. They're both looking. Who's on right now? What's Taylor going to do? Sam, talk us through this.
Taylor's going to have to go. Kevin's not going to go. Taylor's up and riding. 1 minute left. They both had a look to see if there's anything behind it. Doesn't look like there is. Taylor hits the 5. He knows there was not another wave behind it, so he just had to keep Kevin off the wave. Taylor already kind of feeling from the body language that he's probably not going to be able to replace his 7.5, so that was all about the tactics of keeping Kevin off that wave. It was a 1-wave set, and Taylor played it perfectly.
Wow, well played. Interesting. Taylor probably could have let Kevin go that wave though, but with 1 minute to go, it's a big gamble to let him go and maybe see if he could get that score. Taylor's not going to improve on his now. He's left Kevin out there. 20 seconds remaining. Kevin will be sitting out there just wanting one opportunity. Looks like a little wave. Going to break here. Stand up. Can it stand up on the bubble?
Wow, Josh.
10 seconds to go, Sam. Is he going to get into this one in time?
It's a smaller wave, but it looks like he's going to have a chance to get the score. He's up. Kevin Skavana sets himself up. 6 steps into a 5. But that wave already, the shape of that wave, the fact that that shoulder is tapering off, it feels like it might not offer the chance of a hugely significant score. But Skavana is hung 10 through that second section, and he's hooked it back for another nose ride, and he's still going, but wave shape, you just feel like it wasn't enough. And it would have been lovely to have seen him get the opportunity for a set. But big shout out to the Skavana camp, because this guy on his Infinity surfboards was absolutely on fire.
Oh, no way. The rock just popped out. Dry docked his Infinity surfboard up on there. Lucky it's the end of the heat and he didn't make it through, but wow, that was an intense finish right there. Sorry everyone at home if I scared you then, but that was a crazy finish to the heat. But what a great guy, amazing surfing. It's been so good having him hanging around this area. Taylor giving him the shout out. The big man's going to come up the stairs, rest up, and be ready for semi-final number 2, Sam.
Yeah, that was a nice moment, wasn't it? TJ just checking he was cool. Kevin was cool. All is cool. but TJ has booked himself a spot in the second semi-final against reigning world champion Kai Salas. It's going to be a big one. Stay tuned. We're going to be shifting forward into the women's. We're going to have the Wax Head and Berlin coming in to call the action, but we are just waiting on this score from Kevin Scavano.
Yeah, really well surfed. Nice replay here. We still feel like it's not going to come in at the right score, but really nice surfed heat from Kevin. And like you said, Sam, big semi-finals coming up. But these ladies semi-finals coming up next are going to be mind-blowing.
We might get to feast on the rock dance here, so
yeah,
things
keep an
getting
eye on
shallow.
this one.
And just at this moment is when it goes woohoo. But he was okay, everybody good. Let's have a little look at the bracket. Who's going to meet in those semi-finals? Of course, Jensen TJ is just taking the win over Scavana, and he is going to be meeting Kai Salas in that second semi-finals. You can see that on your screen right now with Johnny the Ripper, John Michael Van Hoyenstein coming up against Ben Skindog Skinner in semi-final number 1. And of course, Kai was our reigning champ last year. Taylor also got to the semis, but Ben and Johnny, they will want to go all the way this year.
Wow, this is going to be a crazy breakdown because very, very similar surfing with Johnny the Ripper and Ben Skinner, and then Kai and Taylor, big guys, powerful. Crazy heats coming up. This is going to be really good, Sam. 4
regular footers, but we have got a goofy footer in the women's. Watch out, Hawaiian Kalise Kaleopahas coming up next against Natsumi Teoka from Japan. Berlin Alvarez Kimball and Matt Chono, the Wax Head, is coming in to call the action. Stay with us, Longboard fans. We'll be right back as we continue Finals Day live from Bells Beach.
Welcome back. We are into the women's semi-finals of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic at the beautiful Durack down here, 150 kilometers from Melbourne. One of the most gorgeous right-hand reefs in the world. Matt Chinosky, also known as the Wax Head, joined by Belen Connolly for the call. I'm going to take that back. Belen, Alvarez, Kimball, of course, a long lineage that Belen has here in World of Longboarding. And in this heat, we've got another international affair. Natsumi Teoka taking on Kalise Kaleopahas.
Opening rides. Here is our surfer from Japan, Natsumi, on a beautiful 5. Nice nose ride. Again, really utilizing the rail of that surfboard. Again, going up to a quick 5, holding that really beautiful, beautiful locked-in nose ride, not turning, really using the rails of that surfboard. Again, really trying to utilize all the part of this way. Beautiful sets. Unfortunately, just catching that rail. But again, surf is pumping now. And Kalise is on her opening ride. This is
This came in at a 7-point, Natsumi's a 7-point ride, Khalees a 3.83. Really dropping in energy there in that inside section. We'll see if she gets the link up here with that score. I'd assume not, and there on her backside just coming unstuck. We had the wave selection earlier on from Natsumi, which was seamless. Khalees, that board looking fantastic, but the tide, it's a lot higher, Berlin, than we had earlier. It's a different type of lineup to the first few heats of the day.
Yes, we're seeing a little bit of a backwash, a couple little lines coming through. Some call it ribs, some call it just a little bit of wake. But we are seeing that little inside section kind of giving them a little bit of a boost. We've seen a couple of people come unstuck, and we're again, it's offering a nice line, but having to be quick on your feet.
Exactly right, and people who were quick on their feet in the last few heats, Taylor Jensen made good use of those waves, and of course Kai Salas as well, and the Japanese surfer Natsumi. She's off to a career best result here at Bells Beach. She's gone one better than she did last year. She had a great quarterfinal earlier on, and just that seamless footwork, the flow and the fluidity between the maneuvers is really what the judges are appreciating, and making use of all the little dead sections, all the little areas, the little subtleties that some people are forcing the issue. Natsumi's gliding through it.
Her style is beautiful. It's really precise. Khalees's style is known for being really in tight sections, in critical parts, in the pocket as well. Her transitions between maneuvers is very clean. So it really, and the surf is pumping. Like I said, we have waves. So it's really going to be down who's going to get the best wave selection and who's going to really be able to showcase the better of the exchange.
So this will be interesting to see if anyone takes this wave, with the set waves just being the determiner in the last few heats. Nobody going on that one. You've spotted something, Belen?
Yeah, I'm just looking at this wave. It kind of, like, you can see these little waves right here. There's a lot of water moving right now, and as that's filling in, we were talking about the bottom of here. Now you can see the boils popping up. So Matt, can you give us a little bit of insight to those that are at home, kind of the bottom of this section of the wave here at Bells?
So this is the Visit Melbourne flight cam showing us the overview of Rincon. So we're up the other end of the reef, and those little boils are the undulations of the reef. That's the high point, which is the area that they're sitting on. It gives you a little chip shot to take off, and that's why this spot is considered the small or the high tide spot. Low tide is in 5 hours. During the JR Esquivel heat and Kai Salas, the tide peaked, and now it's receding. And this spot will start to showcase its different faces very shortly. We've got the Bells Bowl, which is over to the left-hand side of the screen before, and where we're looking behind us right here is actually Rincon. Those right-handers look very similar to a Southern Californian point break, but of course, we're down here in Jurok. Matt Chinosky on the camera here with Berlin. Alvarez Kimball, thanks for joining us right now. It's an amazing morning of waves.
We've had beautiful waves, amazing conditions all day. It's been offshore, oily, clean, and this is, to be able to come to an event like this and surf is what we would have dreamed of as I was younger when I was competing. So it's a great place for everyone to showcase their talents.
We thank Bioglan WSL for believing in longboarding. This is the first of 4 stops this year. The next stop will be the US Open, which will kick off over there in Huntington Beach in the beginning of August. And we'll get to see the second stop of the Longboard World Tour and the Challenger Series side by side, a fantastic platform for these surfers to mix it with the shortboarders. And of course, a lot of them are intermingled, especially when we look at Natsumi. She's got a lot of the support of the Japanese shortboarders as well, and they travel in contingents together in the Asia QS region. But of course, Khalees, she's a fan favorite, and a lot of the Hawaiian surfers backing her in with a long lineage of history over there in Waikiki of powerful water women.
Very long history. We have, like I said, we've got so many world champions from men and women's side as well. But, you know, back in old Hawaiian history, they speak about the women being the ali'i, like the better of surfers than the men, and that was their pastime. And you can see here, if we do have people that are in the area, the surrounding areas, please come check out this beautiful event. Amazing talent. We're just down here at Bells Beach, you know, only a few minutes drive from Torquay, and we're running our semifinals and our finals today, so a really good opportunity for people to get to engage.
That's it. We'll have 3 hours of surfing left for the day, and we'll see a very different side of Bells Beach. I think on the lower tide as well, we might see the Bells Bowl come into play, but you'll have to come and check it out yourself down here in the beautiful region of Torquay, Surf Coast, the Great Ocean Road. It's the gateway to 4 different, I would call them different landscapes. You go all the way through the Great Ocean Road, those little coastal hamlets. It's almost identical, 5 of them. You make your way through to the sweeping cliffs, and you've got the forest of Cape Otway, some subtropical areas, and then boom, you're in Port Campbell, and it's like deserted. It's harsh, 300-400 meter cliffs, and all these surfers, all these fans have come out today. It's a little bit warmer. The sun was out earlier, so there's one less layer of clothing on there, and of course no rain, which is always welcomed.
We have had beautiful blue skies, sun's come out. A lot of people have taken their jackets off, just walking around in beanies and some flannels. Being able to see, you know, the colors of the water pop with the sun as well. We had some amazing rainbows. So Bells is really showcasing why she is just such an amazing stage for surfing, and the energy here as well is very, very beautiful, and you can feel it strong.
And this place, Jurok, right there at the bottom of the stairs, there's often rainbows that start there. We've seen it multiple times. So you often wonder where the end of the rainbow is. It's here at Bells Beach. And there you can see Natsumi up on her knees right now. She had a great campaign last year, but was unable to re-qualify, blitzing the Asian circuit and all the invitational events in the lead up to it. As she looks into this, she's primed for a good result here. This is a bigger wave. It grows, and she chips into this one. Nice footwork, high on top of the boil there. So a steep face there for Tayoka, gliding through this transition. Stays high. You'll see her try and race through this section. She gets low, grabs the rail for safety. She makes her way to the green face. She's going to look for the nose right again. Stable balance. Cold water, not bothering the Japanese surfer from Chiba. She's got the support, all of Asia behind her right now, and 4 steps back to the tail, redirecting high, staying that high, and gets another 10. Well-polished wave, and she's got more on the inside. This is going to go all the way to the sand bell end. She can finish strong. This is going to be a great opening ride for our surfer in blue, and she does. She kicks out of that one. You can hear the claps. Beautiful measured surfing from the Japanese surfer.
Very technical, very well surfed. A great size wave. The surf is picking up, as we can see. A beautiful takeoff here, setting her line, a nice 5, really looking for a nice cut back, put her back in the peak part of the wave, trying to power through this white water. She's trying not to grab a rail. As you can see her like squatting down, going a little bit parallel. You really wanting to show that you can make it through that section without grabbing you. It shows you have control. Really nice 5s wrapped around that toe with swooping cutbacks, really utilizing those rails. Again, 5, just a little out on the face, seeing if it's going to connect to the inside, because you want to race that little section coming through here. And again, using the trim and the flow of her surfboard, moving forward and backwards, stepping right over the fin, and engaging that inside rail there just to finish off that beautifully surfed wave.
And on the outside, Khalees, you would have heard those claps and seen how far Natsumi had surfed that. She opts for this wave, a little bit tentative. There's one behind it. A little fade. She stays high on her backside there. Really tricky on the Rincon wave, taking off against. We saw Kevin Scavana and JR Esquivel unable to advance against their regular foot counterparts. So perhaps that's playing in the mind a little bit of Khalees right now. She's the only goofy footer left in the draw. Those waves opening up quite nicely, but she perhaps wants something a little bit more of substance, knowing Natsumi's already dropped a 7, and she's about to drop another solid score, so she's probably playing the waiting game and wants to be on the best waves.
You know, Khalees is no stranger to surfing on her backhand. Growing up in Waikiki, surfing Queens, there's a lot of rights. So she does obviously have lefts as well, but her skill set on her backhand is absolutely fine-tuned. And as she has grown up amongst all those amazing women and men surfing those right hands, and she's gotten taller, stronger, she's just become more of a force in the lineup. But she's so beautifully and well posed, and it's going to be an amazing score just dropped for Natsumi.
A divine number of 777, so it evens it out. You see the one judgment, 7.2, the other up to 8, so we'll get that even number of a 777. And there's the Japanese surfers. There's Kai Himasi, who's been traveling with Natsumi, supporting her, watching on. He'll be happy, and that's the type of surfing that Kai brought to the Asian qualifying series to also make it onto the World Tour. It's the first time in a long time we've had 2 surfers from Japan representing. We're waiting for some sets to come. Let's go to a bonsai brew break, but don't go anywhere. The remainder of the semi-final Heat 1 coming up next. Welcome back to Bioglan, Bells Beach Longboard Classic. There we have the Visit Melbourne flight cam showing us our contest arena for finals day, stop 1 on the World Longboard Tour. We are blessed to be down here at Jurak, enjoying the fruits of that Southern Ocean as it makes its way through to the limestone reef here. We've got beautiful surfing out in the water. It's Khalees Kailupar up and riding now, currently in combination situation. And this is going to be maybe her best wave yet, looking to drop a 383 and get back into the game. A nice hang 10 there. She's on a heel side there, and she'll straighten out. So we'll wait to see what she's got done on the outside section. But a nice measured wave there, controlled surfing from Khalees. She just needs to get back into the game right now.
Yeah, I definitely think that, you know, she knows what she's no stranger to this, and this is not Sumi just on an up and down. This just came in at a 0.50 for her, so obviously that's not going to go into anywhere. This is Khalees on her third ride. Beautifully posed, feet hanging over the nose, really controlled, really swooping, great, nice turns, keeping her nice high in the line with a gorgeous 10 toes hanging over that. Sometimes you see the 10 a little bit further back, but that was just legit. 10 little piggies holding on and wrapping onto that wave. So really looking forward to see what they're going to drop for her on this wave. It wasn't as long or as big, but it was really controlled and well surfed and technical.
Absolutely, and she'll try and get that out of combo. A 4.73 for that last wave, and it wasn't enough to advance at a combination situation. Looking to get somewhere around the 6s or 5s just to lower that requirement. And at this point, it's the Japanese surfer who's primed to make a final. Khalees, she's made 6 finals in her time. She's won twice at Huntington Beach, which is that second stop on the Longboard World Tour. And last year she bowed out early with a 9th place finish. And Taoka, on the other hand, well, she's been on an absolute roll. She took out first place in all the Longboard qualifying series events over there in Korea at the wave pool, the La Union International Pro in the Philippines, and Belair over there on the west coast of Luzon. She also took out Harrison Roach's Twinkle Toes Invitational, the Single Fin Mingle. She's absolutely no stranger to the Mexi Log Fest and every other event that pops up on the calendar. She's just clean sweeping as she goes. And this is just an example of what happens when you're carrying momentum into an event.
You know, I think everyone throughout their career has, you know, you'll have, it's just in surfing as well, you'll have these, you're on fire, and then you go through these low periods where just nothing comes, nothing clicks, nothing works, and sometimes it's just about resetting. And I'm hoping, and already, you know, Khalees is resetting.
And Natsumi up and riding right now. Nice hang 10 to get things started. Probably the second biggest wave of the heat, if not the biggest, allowing an open canvas there. She steps back on the tail, driving through the section. Nice poise though. And the trademark of Natsumi's style is the fast, fluid footwork. She makes her way through to the inside with delicate surfing, the hands below the shoulders, out a little bit off the side. And she'll look for the lip line, eyes it up. Oh, gets air and unable to ride out. That went nose high and she dug the tail in, but it wasn't enough to land. And Khalees answered back a little bit foamy from Natsumi's wave. Beautiful style, elegant surfing there. She goes up to the lip and unable to ride out as well. So both surfers suffering incomplete waves. But we'll see what Khalees got done on the outside. A lovely exchange.
That was a great exchange, a wave. Here we see on the solid bomb coming through, beautiful 5, nice quick 10, again, drawing that turnout, trying to get back into the pocket, trying to get a nice face with a good wall, 5 holding, just coming almost a little unstuck there, racing this section, and looking forward, knowing she needs to cut back to this white water so she can get a good line and really hold that 5, and holding that 5 again, she's looking for the next section, where there it is for her, a quick 10, stepping back, looking for this lip, isn't gonna pull. She almost pulls it off, but you can just see that wind hitting the bottom of that board. And with offshore, that's what's gonna happen. You gotta really lean over that. But amazing technical surfing right here from Khalees as well. Beautiful 5 to a 10, holding. Good footwork walking back again in the nice pocket with a wall. A little bit of foam from that last wave, but still really absorbing all the bounce of that foam. And footwork back up to a 5. She sees this lip coming towards her. She's going to respond back. And again, just that backwash, it seems to be taking everyone down.
And she'll make her way back out. Scores still to lock in. And she'll be confident at the very least, losing in the semi-finals. That's a 3rd place finish. We have 4 events this year, with the final 8 being selected to surf in El Salvador, at El Sunzal, in Surf City over there. A great... Malibu, a great finals place as well, but El Salvador for a goofy footer, perhaps opening up a few more opportunities than Malibu, which is very similar, the type of wave to what we're seeing right now. Very tricky on your backside. There it is, an 8.23 for Teoka. She goes excellent, as expected, despite not pulling off that final maneuver. She hits that excellent range. The judge is really enjoying that fast footwork.
Had she landed that, that was really similar to Honolua's. Honolua was a 9.17, and the highest score dropped. And she did same thing. That big lip came towards her. She smacked it, came down, and was able to pull that off. So I think that would have been the difference between that higher score. But absolutely well surfed, completely used every part of her board, doing exactly what she needs to get done to put that pressure even harder onto Khalees. Again, Khalees is no stranger to dropping some big scores.
We saw in the inset before Soleil Erico getting ready to go out against Honolua. That'll be a great battle. As Khalees locks in a 6.43, it's enough to get out a combination. Now needing a 9.57. That's obviously an achievable score, but very difficult. If she was able to get a set wave and surf the way she does, and is able to capitalize on an end section, it'll be right there. We saw Casalas, the shaper, for Khalees get an excellent range score before in the 9s. We saw Carniella, he needed excellent range score. He did go excellent, but it wasn't enough to get the win over John Michael. So those Kai Salas longboard co-boards are doing really well in their campaign out here today. And Khalees, well, she just needs to get the right wave.
We were just talking about the highest scores posted so far in this event have been all Hawaiians. It's been JR, it's been Kai, as well as Honolua. So they're really transitioning to this style of a wave. They're surfing it well. They're feeling really confident. And, an 8s and 7s are no stranger for Khalees. So it's just, again, just coming under 6.5 minutes. We're hoping that we can get her a nice big wall, big shoulders, good sections to be able to showcase how well she does paint that canvas.
And of course, we talk about the Waikiki crew. There's a great contingent of Hawaiians over here. We'll have Honolua coming up next against that reigning world champion Soleil. But Kiani Canulo, she's a powerful goofy footer out of Waikiki as well. We have Sive, our American Samoa surfer based over there in Hawaii, and Natalia Wonderlich, one of the standouts or highlights, you could say, of the event. And that's what those regional qualifying events uncover. Natsumi re-qualifying, she's no stranger to the World Tour. On the other hand, some of those new faces that we haven't seen. Sophia Colhane as well. She was I guess you could say, a new talent in 2019. She took out Chloe Calmon in a semi-final. And it's that new talent coming on tour that veterans like Natsumi has to deal with. And she's poised to make her 6th event final. And I don't believe she's taken one in recent years either. So this will be nervous times for her. This 5 minutes is going to take forever. And for Khalees, it's going to be so quick.
There are the names that you have just dropped were all young prodigies. Coming from Hawaii, and I think the Kalias, the Crystal Ziguez's, and all saw that talent and as well kind of helped guide that. You've got, you know, as well the one and only amazing coach giving insight as to how to do it. Megs, you know, really taking up that next role as auntie and coach, which has been such a grateful talent. Stepping away from the competitive side and now, you know, really utilizing all of her life skills from not only learning the shape and surf, but now coach.
Yeah, and that's a natural evolution for some people who are communicators and love working with people. And you even just see some of them supporting each other. Kai Hamasi doing the same thing there on the beach for Natsumi and that Asian region. Japanese surfers in particular, always known for their smooth styles. But in the competition arena, we haven't seen too many CT, Challenge Series, or qualifying event wins. We're hoping Natsumi can change that on the longboard side of the draw. Everyone will be stoked for her. She's been such a standout in recent years. And when the waves get bigger, she gets gnarlier. She gets the biggest waves and the biggest wipeouts too. She's not afraid to pull back. With a growing swell, we'll wonder if that Bell's Bowl will click into gear in the next hour or two.
I was speaking to her yesterday, and we were talking about the surf and the size of the surf. And I was saying, oh, you know, it's going to get bigger, it's going to get bigger. And she's like, oh, she kind of looked at me. She's like, you know, I like little waves. And I was like, girl, I watched you surf in El Salvador, and it was pumping and solid, and you can handle that. What are you talking about? She's like, no, I like little waves. And I'm like, but you excel in it.
Yeah.
So there's a difference between what you like to surf and what you can, when you can pull the guns out and actually do it when you need to. Survival surfing sometimes.
Consummate professional Natsumi. I think back to the 2019 World Titles over there in Taiwan, we had a big left-hander. It was typhoon conditions. It was about 8 feet, and she was going to town on those big lefts, waves dropping out. Like that big re-entry we saw earlier, that's a trademark of Natsumi surfing. Never leaving anything to chance, a high lot of respect for her opponent, which is why she goes so hard. And her footwork, the judges are loving the fluidity, but it's Khalees Kaliapaa, 2nd in the world last year, 3rd in 2022. This is a great result regardless, whether she finishes in the semis or goes on to take the win. A 3rd place, moving on to Huntington where she's won. She'll be taking confidence out of this campaign.
This is a great start to your, you know, the beginning of tour for her. You know, she gets, like you said, you know, if she does not come forth for her today, she's surfed so well. It's definitely something for her to take away, feeling amazing. I'm sorry, I'm just seeing these sets come through, and I'm just going, oh my goodness, I see sets in corduroy coming.
Under priority, Natsumi just looking to drop a 777 and a bigger one behind it. She gets a 5 and 10, stable surfing, knows she needs to get something considerable on this medium-sized wave. There are other waves that have been much bigger, but she's going to surf this thing all the way through and take the attention away from the judges. Of course, they have extra camera angles, but Khalees most likely in the one after, poise surfing here from Taoka. Beautiful footwork. She makes her way through the inside section, goes up for the re-entry and doesn't ride out. This time, less extravagant. And on a double up behind her, we'll see if this wave eventuates. Khalees let that one go directly after Taoka. So nothing eventuating. A one-wave set there. And maybe some overthinking from Kaliapaa in the beginning of the heat, letting a few really good waves go.
It might be that as well, wave choice. What I'm seeing is the first wave is the cleanest one. It's oily, it's nice, it doesn't have that white water, bumpy, junky, kind of hard, bumpy sections to try to make through. That's not really giving you a really good, easy face to play with. And I'm watching this right now just going, come on, Khalees. get the first wave of the set if you can, so you have a nice, shoulder to play with.
We'll have a look at this Bioglan replay. Talk us through this one.
You can see how nice and clean the face of this wave is, which really allows, her board to work. She's not having to force a lot of the surfing. Nice footwork, moving towards the nose again. 5, holding it, still holding it, really poising herself, balancing, and almost losing it on that. You can see her trying to reset. Okay, draw another line. You can see the bump starting to come through from the backwash, seeing the lip, and just say, no, I'm not going to try that again.
She makes her way back to the outside section. There's Khalees, 20 seconds remaining. She has come inside and just wants to go out with a little more dignity. And we're already with 11.16 heat total, not bad, but chasing a 9.57. This one looks like she's going to make her way in. She's kind of admitted defeat, but look at the relaxed style. Some delicate footwork on the ball of her feet as she moves up and down with a smile on her face. She knows that Sumi's got the win on that one, and she'll come in with a lot of pride because that was a great campaign for her. But Natsumi Teoka, she's on a roll, and she was going to be making the final, and she is very poised as she makes her way over to Khalees.
And this is a beautiful part of the women, just longboarding in general, the connection. And, Khalees has so much, she's so humble, and she has so much humility, and she's so gracious. And, winning or losing, she's always smiling. She's always supportive of the other person.
We'll be back shortly, but we got the final bracket coming up. You see Khalees's road to the semi-final comes to an end, and we'll have Soleil Eriko and Honolulu, who had to come over some strong heats earlier in the day in the quarters, and we'll be seeing Natsumi in the final against either one of the former 3-time world champions. We'll be getting back to that shortly after the break.
I'm down here with Bioglan, the official vitamin and supplement partner of WSL Australia. And as we continue to surf, cramps can be a big problem. And something to help with muscle recovery is absolutely vital. So a little bit of a portion of this magnesium powder once a day will help allow you to continue to enjoy and surf those waves of tomorrow.
Thanks so much, Sam. You're spot on, right? They've got some phenomenal products there, Bioglan. If you're down here at the contest site, or if you're in Melbourne, you still have time to get down before the finals and check it out. So we have Soleil Eriko, Honolulu Bloomfield out in the semi-final number 2 right now. Both 3-time world champions. Honolulu reigning ISA world champion, and Soleil WSL world champion last year in 2023, taking it at her home spot of Malibu. But she also took the win at Bells last year and knocked out Honolulu on the way. So this is a repeat of last year.
Wow, and it's a semi-final. This is, I'm really looking forward to seeing this. 2 powerful, graceful, technical surfers. I cannot wait to call this heat.
Unreal. We'll wait for those waves to come. You see everyone stoked there on the stairs. They're tuning in for this. This is going to be one to watch. All the women understand that these two are some of the greatest to pull the jersey on in the last decade, trading pretty much dominantly all the world titles in those years, with Tori Gilkison in between, Rachel Tilley, and Lindsay Steinreiter in between that as well. So these girls dominating longboard surfing for the last decade, and the regular footers, one coming from Haleiwa, Hawaii, calling Chun's Reef her local spot, and the other, Soleil, from Malibu, California. Both of them loving right-handers, but no slouch in their backsides either, but licking their lips at the Rincon lineup right now. The ocean's gone temporarily flat, and they've been watching the lineup, understanding wave selection is key. As we have a look out there, 25 minutes remaining. We'll see who gets the jump on these waves. Close up there of Soleil. She's riding her CJ Nelson South Coast surfboards, locally shaped and designed in collaboration with one of the elites of the longboard world, CJ Nelson, also coaching. She makes her way on the inside. Wants to get an early start there on Bloomfield as this tide starts to drop. We had just around 12 o'clock a high tide. We are now at 1:30, so on the receding tide. And Belen, some great matchups over the years. What info have you got for us?
I was just going to give some acknowledgement to some of the previous longboard women world champions. We have, we had Soleil, Honolulu, and then it went to Tori, which was 2016, Rachel Tilley, 2015, and then 2014, Chelsea Williams, 2013, Kalia Moniz before that, 2010, Corey Schumacher, 2009, Jennifer Smith, 2008, Joy, I cannot say her name, I used to know Vesman Newson, and then 2007, Jennifer Smith again, Skylar McFerrin, 06, Kirsty Murphy, Florida, 2005, Summer Romero, 2004, Daisy Shane, 2003, Kim Hamrock, 2002, Corey Schumacher, 2001.
Phenomenal.
And Daisy Shane, 1999.
So a few goofy footers in there, but predominantly dominated by the regular footers. Skylar McFerrin there, there's a stylish person who won a world title on a single fin well before that criteria was adjusted. Tori Gilkison, head judge now, of course, able to match it up with the best of them still today. She's a goofy footer, but reigning world women's longboard champion Soleil Erico in the lineup right now. It's a quiet lineup, no waves of substance yet. If we get to the 20-minute mark, Belen, and we hadn't had a wave, we can do a 10-minute, we can do a restart. And that's, we do see it on the shortboard world tour a lot, specifically at those places with longer ground swells. Today, 14-second ground swells. It's not wild, it's not crazy, but the tide has just dropped. So we'll see if these waves materialize as. Might turn into a 40-minute heat. We'll have to wait and see.
So for those of you at home that don't understand, when he's talking about the period of the 14 seconds, he's talking about the period which is in between waves. So 14 seconds, and as well when he's talking about degrees, when they talk about, oh, it's a southwest at 180 degrees, it's talking about the direction of the surf and the degree that it's coming into and where it's hitting at.
And we have waves here as we look. Soleil looking to get started on this. Gets over the boil. Okay, we're on. 23-minute heat. Soleil up to the nose, driving through the wave on the midsection of the board, stepping back into a slash. She continues her momentum forward. Needs to make it count. This is the final, semi-final. Beautiful soul arch 10. She works her way in the inside. Intricate footwork using the length of the board. Trademark right hand up there, styling it out with the hips. Using the front third of that board, which is the correct way to surf a point break, and taps it off the finish. A great opening wave there for Soleil Erico.
Very controlled, great technical use of her equipment. Beautiful nose rides. I'm really looking forward to see what they're going to drop her as an opening wave on that. That was well surfed, Matt.
We wait for those scores to log in. The judges will take their time. Let's go catch up with Natsumi Teioka, who's on the glass with Grant.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Natsumi, we spoke once today already. That was your best result so far. You're just keeping the board rolling. How are you feeling?
I feel so good. I feel so happy, and I really enjoy that heat. The wave is perfect.
Yeah, you took advantage of it. You found yourself on some of the bigger and best waves of the heat. Was that your plan, to go out there, wait for those sets and just put all your surfing together in that beautiful manner on such beautiful waves?
Yeah, I just focus on trying to catch the big set, and I waiting, patient, and then, yeah, I'm so lucky I go very good waves.
Yeah, just quickly, anything to say to the people at home?
はい、ライブで応援してくださってる皆さんありがとうございます。初ファイナル行くことができました。もうファイナルは全力で楽しみたいと思います。応援よろしくお願いします。
Fantastic. Although small in stature, an absolute giant killer here at Bells Beach at the 2024 Bioglan Longboard Bells Beach Classic.
Thanks for that interview there, and we'll have a look back at this score that's starting to log in, and we'll get a replay, the Bioglan replay of Soleil Erico.
So this is Soleil's first opening ride, which came in as a 7.3. Beautiful cutback there, arms nice, really using the weight, turning that fin up to a critical 5 to a 10, holding it again, arms up, very much the Joyce Hoffman iconic shot. Using that rail there just to get speed, and like you were saying, Matt, really holding nice lines, utilizing the proper part of that forward momentum in the front half of that longboard. Just nice tap floater, bent knees, pulling that off. Really well executed opening ride for Soleil Erico.
A 7.33 there, logging in for the Malibu local. She does like Bells Beach. She's got the full suit on, and she enjoys wearing that smooth skin rubber. And I mean, Bells, so many right-hand waves, not just at Bells Beach, but up and down the coast. Seek and you shall find, no names here. And it's a similar type of coastline to what's around California. If you're at Southern California, you drive half an hour, you go to those different coastal hamlets. There's lots of these little rights that have remnants of Rincon right now.
And what's really beautiful about California is Rincon is Malibu's winter sister. So Malibu, you know, is it's a summer wave, you know, more south swells, where, you know, Rincon kind of comes alive. It gets colder, you get different swells. And so, yeah, you really do have amazing different point breaks. You can surf all throughout California. Obviously, nothing like Australia and the point breaks we have here now.
Absolutely, and we see that Honolulu pretty relaxed on the outside. She's just like letting Soleil take all these waves. She'll be waiting for a set, and she's got fans at home and on the beach. Let's catch up with Grant, who's got somebody there.
Hey guys, I'm on the iconic Bells Beach stairs, and right as I was walking down, I ran into one of Honolulu's biggest fans. I've got Oliver here. How are you, mate?
Yeah, great. Thanks, GT. How are you?
Yeah, pretty good, thanks, mate. Whereabouts? Where have you come from to watch this absolute spectacle today?
So just an hour away, down in Williamstown, a local boy from Melbourne, but absolutely frothing to be here.
Yeah, fantastic. You mentioned to me earlier, mate, one of Honolulu's biggest fans. Explain to me why her surfing appeals so much to you.
Well, she embodies aloha, and I think she's got the spirit of Real Sun behind her, and the way that she can hold that position in critical sections, it's extraordinary. And for women surfing, for men surfing, it's beautiful, and just to see that is a work of art, and that's why we surf, for the spirit and for the love.
Oh, mate, look at that, ladies and gentlemen. An absolute, true lover of our sport, a lover of Honolulu Bloomfield surfing. We'll cross back to you guys for some live action.
Cheers, guys.
Wow, Oliver, I think he's going to take your job, GT. That guy's eloquent with his words. Phenomenal description there of Honolulu surfing, and Soleil as well, embodying the spirit of aloha and channeling Real Sun. That we couldn't have explained it any better. Selling Honolulu on this wave. She opens up with her exchange. Blown away at that reference before. Good on that guy, Oliver. Carving back around, off the bottom of the wave, snapping this one. Wow, pocket nose ride there for Honolulu. She's feeling the vibe. She had a high 9 earlier. This is critical surfing, and a great answer back. If this one can go all the way through the inside, it'd be a good wave for her. Looks like it's going to run away. Some great work done on the outside section. Game on, Belen.
Game on, that's for sure. All right, here we go. So she seems, I love the way she projects her speed off of her bottom turns. It is so quick. It is that flow off of it that is just excellent longboarding. You see right here, nice footwork to the nose, and look at how her tail's completely gone when she gets into that white water. Again, just really utilizing those nice S turns, back to a 5. Again, really just having fun painting 5 all the way over, grabbing rail just quite quickly, and again, just that nice leaning into the inside rail as well, and using that rail to kind of scoop her and drive her.
And the boards that these surfers are riding are allowing them to sit in the pocket, and there's a perfect example, live action. The inside of Erico's wave will catch up with what happened on the outside. Nice 5-10 combo, staying really busy and straightening out You can hear the crowd down there. They love it. And she's right there on the inside there of Rincon on the inside rocks. Great spread of scores. There we have the coach CJ, Robbie Emsley down there, a stalwart of Victorian longboard culture. Talk us through this one, Belen.
All right, she kind of stalls on that takeoff, looks at what's going to happen. Footwork straight in the pocket. Really strong legs, beautiful turns, solid fives holding. Again, really utilizing those rail-to-rail turns, understanding how she needs to slow it down a bit, quick 10, holding that 5, and really looking down the line, really using her body for that lift to get her in the right pocket of the ride, just executing that so amazing.
Beautiful analysis there, Belen, as we see Soleil making her way back out. Honolulu already on the outside section, and there does appear to be something coming, waiting for this score to drop for Honolulu. Her mum Lynn back home, and it's her sister's birthday as well, and her dad is down here, Kalohe, with her boyfriend, and they're hanging out. Clay's there, giving her words of advice before every heat, keeping her measured and controlled. And she's got a beautiful shaped Hawaiian board there by Myers Surfcraft. It's the Ojai model 9.3. And I was talking about the boards. These are like very neutral style surfboards. They suit point breaks fantastic. This size bells, these square tail surfboards, there's nothing crazy. No wide noses, no big tails, no massive scoops, no bells and whistles. They are just surfboards that let these women surf really naturally in the critical part of the wave.
The difference between the boards that these girls are riding as to anything that you get off the shelf is things they're created for them, though. These girls know what they like and works well for them. They also come and put the time in and surf waves like this and know what works for them and what doesn't. And when you're at this skill set, you know pretty quickly if a board's going to work for you or not and allow you to demonstrate your skill set.
Absolutely. Score locking in for this one. The judges, early signs, liking Honolulu's wave. It was a bigger one. She waited for a long time. In fact, waited for over 12 minutes for that wave. And you see that beautiful pink tint. That's another thing about these surfboards, often with gorgeous colors. With the canvas of a longboard, you'll see the weight of a tint or an opaque can often add vital kilos or just a small increment of weight. And these surfers, it doesn't bother them. It actually makes the board sit in the water a little bit more. These are professional longboarders and the epitome of style, flow and grace on display here at Bells Beach for the Bioglan Longboard Classic. The judges taking their time on this score. We'll wait and see. I mean, early signs for Honolulu. It's looking good, Belen.
When you see them taking their time, they're definitely reviewing, okay, what was Soleil's 7.33? What did she do in it? Where was her positioning? What was she doing, and how are we going to score her?
Well, we'll come back and find out what that score was. We're going to go to a bonsai brew break. Back soon for the remainder of Heat 2. beautiful Great Ocean Road, the vast landscapes and bustling city. Got lots of little nooks and crannies with great live music, bars, hospitality, and of course the sheer magnitude of all the cliffs along Port Campbell, Cape Otway. We make our way along the surf coast to Torquay. You find yourself at Bells Beach for the 2024 Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Bioglan. And out in the water, we do have Soleil Erico and Honolulu Bloomfield, who locked in an 8.10, the highest wave of the heat so far. And the Hawaiian, she has priority, but she needs a 7.13 because our surfer from Malibu, Soleil Erico, the reigning world champion, locked in a 7.9 on her last. The Hawaiian using her priority on this, making her way through this, needs a near excellent score to back up the 8. Nice hang 10 to get started, gliding through that transition. It's a smaller wave with some foam on the face. And that one won't necessarily be a mistake. It was a smaller wave and probably a good idea to kick out of that, Belen.
Yeah, definitely get out of it. Go back out and do what you do. You just dropped an 8.10. Still, you know, that's going to put a second wave up for her, which is going to, you know, obviously help get rid of that 7.13 that she's needing. But she's very much just cruising. You know, she's feeling it out. Honolulu is not, she's very much like Mickey Dora as far as her persona. Kind of hangs back, doesn't really like hang in front of the scene. And here she is riding, again, beautiful style, 5 to 10. Just enjoying that wave, nice footwork. Again, you can see that little foam kind of start to kick in now and start a little bit bumpy. And the bump, it's really difficult. You know, everyone seems to be getting knocked off with that little bump coming back.
And we see that tide starting to drop, the waves receding. We have got a little drop in swell. Typically here with an incoming tide, you will see that swell we talked about earlier, the period of swell, make its way around Cape Otway. It's the southernmost point of Australia, and we're very close to almost the edge of mainland Australia. Soleil Erico with this heat wind percentage of 62%, but Honolulu, her percentage is up around the 77% mark. Obviously with a lot more heats under her belt, Honolulu coming from a time where there was only one, maybe two events on the Longboard World Tour. She was dominant for a long time, but Soleil, a rookie in the mid-teens and coming up through the later 2000s. She took her maiden world title in 2018, where she won that in Taiwan. And she had a great battle over there, but she was just too good, too strong, trained really hard, coached by Taylor Jensen back then. It was a testament to her parents, Vera and her dad, Danny, for believing in her child, and really, along with a lot of the stuff that her dad did for longboarding behind the scenes, was a big catalyst for what we have here today, Belen.
The women nowadays have so much access to great surfers, and you know, we're now at that professional area where coaches, you know, working with not only surf coaches, but as well, you know, dietitians, exercise physiologists, weight training, strength training. You know, it's not just your surfing anymore. You really need to hone in on all those different sides of your surfing as an athlete.
Erico with priority.
Look at this.
Is going on one of the best waves of the heat so far. A bomb. She's up and riding in red. Looking, heat leader at the moment, looking to drop a 7.33. Whoa, a little bit of a rib in this one. Slashing turn, she handles it well. The bucking Bronco, the big roll bottom board, she's handling that on the open face, gliding through this section. She knows she needs more. She gets the 5. Stepping on the tail here, redirecting. This will go all the way through to the Bell Shorey with a smooth drop knee. And this is the critical section. Holding it, this is going to be a great score. She's going to finish strong in here. She's going to town on the best wave we've seen in this semi-final. And she kicks out perhaps the wave of the day so far, Belen.
Oh, that was just an incredible ride from our surfer in red, Soleil Erico. High score being a 7 point. Look at this takeoff on a gorgeous, solid, almost overhead wave. If she was at the bottom of that, hits that almost that little Makaha bump, just drawing out of that line. Again, nice fade to the inside rail, projecting speed. And we've just lost her on the camera. There we go, there she is. Beautiful style, going in for the 5. Honolulu having a little bit of a look on her and what she got.
Thinking back to that wave before last that Honolulu took off on, I'm not sure if he had priority or not. Either way, that wave was a heat winner at this point. Already in the lead, our surfer in red, Honolulu. She's going to have 6 minutes in priority to have a choice. She's going to need a massive score to come back. Already needing a 7.13. It's going to be tense times, but if anyone can do it, it's Honolulu. And that's the type of wave that Hono is so used to capitalizing on in heats through her whole career.
Her skill set on point breaks is unfathomable. She can pull anything out of the hat that she needs to. Her style, you know what Honolulu has is patience, and she's got really good wave choice. So if she does get the opportunity to get that wave like Soleil just had, game on again. Her score of a 7.13 is 100% attainable for her.
As we look outside on the outside section, there's those swell lines coming in. You're right, her wave IQ is just something that's been in her back pocket her whole career. Even not caring too much about her equipment, her preparation, she just feels it out there in the ocean. And people learn differently. Some people are visual, some people are analytical, some people need a combination of both, and she feels it, and that's something you can't coach. But in many aspects, the last few years, she's tapped into that history, that cultural element, learning more about her boards. But here goes that replay of Soleil Erico. A 9.5 came in. Talk us through this one, Belen.
Oh goodness, highest score so far of the women. Beautifully drawn out, projecting nose right. Just trying to stall a little bit there, just to get back into the critical section that will allow her to nose right and really hold that tail down so she doesn't plow through. Beautifully drawn out nose right, just swaying and really carving. Critical nose right, just back into that front half, drawn out turns, just having so much fun, and the style, feeling that wave, just saying, yes, I'm having fun.
She certainly is having fun getting the pick of the waves in this heat. One judge going as high as a 10, and the others evening out at the 9.5. That's how we get to the 9.5. We drop the high and the low, and we'll take the other three. So another set wave here for Bloomfield, needing a 9.31. She's up on the nose. Great start, driving the midsection of the board. This is something she's worked on over the years, and this one doesn't look like it's going to be it. She knows that she'll pop out with 4 minutes to go and reset. But a great wave there from Soleil, and almost an epic answer back there from Bloomfield.
Soleil, Honolulu looking for that wave. She's looking for a 9.31. This woman is no stranger to a 10. We've seen her on the, look at this beautiful wave here. Nice 5, just a little section, trying to race back up to a beautifully nose right down the face. Unfortunately, that wave just shuts down on her, says there's nothing else to offer for her. She's trying to get back out with 3.5 minutes remaining. But Honolulu has dropped 10s before, and we've seen her do it switch stance, pulling into a barrel. I don't know if you remember seeing that. But again, she can pull out scores if she needs to. 3.5 minutes remaining. Matt, what are you thinking?
She needs the biggest wave of the set. 3 minutes to go. There should still be another wave, although we've seen those intervals over the high tide being quite dispersed. She'll be fired up. She had a 9.17 earlier in the quarterfinal, and Soleil brings the best out of Honolulu, and that doesn't make her nervous. She actually embraces it, as with someone like our competitor in red going out, Johnny Van Hohenstein, up against Ben Skinner. He fires up with the stiffer competition. He came past Carniella Stewart earlier, and that was an amazing battle. But Ben Skinner, he loves a fiery battle too. That's going to be a great matchup. The men's semis coming up next. There's some swell on the horizon. And both these girls dueling it out, as they have done for nearly a decade now. Up on the knees, unique to longboard surfing. You don't see this in many other forms. And Soleil will try and ice this out with some priority and just try and be on the best wave.
With priority now, 2 and a bit minutes, she knows what a weapon Honolulu is, and she's either going to keep moving around and keep just trying to get rid of that 7.9, or she's going to go sit by her, one of the two. And it looks like she's doing the first half of that.
Okay, so taking the wave off Honolulu, 2 minutes to go. Looking to drop just a 7.9. That's a good way to start. Solar Chang 10. She's in the front third of the board. She taps this one off the top. That's not going to be it. So we'll find out if that's a priority error. She makes her way back on the outside. She's going to go sit on Honolulu and put some pressure on. But this is exactly where the Hawaiian wants to be. With priority, she needs a 9.31. And if anyone in the draw can do it, it is Honolulu Bloomfield. She has done this many times before. Crushed the dreams of many a rookie and many a veteran as well with her natural wave IQ. The way she moves through the lineup is unmatched until Soleil Erico came along.
Definitely challenging her right now, but you know, they both have such great scores. Honolulu looking to get rid of that 3.83, looking for a 9.31 with just coming under a minute. You know, she's still so composed. Most people right now would be throwing their hands around, looking for their people. Where am I going? Where do I sit? What's coming? And now you can just see Solo kind of slowly kind of sitting by her, paddling over next to her. What's coming? And it looks like there might be something out the back.
Yeah, there will be a little wave coming, and I think back to the 3.83 and the 3.5 Honolulu got. That last wave looked like it was going to be the score. It's just a shame it did shut down, and we'll see if these waves, I don't think it's going to eventuate. She'll be shattered. She's so close, and she's feeling it this morning in the quarterfinals. This is a repeat of last year's Bells Beach Classic where Soleil did get the win and went on to take victory. So she'll be feeling super motivated right now.
I know when in her previous heat, she was running down there, and I think she kind of tapped into you and was like, oh my gosh, what's going on? What do I do? What was your little insight for her then?
Over the years, yeah, I've surfed a lot with Honolulu, and I know how she operates, and she certainly is a magnet for waves. So you don't want to take away from someone's intuition and IQ. And in this heat, it was Soleil who, with the luck of the waves, I wouldn't even say it was like a meticulous timing of sets. It was just the right run of the priority. She was able to capitalize with a 9.5 and a 7.9, the consummate professional performance from the reigning world champion, who'll move on to the final up against Natsumi Teoka. Don't go anyway. We're going to have Sam and Josh coming up shortly, and there's the women's bracket. The Japanese surfer making her first World Longboard Tour final against Soleil Eriko. We'll go to a break, but don't go anywhere. Men's coming up next.
Welcome back to the men's semi-finals here from the Surf Coast Shire, Victoria, live from Dirac, Bells Beach, Wadawurrung country, as we have Johnny the Ripper, John Michael Van Hohenstein surfing against Ben Skindog Skinner. I'm Sam Bleakley, joined in the booth by 2006 world champion Josh. We are on to the semi-finals. It's a big one.
Yeah, and the waves are firing, and this is a big heat. Johnny the Ripper, young guy, last year he was on tour, but now here he is. Look at this semi-final. Johnny the Ripper up against the veteran Ben Skinner. And then semi-final 2, Sam, Kai Salas, current world champion, current Bells champion, against Taylor Jensen.
Big stuff, and of course we're going to go straight to the action because they've already kicked things off. 26 minutes now remaining. Ben Skinner is in blue. John Michael Van Hoyenstein is in red. From Hawaii, his ancestry shared between Thailand and the Philippines, and now living in Hawaii where he's grown up and learned to surf. Ben Skindog Skinner has a fantastic Skindog surfboards factory that he founded in Yuki, Cornwall. Goes back to 2008 with his business partner, Jason Gray. All of his teammates will be tuning in around the UK, of course. His kids, Lila and Lucas, they will be competing in the European Junior Championships. But it's Hawaiian getting that first wave on the replay. Straight to the tip, Constable looking good.
Wow, great little nose ride there, setting it up quite well. And that drop knee is so electric. The judges have really fallen in love with that this weekend. So right up to the nose there again. Great surfing, nice patience and calm here. The 5, and then finishing it off. Reasonably clean, missed the floater, but really nice opening starting wave for Johnny.
Good start for Johnny. What about this for Skindog? Straight on the tip there, Josh.
Yeah, this double scoop through the pocket, 10. Crazy nose ride there for Ben Skinner. Driving off the tail, beautiful turn, throwing a lot of spray. So this is a really nice wave so far for Ben. Hopefully keeps it nice and clean through this inside and finishes strong, and we're going to see a really good score, aren't we, Sam?
Wow, great start for both surfers, but Skindog's wave looked more composed, more control, and look at the footwork ending on a lifting lock 10 with an incredible amount of acceleration out of that 10 and into a float, and you get the feeling that it could be excellent range from the get-go for the surfer in blue.
Wow, and then look at this one, a lot of action to start this heat. Johnny straight up to the nose, 5, 10, 5, nice and calm, back to the 10, catching a little bit, and then big 10 again, so that's his third 10, hasn't got off the nose yet. We'd like to see a little variety, get back and get that drop knee turn happening, but look at that nose ride hanging onto it. But here it is, Sam, giving the judges a little bit of variety now, starting to use all parts of the wave, back up to the nose, again 10 through the pocket. It's getting a little hollow and steep there, and unfortunately not coming out of that really cleanly.
Felt like it could be a stronger ride though than his opening ride, which comes in at a 5, 6, 7, waiting for that first score to be dropped for Ben Skinner. Got the feeling that that was going to be the best of the exchange. Big shout out to all of the longboard community tuning in. Big happy birthday to 2 Australian world champions, Chelsea Williams, Harley Ingleby, both celebrating their birthdays today. Of course, Chelsea, world champion on the longboard tour in 2014, and Harley, he got those fantastic world titles. He got that world title in the Maldives in 2009, and he backed it up in Hainan, China in 2014. A good friend of yours, and you have competed with Chelsea and Harley, and how proud will those fellow Aussie world champions be to see the best in the world competing at Bells on the World Longboard Tour?
Yeah, they're both great humans, and happy birthday to both of you guys out there. They'll be tuning in for sure. They'll be not wanting to miss this. And Harley, he's got a great relationship with Ben. He'll be there cheering and hoping Ben does well. But look at this wave, Sam, kicking it off again.
Yeah, and kicks off with an 8-1-7. Skindog answering back. This is his second ride. Sweeps it down carve, sets up a high line, crisp steps up to the tip. A 10, lock, lift, bold upright, hands behind the back, walks out of that nose ride, trimming, just eyeing up the inside. A couple more cross steps, keeping that footwork super composed and clean, and then accelerating off the tail to add to that 8-1-7. Good body language from Skindog, waiting still for that second score from John Michael Van Hoyenstein.
The no claim, standing upright, a little bit of John Florence there, but that was a fantastic wave for Ben. We don't like to compare waves too much. Rincon is looking really nice right now, maybe doing a little bit of a Malibu impersonation, and that is scary for the opposition because we know how good Ben is waves like that, aren't we?
On his 9-4 double scoop, this is in Thunderbolt construction, so torsional flex, T-bang, stringer, mix of EPS, fiberglass and carbon fiber, and you can really see that it's working beautifully under the feet of the 12 times European champion.
It's funny because Ben's had a few scrappy heats the last few days. He's had tough conditions. He hasn't had those clean, glassy waves yet. And then today, waves turn on. He's been scratching through the heats, building momentum, and it looks like he's come to play today because his last heat got that huge score, starting off with an 8 in the excellent range. That's a great backup wave. Crazy 10s. Could it go higher? It was pretty good, wasn't it? What do you think, Sam?
It was good. I think that it's not going to go as high as the opening 817, but I think it's going to be a great backup. Very interested to see what they drop for Johnny's first ride. Had he just rode out cleanly, felt like it could have been excellent range, but didn't have that clean end, but did have some incredible nose rides. I'd imagine it's going to come below excellent range as he gets his third wave up and riding. Late takeoff, gets to the bottom of the wave, bottom turns, a little hop there, and then just deals with that foam, that chandelier, that white water, and recognizes that there's no opportunity to come around that section. 21 minutes remaining, waiting for a second score for Ben Skinner in blue. Johnny the Ripper out there with a 5, 6, 7, and backs it up with the 7-3-3.
Yeah, that's phenomenal surfing from both surfers there. Look how big that set is. The tide's still a little low, so that one closed out across that strip of reef there, but Ben just battling through this one back out there. So the surfers, they're going for it right now, but they're trying to conserve a little bit of energy because they want to make it through this heat and then have some fuel in the tank for the final.
But this is one of those semis, like the next semi we've got coming up with Kai Salas and Taylor Jensen, where they're going to have to put it all on the line to take the win, because both of these surfers are going to push it right to the final exchange.
Yeah, this is great. This is what finals day is all about. The waves are firing, the surfing is electric, and we're just so lucky to be here at Bells Beach, turning it on for finals day. What a great spot from the Melbourne flight cam there. You can just see those sandstone cliffs. Unbelievable. The free surfers over there having a surf at Southside. There'll be some great waves going through over there, and the whole Surf Coast Shy is firing up today.
Big shout out to Hawaiian fans tuning in, 6 p.m. in Hawaii. Big shout out to the British fans tuning in, 5 a.m. in the UK. They'll be cheering on Skin Dog. The Hawaiian fans will be cheering on Johnny. Skin Dog gets his second score, comes in at a 6.93. He's got an 8.17 backed up by that new score. He's out there in the lead. Johnny now has to get a 7.78. And with that, let's go down to the top of the steps, because Soleil Eriko has just booked herself a spot in the final to meet Natsumi Teoka from Japan.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Standing here with Soleil. Great semi-final wins. Seemed to start off pretty well. A couple of sevens. I noticed you girls pushed yourself a little deep in the beginning, but then sat there, waited it out, and gee, Bells Beach delivered for you this afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, me and Hano have been competing against each other since we were like 10 years old, and it's always been a crazy battle. You know, I look up to her as a surfer, so it was cool to share the lineup. And yeah, we take it really seriously when we're against each other. But yeah, I was really stoked on the waves I got and thought I surfed a smart heat.
Yeah, you're kidding me, aren't you? On 9.5, you'd had those two waves. What was in your mind? What were you thinking that wave was a standout for the morning or the day? Solidly bigger. What was in your mind as that was approaching you and you were spinning around to take it?
I was just having so much fun on it. Like, I couldn't believe that it went as far as it did. And then when it went into that inside section, I just like thanked the wave, like looked back and was like, thank you. And yeah, it definitely made my trip that way, for sure. That's always great to hear. A beautiful day down at Bells Beach. It's delivering, you're delivering. Best of luck in the finals. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Back to you guys in the booth for the rest of the call.
Congratulations, Soleil. Big thanks, GT. Great to have Grant Thomas in the team this week. He's been bringing fantastic energy and insight. A world-class longboarder himself, a fantastic all-round surfer. He'll be out there getting some free surf waves as the event finishes, as we get to catch up on the replays. Both of these waves for both of these surfers look really runny and quick, Josh. Very hard to ride.
Yeah, he surfed it really well here, but just not getting the crazy opportunities. It's a shame, because when he came out of that one then, it just flattened out a little bit. But again, the spice, the drive, the excitement this guy brings is so cool, and we're stoked to have him on tour this year.
Just speeding through the inside there. This is that fourth ride for John Michael van Hohenstein. He's got a 5.67 and a 7.33, and he's chasing a 7.78. Ben Skinner did have this out back, but it just ran away, and he opted for the kick out after the good opening nose ride.
Yeah, I thought he was going to drive off the bottom here and go straight up into that lip line, but he must have identified that that wave was going to close out down the line. So smart move from Skin Dog. Back out there, regain priority and wait for the right wave.
Score comes in for our surfer in red from Hawaii. It's a 6.67. It doesn't push him up into first place. He's still chasing a 7.78. Ben Skinner, smart decision to kick out, opting not to wear a leash as well, and he projected that board over the foam, made sure it really got clear of the next wave. But while the post-heat interview was going on with Soleil, we could see that that wave did close out, so good call from Skin Dog. And now he's sitting out there with priority. 16 minutes remaining. Big stakes for both of these surfers, but neither of these surfers are strangers to finals. Ben Skinner, he has been a multiple finalist at WSL events, and Johnny the Ripper, John Michael Van Hoyenstein, he got in the final in El Salvador against Connie Stewart last year as well.
Yeah, both fantastic surfers, both at different parts in their journey, in their career. Ben at the later years, Johnny just kicking off. So great experience here for both Johnny and Ben, because Ben wants to kind of keep that dream alive. He's getting pushed by the young guys, and then Johnny, the young guy, aspiring to have a career like Ben's having right now. So really fun to watch. We're stoked to be here, aren't we, Sam? And what a day it's been down here at Bells Beach.
Absolutely. It's been absolutely incredible. We've seen really strong performances from surfers from all over the world, but right now our attention is on the British man, Ben Skinner, and the Hawaiian, John Michael Van Hoyenstein. Skin Dog sitting out there with priority. Johnny the Ripper, as he's known, chasing a 7.78. The Mark Little boards under the feet of Johnny there, the Moku boards. He's looking good, he's looking spicy. He got 17th in Bells last year. He lost to Kai Salas, but he got a second on the World Longboard Tour in El Salvador, losing in the man-on-man final to Connie Stewart. Ben Skinner had a brilliant run last year, finished third on the World Longboard Tour. In the finals at Malibu, he had an 11-second hang 10, beating Taylor Jensen. As he just turns, has a look at that, recognizes he doesn't want to take it on his new model 9.4 double scoop, the dynamic, also ridden by a number of surfers now around the world, and Ben putting all of his contest prowess into now his surfboard design as well, demonstrating that he still deserves to be here at the cutting edge as we get the Melbourne flight cam. That tide still fairly high, so talk us through those conditions at the moment and what we can expect as we move towards the finals, Constable.
Yeah, really cool angle there. You can see the boys are sitting right at the top of the point here at Rincon. The tide is dropping, it's starting to run out, so it's going to get a little more sectiony. They're going to have to pick the right waves. The bigger ones are going to shut down. We saw that with Ben's last wave. He identified that as he was driving off the bottom, realised kicking out and getting back out there. So the mid-size waves now going to break off the boil where they're sitting, running all the way down the point here at Rincon, and hopefully finishing up on the sand.
Skin Dog in priority, in the lead. Johnny the Ripper in second, chasing a 7.78. Who's it going to be, the Brit or the Hawaiian? We're going to find out after the Bonsai Brew break. Melbourne flight cam, live action in Wadawurrung country, Dirac, Bells Beach, iconic. Those clay cliffs there have inspired multi-generations of surfers, and of course we're in Wadawurrung country here as we see Johnny the Ripper chasing a score, 7.78 required for the young Hawaiian. He's just dropped a 3.0, leaving Ben Skinner sitting out there with priority. And here's the replay of Johnny's 3.0, Josh Constable.
Yeah, really nice. I like the takeoff spot that they're surfing right up at the top there, at the top of Rincon, but you've got to be so careful that I think the first lot of maneuvers are down the line, generating speed, and the cutback doesn't happen until the midway section. You've got to get through this speedy zone at the top of the point, don't you, Sam?
Yeah, this is the tide that we probably saw Tony Silvani having a little bit of bad luck on earlier this morning when he got eliminated. It's been high tide already, 11:30. It'll be low tide, 5:20. And right now, local time, it's about 2:20 p.m. So that tide is dropping out, but Skindog, very smart decision. Patience paid off there. Wise, he recognized that it was not needed to take either of those two set waves, and he still sits out there with priority. 10 minutes remaining. He's got a great support camp on the beach. He's got his good friends who live over here in Australia, Nick and Mitch. He's got Hugh, who lives down here in Torquay, but a big support camp also for Johnny, traveling with his parents, traveling with his brother, who has also competed in the event. So both of these surfers feeling in a very positive space. People have got their back, and they've been doing the talking in the waves. They've both been on fire all week.
Yeah, it's sensational, and that's what it's about. You've got to have a great support network with you at home, backing you and allowing you to get your training in and your surfing and helping you with boards and nutrition and training. But then when you're on the road, you need a good support network. It's always hard to do it by yourself. So we've got Ben with his crew, but to have your brother on tour, I think that's really special too for Johnny the Ripper. He's got his brother Michael here, who had a fantastic event. We saw him earlier today on finals day. So a little bit of action happening out here now. Boys are just hustling, trying to get position. Johnny trying to go maybe up the inside here of Ben, even though Ben has priority. Going to keep him guessing. Nice little wave standing up here. What do you think, Sam?
Well, I think Johnny's having a look. He's out of priority. He's chasing a 7.78. It looks like he's going to stroke into this. Here it is. Up and riding. Sweeps it. High line. Up to the tip. Stretches at 5. Smaller wave than the more significant excellent range score we saw from 817, from Ben Skinner with the 817. Johnny staying active. Fair enough. He recognized that he could keep a look at that just in case it had some big run to it, but he kicks out, he's paddling out for more, and Ben Skinner stays out there cool, calm, with priority as we get to enjoy the replay.
Yeah, just a really nice wave. You wouldn't pass this up in a free surf, but in competition, I'd like to see him sit out there, just be patient. Don't take yourself out of the lineup in case a set does come by taking a wave that he's not going to improve on his scores. He needs a significant score, 7.78, just under that excellent range. We saw Ben go there with his first wave with an 8.17. So Johnny needs to identify the wave, think about that wave that Ben took off on. It was a larger wave with a really nice wall on it, but not too fast. It had a great pace. So patience for the young guy, and wait and see what happens.
Skindog, a sparkling career already. 12 European titles between 2007 and 2023. Twice an ISA World Longboard Championship silver medalist, going back to 2008 when Matthew Muir took the win at Huntington Beach, and 2013 when he lost to Antoine Delpera from France. Last year, an incredible run for Skindog at Malibu, finished third on the World Longboard Tour. He's been a multiple finalist at WSL events as Johnny goes to the tip, holds the 5, locks in that 5, opens out the stance into a big carving, sweeping drop knee, arcs off the foam, comes off the top with another drop knee, a couple of little cross steps to readjust and just weaving it, snaking it, and then back up to the tip, locks a 5. Nice line on this 5, comes up high for a 10. That wave starting to build in size as he drops back to the tail and accelerates, chasing a 7.78, and this getting really fruity on the inside for Johnny as he gets a cover up, and he looks like he's got a good chin line to come out of that, and that is special.
Here we go. So normally we think of if there's barrels. Oh, nice, he likes that one. Yes, Johnny the Ripper. This has made it interesting. So Ben had priority, was sitting right at the top. Let that one go because he was a little deep, but Johnny adjusted. He moved nice and wide. That was those waves where you've got to take off, you've got to get across, make sure you pass that fast section, and then we saw those beautiful drop knee turns. So this is a great wave. Sam, talk us through that.
Oh, straight to the tip, gets the 5, holds that 5, and then here, the dynamic drop knee turn, just snaking, weaving back and forth. But this wave starting to get a bit open here, Josh, but it was when he moved through to the inside that things got really exciting.
Yeah, hanging on the nose here, and I was thinking, come on, let's do something. Let's see something different. And there it is, big 10, perching through the pocket. Thought he got a little bit high there and a little caught up, but the wave backed off again, gave him the opportunity, coming around it. Big swooping drop knee, and then here, just pulling in, seeing the vision, nice and open on that shore break. He got one this morning and didn't make it out of, and this one coming out clean. So when you think of barrels, we're thinking Bell's Bowl, but instead he's got one on the inside here at Rincon. But look at this, the footwork, toes over the nose, little stretched out here, but driving forward, boom, into the 10, driving high, tail locked in the pocket, gets a little high here, just gets back in time, comes around it. Lucky the wave just slowed up a little bit, and then these turns that we're seeing, Sam, we're not seeing many of the competition, the opponents doing these beautiful drop knee turn, high in the pocket there, coming around it, grabbing the rail. Coming from Hawaii, he's no stranger to a little barrel.
And an 8.83 delivered for Johnny Van Hoyenstein from Hawaii. Raised between Thailand and the Philippines before moving to Hawaii, age 6, where he has become a world-class longboarder. That average taken, dropping that high 9.3 and that low 8.5, and taking that score to an 8.83 with 4 minutes 40 seconds remaining, now meaning that Ben Skinner needs an 8.0. He's already got an 8.17. Johnny got that wave out of priority, opted to stay busy, and that wave really stood up for him through the middle, right through to the shore break.
Yeah, it had that perfect speed. So like I was saying before, those mid-size ones, they're speedy on the takeoff. Johnny realised that, he got the 5, raced across, and then it opened up, and then we saw those beautiful drop knee turns, giving us different variations. Some of them he's driving out of the top to the bottom of the apex of the wave. Others he's staying high and swooping nice and high and tight, giving the judges different looks. And then obviously the nose riding and that crazy 10. Look at the support down there on the beach for him.
Absolutely. A lot of great surfers. There's Sam Christensen from South Africa, 3 times South African champion. Of course, we talked about some South African world champions. Stephen Sawyer's been a WSL world champion. Matthew Mouse-Muir's been twice an ISA world champion. Simone Robb, a great female longboarder from South Africa, been an ISA world champion. Sam had a great run here. No Crystal Hewlett, she couldn't make it to this event, but she had qualified. But right now, it's our Hawaiian in the lead with an 8.83 and a 7.33 as his lowest scoring wave. So Ben Skinner, with priority, needs to get an 8.0. 3 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. What will be going through Ben's head, Josh?
Yeah, just calm. He'd be a little upset at himself that he maybe got himself out of position or didn't take that wave, but he was deep. He was high up on the top there at Rincon, so unfortunately letting his opponent get a little bit of space and getting that wave. But Ben, in the way of an 8-point ride, Ben's thinking he can get that, no problems. He got the 9-point ride earlier. He's already got an 8-point ride or so far in this heat, so he's just going to be patient. Still plenty of time to go, 3 minutes. I like Johnny sitting out there, just being around in Ben's space right now, and just hoping that for Ben, he's hoping another set comes. Johnny, obviously, this is going to be a long 2.5 minutes for him. Ben, it's going to be ticking down quickly.
Yeah, and pretty incredible from Johnny, the fact that he manufactured that opportunity. We were perhaps a bit critical of the previous wave, as we see the Melbourne flight cam, because it looked as if he'd just put himself out of position, but then he was wide enough to get that next wave out of priority, and it was one of those ones that through 9 pins it just grew and it delivered. But he also did do a lot of critical work, and ending, I think, with that tube, that barrel, that shampoo and conditioner through the inside, that was the icing on the cake. That for me just gave that wow factor that it brought it from the 7 range up into the excellent range.
Yeah, totally. And he did get that beautiful hang 10. He got a little caught and got a little hung up, but it recovered. It put him low in the wave, driving that turn, and it set him up quite well.
very good point. Sometimes when you put a lot of commitment, a lot of risk, it does put you so behind the pocket that those are often the moments when you're deep enough for the cover-ups.
Yeah, and that was awesome. Really well done. Great wave. So here we go. A little bit of time left, 1 minute 30. Ben's just sitting there patient. He knows that he can get the score. It's looking like a little Malibu-style wave. We spoke about how good he surfed there last year. The long hang 10 that was just mind-blowing, that got everyone on their feet on the beach over there, didn't they?
11-second hang 10 that was. I watched it back a few times, and maybe my clockwork might have been, you know, not perfectly accurate, but when I did watch it back and time it, it was pretty much that's one of the longest hang 10s I've ever seen in competition, I think.
Yeah, so he knows that he can do it. He's sitting there, he's just being patient. 1 minute time's ticking down. Ben hasn't surfed a bad heat, so the bummer for him if he doesn't make it through. He started off strong, backed it up with a really good scoring wave. Unfortunately, just that one swung a little bit wider, gave Johnny the opportunity, but that's surfing competitions, and sometimes they go your way and other times they don't.
We can just see Kai Salas entering the lineup. Kai Salas and Taylor Jensen will be surfing in the next semi-final. Is there going to be time for Skin Dog? It looks like there's a little bit of movement here. Do you think this is a significant set wave, or is he just going to have to take what comes?
He's got to take what's coming. There's 20 seconds, but I like how he's getting out of that speed zone. He's trying to get wide on this one so he can get around it. This is where Johnny took off on the wave before. Sam, talk us through it.
Up and riding. Skin Dog Skinner sets himself tall, gets to the 5, holds the 5, gets to the 10. As the clock counts down, back up for another 5 into a 10, holds the 10, good lift and lock, incredible long time on the nose, stays on the 5, stays back up for the 10 as that wave just starts to race away from him, and Skin Dog Skinner put it all on the line there, kicked off with an 817, backed it up with a 693, had to catch what came through, but you just feel as if that wave didn't have the excellent range scoring potentially needed.
Yeah, I feel for Ben because he surfed a really, really well thought out heat, and just unfortunately just that wave slid sideways. That wave is not going to come in, unfortunately, in the excellent range. Judges are still throwing the scores down for that one, but well surfed. How good is this guy? It's so exciting to have some young, fresh blood on the tour and just delivering the scores and delivering with the surfing. So,
but great result for Ben. Of course, it's all about staying in that top 8 to qualify for that final event later in the season in El Salvador. It's John Michael Van Hoyenstein who books a spot in the final to face either Kai Salas or Taylor Jensen, an 8.83 and a 7.33. Ben Skinner, such a strong start with that excellent 8.17, but unlucky, sitting with priority for the whole back half of that semi-final, but no sets came through for Skin Dog. So he will finish in 3rd, and Johnny the Ripper will be sitting, waiting to see whether it's going to be Kai Salas or Taylor Jensen.
What a great semi-final too we're going to have. So could we see the double Hawaiians in the final, or the big man himself, Taylor Jensen?
That'll be kicking off real soon. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Jirak, Wadawurrung country, Victoria, the surf coast, Shire of... God, I'm losing my tongue there because I've just been so blown away at the quality of surfing we have seen, Josh. It's been absolutely outstanding, and we just shift gears now into another beauty between Kai Salas and Taylor Jensen. I mean, this is a showdown between two of the greats who have met many a times before. They share 4 WSL world titles between them. If you add the ISA titles that Kai has got, you're talking 6 world titles in the water right now. Of course, Taylor going for his 4th WSL world title, Kai going for his 2nd. A slow start, no sets so far. What do you think they would have picked up, Josh, from what they saw between Ben Skinner and Johnny?
They would have picked up that the boys were ripping. The level was through the roof, so these guys want to put on a good display. However, they're not worried about Johnny and what Ben did there in this little battle now. Tide's half an hour lower.
Yep.
So they've got to make sure they're picking the right waves. The big ones are definitely going to start closing out. We're going to see that in the women's final next, then the following men's final. So these guys look like they've pushed themselves up. They're trying to get that inside priority. Kai is demanding that right now, so Taylor realizes, trying to slide back down the point a little bit. It's so interesting, these starts, that there's so much emphasis on trying to get the inside, but sometimes you can push yourself way too far up. We saw that with Ben. He had priority in the last heat. He moved a little bit too far up the point. One slid sideways, down inside. Johnny the Ripper got it and then changed the heat.
Absolutely. 25 minutes remaining. Continues to be 30-minute heats. Of course, those top 2 waves combined. Will it be Kai? Will it be Taylor? No waves ridden, but 2 greats who have been outstanding in the event so far, Josh.
Sam, 2 greats, 2 big humans, tall, strong, heavy-footed. Who gets this one? Where are the advantages for Taylor, or where are the advantages for Kai?
Well, the brilliance about both of these surfers is you say they're tall, but the way they perform is very much about being light-footed. The lift and the subtleties, the poise, the nuances, their footwork is impeccable, and you'll see them just walking in and out of critical nose rides with, you know, in an unrivaled quality. And someone who looks like they're putting the heat on this generation is just booked themselves a spot in the final. It's Johnny Van Hohenstein from Hawaii at the top of the iconic steps, having just booked himself a berth in the grand final, and he's there with GT.
Yeah, standing here with Johnny. Unbelievable semi-final win. Ben started off with an amazing first wave. You had the scores. We've seen the surfing all day. What were you thinking, like, in those early parts?
It was an insane heat. I just had to tell myself, just like the other heats, that I've made it through, and try to stay calm. Yeah, once you had those 2 high scores, I was like, you know, I was getting all in my head and stuff, but, you know, you just gotta keep your head up and find the right ones and play with the other competitor, you know. Yeah.
Yeah, fantastic, mate. Obviously, that ride towards the end, the 8-6, I think it was, everything just lined up. Ben didn't take the wave, which gave you that opportunity as well. So it's just like you just put it all together. They've been loving that drop knee turn, mate. I'm sure plenty of work's been going into that. But as you were coming through that wave, finishing it off, that feeling when you kicked out.
Yeah, it was, yeah, Ben gave me that wave. I thought he was going to go for it. I was like, there's a wave right here, so I'm just going to go for it and give it all I got. And yeah, a lot of training with that drop knee. Thanks to my trainer back home, Jamie, Hawaii Move Lab. Yeah, super happy I made it. I can't believe I made it this far.
Yeah, mate, we can believe it. I can believe it. I called it early in the event, so don't let me down. I've had an eye on you the whole event, mate. Keep it up, get some rest, and just one more heat, throwing everything at it.
Yes, one more heat. Thank you, GT.
No worries, mate. Cheers, guys. Back to the live call.
Great stuff. Congratulations, Johnny. And that is 100% true. When we were having a conversation last night, GT, and you as well, you did think that Johnny was a real standout and stood a very good chance of making it to the final. And here he is in the final, about to face one of these 2 surfers with a little bit of an advantage, perhaps, having surfed that first semi-final, as we see a little bit of a jockey for positioning. But it's Taylor that goes, sets up a high line, straight to the tip. There's the 5, lifts up that ankle, recognizes that he's going to readjust his line and walks out of that for the kick out. So Kai opted not to go for that, and it looks like it could have been a good decision.
Yeah, really interesting there. So Taylor taking off, maybe just going, you know what, I'm going to get underway. Let's get this priority situated, sorted, and now we'll just do the surfing and let Mother Nature do its thing. Sometimes you can fight too much at the start, heat gets away from you, and then all of a sudden, now they'll just set their positioning. Kai sitting out there with priority now. Taylor will just wait for his next turn in priority.
A brilliant run for Taylor. Kicked off with heat number 1 in the opening round, beating Chase Leader and Max Weston, and then he moved into that round of 16, beating Michael, actually. Very interestingly, in heat number 7, it was the brother of Johnny. So Michael van Hohenstein came up against Taylor, and then Taylor moved into that last quarterfinal, beating Kevin Skavana, and now he sits in this semi-final with Kai Salas. Kai Salas started his run in heat number 4 as the top seed, the reigning world champion in round 1, beat Kai Himase, and the trials winner from Florida, Gavin Adoni. That meant that Kai moved on to that round of 16, and Kai Salas had a great heat against Clinton Guest, took the win there, moved to the quarterfinals where he beat J.R. Esquivel from the Philippines, and now Kai finds himself once again in a semi-final, and once again Taylor and Kai match up at Bells. This is exactly the place they met last year. Kai got the win. He went on to win the event and the world title that year. Is it going to be an opportunity for Taylor to get a little bit of revenge on Kai?
He'll be hoping for that for sure, Sam, but interesting that Taylor went that first wave. It looked like it was still going to run off. I feel like sometimes if in slow heats where there's not many waves, I would love to see Taylor surf that wave and try and manufacture a score instead of sort of kicking off early.
He's going to... Nope, he's not. He had a look, and this is a great one. 10 minutes gone. Neither of the surfers have had a significant score. No significant sets. We can see how important it is to reposition yourself with this dropping tide. Ben Skinner had priority for the whole back half of that last heat, but didn't find the set that he was looking for.
Yeah, it's crazy. So a little bit of advantage right now to Kai because he has priority, and Taylor didn't get a chance to put a score on the board when he took that first wave. So boys sitting there, if Taylor didn't have that wave, they could have maybe got a restart right now because there hasn't been any significant waves come through. But taking that wave, the heat's underway, Kai looking like he's moving aside. So we talk about the differences in their surfing, Sam. Big guys, big heavy-footed, meaning on the tail they can really drive their boards, put their longboard in different places that we don't see a lot of the other opponents do just because of their size and power. But we've got Kai, super smooth, really flowy. We've got Taylor, a little springier and a little more alive when he comes out of his turns, like we saw from Johnny the Ripper before. But here goes Kai getting his campaign underway.
On his Blue Moon board, the model he won his world title on, straight to the nose, walks out of that opening nose ride, back up towards the tip. There's a 5, locks in a tight 5, walks out of that nicely, and then back to the tail, swoops it, sweeps it, sets himself up with a stall, clean, crisp footwork for another 5. Walks out of that 5 and then climbing and dropping from the front third of the board, accelerating through this section. Great technique from Kai Salas. Incredible the way he just climbed and dropped, weaved and found another opportunity to get his toes over the nose and back to the tail, and then rides out. And Kai Salas's patience has played to his advantage because he's going to have a really significant score on the board, Josh.
I love that when he's in that third of the way up the board and he's dropping and climbing, and he's just using his knees and his ankles, just rolling that wave. But this nice nose ride on the takeoff, gets a little wobbly coming back out of it, but again, gets his composure. Nice 5, 10, and here it is, just swooping the turn back, really calm, collected, 5, driving through the pocket. And here it is here, I love this, weaving, using his knees and ankles, his body dropping, climbing, compressing off the bottom, extending out of the lip, and then 5 through the pocket, speedy, knows that it's not, the work's not done yet, has to finish cleanly, and finishes like an ultimate professional.
That was incredible ability to climb and drop and really work that section rail to rail from the front third of the board right then, demonstrating, of course, the Hawaiian royalty that he is. I mean, that was just everything from the lineage of the hot curl riders like Rabbit Kakai, who could use that trim spot to charge sections, all the way through the great Hawaiian world champions, including Dwayne DeSoto, Bonga Perkins, Dino Miranda, and, there's so many other great names to reference, of course, Russ Keilana, someone you would have grown up watching in your earliest competitive days.
Definitely. Those guys definitely paved the way for not just myself, but all the longboarders around the world, and great role models for the Hawaiian surfers. But here we go, big TJ Jensen up on this one, Sam.
Into the second nose ride, sweeping turns between those two critical nose rides. A third nose ride into a 10. Holds that 10, arches back, hands down in that nose ride, hands up in this 5, and then hands down, locks in a tie to 5, walks cleanly out. He'll drop knee, sets himself up, and then riding through this section here into the kick out. So both surfers, now I feel as if they've kind of got pretty equivalent scores. Any sense of what ride you think just had the edge, or do you think they're pretty evenly poised?
It's so similar, but it's so different. Because Kai's nose riding is a little tighter, his back foot's closer up, where Taylor's a little more stretched out, then gets into the 10, drives through. But then Taylor has the advantage with a little more spray and a little more spring out of his turn. So Taylor's maybe a little more positive off the tail.
More variety perhaps in Taylor's ride?
Yep, and spring, but then here's nice hang 10 there. So it's just different surfing, but both guys do it so well. Nice 5 there. See, that's a little more stretched out, but then coming back and with the spring out of here, I would have loved to see him get up into this lip line and just finish with a little clean floater that we saw Kai do on his one. But both surfing really good, making the most of it. So tide's getting a little lower, waves are dropping a little bit, the swell's getting taken out to sea slightly, and they're just picking those mid-sized ones compared to what we saw in the quarterfinals.
I think it's going to be pretty even Stevens after these first exchanges, and it's all going to come down to the last 15 minutes with hopefully the opportunity for at least 2 more significant waves, because you want to see the surfers get the chance. We did see things get a little bit slower towards the back half of that first semi-final, but there's a set coming through and Kai Salas is turning. He's got a 6. He's up. He sets his line straight to the tip, and a dropping 10. Manages to just ride out of that. Floats it. That was super high degree of difficulty 10 and almost pearled, but came out of that pearl straight into a float, accelerates now back to the open face, locks a 5, and then looks to cross step away from the nose and just eye up the steep section of the wave. Gets low, keeps his eyes down the line. Things will get steep here as he goes back for a touch of the 5, locks in the 5, soul arch, arm up, and then to the tail, into the float, and stands tall. Kai Salas doing the job all the way onto the sand, and that was
dry docks that one.
And considering that he put it all on the line with that opening 10, that was fantastic.
That was awesome. That was a good wave. For Kai, great wave. Little bit of loss of control in areas of that wave, but still there's not many opportunities out here, so you got to make the most of it. Great 5-10 here, committed through the pocket, just getting the nose stuck a little bit, but still clean enough. Big floater on the outside, so 2 major maneuvers before he even gets to the midway section. So really nice wave. A little bit of downtime here. If we think of Taylor's last wave, a little bit more energy through this midsection. He was weaving and dropping and climbing and drop knee turns and a little bit more spice, where Kai's got a little bit of trimming and a bit more down time here. But coming onto this inside, the wave got a little steeper. Great 5, standing tall, little soul arch there. Coming out of it, really sucky, big floater. Little bit of loss of control, but he finishes it, dry docks it. Really good surfing, great wave. Going to be interesting to see where they go, Sam.
So Taylor drops a 6.83 for his second wave, his significant score. Of course, we had that opening ride where he kind of had a look, kicked out. That was just a 1.93. So when this comes through for Kai, he will, of course, move out there into the lead, but Taylor Jensen will be happy with that score of a 6.83. Kai, now we've got a bit of a benchmark. We got the 6 from him, we got the 6.83 for Taylor. Your instinct says, is that going to come as a higher or lower than those scores that have been dropped?
I like the takeoff, I like the commitment, the criticalness for the 5 and the 10 through the pocket on Kai's last wave, maybe a little larger wave, a little loss of control when the nose grabbed, and then that beautiful floater on the outside was pretty committed. So, but then a lot of downtime through the midsection, unfortunately, but finished strong.
Finish strong. Let's find out what that score is going to be real soon after a bonsai brew break. Welcome back to the Melbourne Flight Cam as we move into the last 10 minutes of semi-final number 2 here with Kai Salas having just dropped a 7-point ride, putting the heat on Taylor Jensen, 3-times world champion, who now requires a 6-1-8. And I really feel, Josh, like they were pretty good scores because it was incredible from Kai, but like you said, there was some little moments between the linkage of things where they just penalized a little bit of the flow. And the risk he took, however, on that opening 10 into that big turn and ending with panache on the sand, that was really important for that score, staying up in the near excellent range.
Yeah, definitely, because there was the wow factor, and then there were those little, so if it was clean with the wow factor, it goes excellent.
Yeah.
But if there wasn't the wow factor and he had those wobbles and bobbles, it's right down there, and it's probably just around the 4-5 range. So I think the judges did really well there. Kai won't be disappointed with that score. He'll understand where he needs to tidy things up moving forward. TJ, in priority, sitting out there, he's going to be patient. He knows what he needs to do.
But what I love about Kai is the risk he took on that opening 10. And then when he walked out of that 10, he knew it was steep and he managed to keep his control, but went straight into a projection. And then the way he worked that inside section to finish, that was really where it came back up into a really strong score. And it's a very significant score because there's only 8 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. So you'd imagine that both of those surfers are going to be carrying those high scores. It's a 7, the highest score for Salas, and a 6.83, the highest score for Jensen.
Would you prefer to be Taylor with priority and in second place chasing the score? Or would you rather be Kai right now in the lead without priority?
Very good question. I think that Taylor's in a pretty good situation because he knows that he's going to get the choice of the next set. But what he will be careful about is not getting out of position. He knows that he's got a 6 in him. Natsumi Teoka, she is going to be in the women's final coming up next, going for that coveted Bells Bowl trophy to surf against reigning women's world longboard champion Soleil Errico. It's going to be fantastic, and due respect for Natsumi. She's had some incredible heats to get through. She beat Khalees Kaleopaha in the first semi-final. She did a really great performance in heat number 2 of the quarterfinals, beating Sophia Colhane, and she kicked things off in style at the start of the event, winning heat number 6 in round 1 against Alice Lemoine from France and Natalia Wondolika. Fantastic new talent emerging out of Hawaii. So Natsumi's had a strong run. She deserves to be here in the final, and she has finaled before at WSL level, so she's no stranger to competing with the best, and it's going to be a great exchange between two very talented regular footers, the reigning champion, the reigning world champion Soleil Eriko against Natsumi Teoka. We will have Berlin Alvarez Kimball coming in to call that final with the waxhead Matt Chernowski. GT will be there on the sideline. You and me will come back for the men's final, Josh, but right now 6 minutes 50 seconds remaining. Who would you rather be, TJ or Kai right now?
I feel like I'd rather be Kai, just with the slower ocean right now and the tide dropping a little bit. Some of those waves are going to close out and be difficult to ride, so I think I'd prefer to be in the lead. But Taylor, he's calm. He's so confident in his ability, in his equipment, that he knows he just needs that opportunity. 618, he can get that pretty easily.
Great shot from the Melbourne flight cam there of the two boards. Of course, the Kai Salas Longboard Company board shaped by Kai Salas. The Singleton model is the board underneath the feet of Taylor Jensen. There's the stats. The career wins near 70% in events that he's entered at WSL level. Kai Salas answering back, looking to replace that 6 to the tip. Holds a 10, extends into a 5, and then kicks out as Taylor Jensen looks at this set, gets a high line, a couple of cross steps, in and out, recognizing that he wants something with a better scoring potential, chasing the 618. And now you start to think, did they make the right moves there?
Yeah, well, we can see it's low tide now, so that wave Taylor kicked off, it closed out along the whole sort of shallow Rincon reef, so probably a good choice of Taylor to pull out. I thought Kai might have stayed with his because he got some nice nose work. He drove through that pocket. He's trying to improve on a 6, looking like it's going to come in around that 2 or 3 range for the early stages, so he could have maybe surfed that wave into a 6.5 or a 7 possibly. So anyway, they're back out there fighting for position. Taylor's got priority again, so nothing's changed. They both took a couple of waves, but they're both in the same position now. Taylor's still requiring that 6.18 and sitting out there with priority, Sam.
But what is changing is that tide is continuing to get lower. So it's low tide, 5:20 p.m. local time. Is that going to impact the difference between a set that might come later in this semi compared to those first few sets at the Surfers Court?
Yeah, definitely. We're close to 30 minutes later, 30 minutes of that tide running out, so the waves are going to be a little straighter on the bank and close out a little bit more if they're too large. So which makes it, if the wave's not tall enough, then it's hard to get the score. So definitely each of these surfers, even the women going out now, maybe a little bit of the advice from their coaches, let's get some work done early and then see what happens later in the heat.
Is this a taker? It looks like TJ is not going to go for that. Will Kai have a look? Decides not. What do you think about this wave coming through afterwards? Looks interesting?
Looks interesting. It's always hard to know until we get that straight on. Looks quite small. Don't think it's going to stand up enough. Taylor needs a 6.18. It's not a huge score, but it's a score that you need a halfway decent wave.
Yep.
You need opportunity to be able to do your surfing. It doesn't have to be the best and biggest wave that we've seen, but it needs to open up because he probably needs to do a nose ride on the takeoff, come out, swoop, back to the nose, and maybe finish with a hit. 4 maneuvers, he should be able to get the score.
Look at that, Wadawurrung country. Big shout out to all of our support from Bioglan, of course, our official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. Visit Victoria, the Melbourne flight cam that's been lighting up all of the fantastic views along this coastline, and the Surf Coast Shire, our strategic partner of this Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic, and of course Bonsai, the official milk of the WSL, and GWM, the official automotive partner of WSL Australia. It's been such a pleasure for you all to support us, to bring us here, to allow the world's best longboarders a chance to paint their skills on this canvas at Dirac, Wadawurrung Country, Bells Beach, as we move into the last 2 minutes, 50 seconds of semi-final number 2, with Taylor Jensen chasing a 6.18 into a 10 on his Singleton model. The single fin 9.6, swooping a nice turn back to the pocket. Clean footwork in and out of 2 hang 5s after an opening 10, and you start to think that this wave has got big scoring potential as he locks in a 5 and then walks out of that 5 and then just goes back into that beautiful swooping turn off the top, off the bottom, back up for another nose ride. And Josh Constable, this feels like a very important score for Taylor as he moves all the way through to the inside and then boom, floats it, stands tall, feels the vibe, says hello to his family, his fans shooting in around the world, and he knows that's going to be the score that he needs.
That is a huge score, and we do not see that emotion from Taylor Jensen normally. This means a lot to him to finish that wave and show that emotion. I love it.
Yeah,
you know, great wave, well surfed, under pressure, 2 minutes remaining. Surfs it great, takes off, beautiful 5, gets back, 10, and then this swooping carve, really clean, throwing a lot of water, back up, taps the nose, that's where he comes back, steadies. He knows that he's on his way to the score, but he has to finish. We can see the red fin in the bottom of that board. Great 5 here. This is a really well-surfed wave, Sam, under pressure. He knows he has to finish cleanly, and the score is going to come.
Absolutely. So Taylor, of course, lost in the semi-final last year to Kai Salas, and is this redemption for Taylor?
Wow, that's a great score. I love that. Big TJ getting the job done. Is that the best wave of the heat, or we're just excited because it's coming to the end of the heat?
I think that's pretty distinctive. I mean, I have to admit, Kai Salas's opening 7 was incredible, but Kai Salas up and riding, looking to replace a 6 as we move into the last 50 seconds. Kai kicks out. He will get the opportunity to be the first out for priority if he feels there's time to get out into the lineup. Do you think TJ's gonna paddle out? I don't think he'll make it out to the full lineup in these last 35 seconds.
Taylor's done. Taylor's not going to get another opportunity, so he needs the score to be the score, which we believe it's going to be. Do we think it's the best wave of the heat?
Yeah.
It was really well surfed. Big wave, under pressure, great start, big turns. There it is, 8-point ride, jumps into the lead, puts a lot of pressure on Kai now, with Kai requiring a 7.84 and time's ticking down.
Just 10 seconds remaining. Taylor stayed patient, kept his priority, drops an excellent range 8 as we move into the last 4 seconds. There's a wave coming close, but it won't be in time for Kai Salas. Taylor Jensen books himself in the final to face Johnny Van Hoyenstein. What a performance from the big man, but big shout out to Kai Salas, our reigning world champion, our winner here at Bells last year, finishing in 3rd. It's going to bode well for the continuation of the season, and both of these men still at the top of their game, Josh.
Yeah, sensational. Both the boys put on great performance there. That was so cool to watch. Taylor coming in clutch at the end, surfing smart, safe, but still super exciting. Such a great heat. Big scores too, 8-point ride, 6.83. Kai backing that up. So just reflecting on that just quickly, that big wave of Kai, this great score, where he just got a little stuck on the nose, didn't surf it super clean. Could have that been an 8, 8.5? It was really well surfed.
Yeah, but he put it all on the line. Great risk. Of course, he was right there on the money the whole time. And a 3rd, a great result, knowing that it's the top 8 that go into that final day. That will be later in the season in El Salvador. But we have got the women's final coming up. We have got Belin Alvarez-Kimball coming in to call the action with the wax head. And it's going to be Natsumi Teoka from Japan surfing against our reigning world champion, Soleil Errico from the US of A. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. It is finals day, and we are straight back into Natsumi Taoka and Sole Eriko, the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. Matt Chinosky in the booth, joined by Belén Alvarez-Kimball, Japan taking on the USA. The first WSL final there for Natsumi at the championship level. And here she goes, opening up her exchange. Nice. Committed 5 nearly slips off. This is the second wave. So a little mistake there for Taoka, trying to get off to an early start, Belén.
Yeah, just unfortunately, just catching that inside rail, falling off, that's not how you want to start your heat. They do have a fair bit of time, but 1.83 opening ride. You got your hair wet now, girl. Let's get this party started.
So look at that replay.
All right, up number 5 to beautiful 10 again. She actually just jumped off. She's like, nope, I'm not doing it. I'm out of here. But beautiful 10, and then Soleil up in first wave, engaging that inside rail, some footwork. We saw some beautiful waves earlier. Beautiful 5, going up for the floater reform, connecting, using that rail to drive a little bit. Seeing if it's going to give her anything more to work with. And this wave coming in is a 3.33.
As she kicks out of that one, look out to the lineup. It looks like some action there. Natsumi paddling over that wave. And while we're waiting for that to materialize, we'll go down and catch up with Taylor Jensen, who's on the glass with Grant.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Here with Taylor, mate. Semi-final win. No stranger to these kind of pointy ends of the events. Look, conditions pretty good. What's the plan for the final?
Yeah, it's still pumping. Tide's staying high, so we're lucky. Just go out and kind of surf, do the same thing.
Yeah, fantastic, mate. We won't keep you too long, but best of luck out there. Anyone you need to thank yet, or are you going to wait for the next speech?
No, just thanks to everybody at home who's watching. Anybody who's tuning in, I appreciate you guys watching. And, yeah, you guys are getting a show. The waves are good.
Yeah, fantastic, mate. All the best in the final, hey? And back to you guys to the live action. We'll give this guy a rest.
A show indeed that they are getting. Taylor Jensen in the dying moments, taking it from reigning world champion Kai Salas, who did have opportunity. We're watching that live, Belén. There was about 5 waves that in a free surf you would gladly take, but he obviously knew he was going to need a pretty hefty score.
The gentle giant caught it at last, into the last minute of that heat. It was really sweet. Actually, we were all sitting in the competitors' tent watching both Taylor and Kai's sitting there watching their fathers surf in that semifinal. It was really sweet, and both girls who love the ocean just going, that's my dad, that's my dad. So congratulations to Taylor moving on to the final. And in our final here, we have Soleil Eriko, USA, and Natsumi Taoka from Japan with 1.83 and a 1.37, and Soleil in first with a 3.33.
So yeah, off to an early start, but 35 minutes, a long time for this swell to come around Cape Otway. Today we have the west-southwest ground swell. We've had a little bit of wind swell about this time every afternoon, but today the wind blowing beautifully from the northwest angle, blowing it offshore. And the beautiful waves here at Bells Beach. Such an iconic longboard location. And the Japanese surfer, this is the first time she's made this final at the Longboard World Tour level. Career best result right now. And what a way to kick off the year. 4 stops on the Longboard Tour, and she's going to be getting a minimum second place at the moment.
Should be on cloud 9 right now. Like you said, first final. Waves are pumping. We just saw a 5-wave set come through way overhead. It's clean. It's really going to allow these women to really showcase now. The surf was a lot smaller in the beginning of this event. It got a little bit bumpier towards the end of the afternoon, and it's just a perfect canvas for them today.
And Natsumi gliding into this one. High line, beautiful footwork there. It's got her through to the final. Same with those rail carves, transitioning cleanly up into another nose ride. Fluid footwork, relaxed hands. And here, middle of the board trim. She gets back on the tail, looks for the lip line, floats, makes it. The crowd go wild, shuffles forward just a little bit under the fulcrum of the rocker there. Just enough speed to get through this section into the bowl. Elegant footwork, forward trim there. Oh, and she goes down and thankfully avoids the rail to the head. Just mistiming that end section, but lovely work on the outside, Belén.
Absolutely beautiful work. That inside, just Shori has been eating everybody, but you can see how she surfed that wave so well from the outside all the way to the inside. It will be a great score.
And she makes her way on the outside, and her family and friends back home, Sayori, her mum, and Hirohisa, her dad, they'll be tuning in right now, along with Rohei, her brother, back in Taito. And she honed her skills on right-handers like this at Taito Breakwall. Talk us through this.
Great 5, just really, again, back to the toes, really completely, oh, sorry, I just lost my breath there. Completely with conviction into those turns, into that floater, grabbing that rail, really actually pulling that rail up to get some speed so she could make it through that section. And then unfortunately just getting caught on the inside of this wave. But it was really cool to see the way she drove using that rail to get around that section. So it should be, you know, a nice, probably a better score for her than her, you know, which actually I think is going to be like a really, really good score.
As that score starts to drop, we have a look out to Soleil, who's in the driver's position, a 6.83 for Teoka. Pressure back on Soleil Eriko, and we've got somebody in her cam that Grant's got on the beach.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Sitting here with CJ Nelson, Soleil's coach, mate. Fantastic campaign so far. The fields look good. She's looking happy. How's things been?
Yeah, it's been amazing, man. She's like the hardest worker I know. She thinks about it all the time, does the right thing. You know, it's all her. You know, her work ethic is like nobody else.
Yeah, I'm sure it's quite similar, like when we're coaching sort of athletes and stuff like that. We're here for a bit of a soundboard, you know, we hear their ideas, and if we've got any suggestions, a couple of things they may think about, that's often the case. Heading out here with the tide changing a little bit, was there anything you spoke to her about that may be different?
Not so much. It's just like taking it for what it is and not thinking about the last heat and just making decisions based on the conditions now, you know? That's it. She knows what to do. She's so smart and so gifted. It's all up to her, you know what I mean?
Yeah, fantastic, mate. Thanks for your time. We'll leave you to keep watching, and fingers crossed, eh?
Thanks, GT.
Cheers, mate. Back to you guys in the booth.
Nice insights there from CJ. One of the best to do it, both switch foot and regular foot as well. If he prefers to go right, he likes to go on his forehand, so he'll switch it back around. He's a goofy foot by regular stance. Throughout the 90s and 2000s, he was one of the, I guess, the ones in front of the leading charge of the logging revolution. And here goes Soleil, the student, hangs 10 there. Delicate footwork, treating this like a first point Malibu wall. Midsection of the board, beautiful style as she flares the hips a little bit. Steps back into that tail, rolling that board around. Soft rolled bottom, stepping onto the tail there with a drop knee sweep. And elegantly just waiting for this section to hold up on the inside. Nice poise, good timing. Bit more of extended nose riding time there. Here, bit more critical there. Very similar to her home wave of Malibu, California. Soleil looking strong on the first wave of conviction for her in this heat.
She looked so comfortable surfing that wave. You can see everything that she did, how she transitioned, the way she surfed it. Very composed, very calm. Everything she did was very strategic as well.
Answering straight back, Teoka. High line, beautiful, committed 10, long 5 in the middle of the wave. And she goes again, middle of the board there, steps back for caution, shuffles forward, gets low, grabs the rail. This is downtime, and the judges won't appreciate that, and they especially won't appreciate it when it cuts short and you jump off, Berlin.
There's nothing worse than, you know, taking off on a good wave and having to shut down and actually having to jump off your board because you know there's nothing else going to come. You know, you want to get back out and race to try to get priority. And you can see there will be some sets come through. So, you know, you don't want to just start picking off in waves that don't really look like they're going to have something to give you the score that you're looking at. This is your final. Like, this is the first WSL final here, and we really want to see these women open up.
And Soleil did that last year, taking the win, but we haven't seen Teoka all the way through to the pointy end of the competition. Looking to drop just a low score of a 183. She'll do that, but this is the replay of Soleil's epic wave.
This was her 6.83, great surfing, really committed nose rides. You notice she doesn't go to the bottom of the wave until she needs to set her line up again. She stays really high in that speed zone section, which is the top part of that. Nice drawn out nose rides. Again, that little arm lift to give her, you know, raise the board up back to a beautiful 5 and a 10. Just really locked in that rail. Comfortable back to a 10. Nice water spraying off. Absolutely flying. And looking at this inside section, and deciding, nope, that's it for my little campaign, I'm out.
And Soleil's the type of surfer who will gain knowledge through repetition, having spent a lot of time down here, and it's similar waves. She'll be channeling the waves back home in California. And look at this technical nose riding here. Gets the full two feet over the nose, steps back from the hang 10 here, driving in the middle, and enough insight just to ride it out here. Didn't go for the floater, didn't push it. And this is a replay of that wave of Natsumi's.
This was her reply to the wave that Soleil just had. Again, a beautiful 10 in a really fast section of it. She's on a wave that she's trying to just really get back into a wall. Again, grabbing that rail, and you know, you really just don't want to be doing that, just unless you can do it for one quick second to get you back in the spot.
You see the crew there supporting. That'll be actually probably a neutral crew. A lot of Victorians down there. I see Matt Shea, local shaper, down there on the rocks, and this is one of their local waves. He's one of the few surfers to regularly surf this spot, along with Sharma Buttonshaw and B. Conroy. It's so good to have longboarding at one of the icons, one of the most prestigious waves in surfing history, and especially as far as longboarding goes. Competition being held here for over 60 years. It's so nice to have the World Tour kicking off proceedings here at Bells Beach. We approached the 20-minute mark. We're almost at that, getting close to that halfway mark. A 4.33 for Natsumi, and that was enough to, well, it wasn't enough because Soleil just dropped an 8-point ride. Taoka needing a 4.51. There's the Bells steps, the famous steps. So many world champions, in fact, every world champion has walked down those steps.
A lot of people have walked down that steps. Gail Cooper was explaining about how in her time there was no steps, or there was just a couple of pieces of pipe there to make your way down. And yeah, many a world champs have rung that bell. I'm really excited to see who's going to ring this bell here with that 8-point ride. Soleil's looking very excited. Only Natsumi at the moment only needing a 4.51 with 20 minutes left. We got her having a little look at this wave. Good paddle, what's she thinking?
She's going to fade into this one, looking just to drop that 3.33. A nice swooping fade up on the nose in the white water. Not enough energy in that wave just to get down the face. And Natsumi did have priority, so not so much of a mistake for Soleil, but she'll look to compound pressure onto Taoka and get another wave. And you saw a coach and a shaper down there. It didn't look like there was a lot of commotion. They just let her. She's got a great heat IQ, so she'll know what to do at the 20-minute mark. You see the scores right now, that excellent range score for Eriko, those technical nose rides, really utilizing the whole wave. The judges have requested that, but when the surfer gets on the nose, they want to see that board in the pocket, buried in the white water, basically tubed. And that's the same process as when the waves are a little bigger, where you ride the tube, you come from behind. It's the same thing with the nose ride. While we wait for some sets to come in, let's go to a Bonsai brew break, but don't go anywhere. The final, the women's division of the Bioglan Longboard Classic, coming up next.
The Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Visit Victoria, Melbourne, every bit different. By Bonsoy, the official milk of WSL. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. And by Surf Coast Events, strategic partner of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic.
We are here at Bells Beach for the final, the women's division. This is the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. I'm Matt Chinosky, also known as the Waxhead, joined in the booth with Belen Alvarez Kimball. And we're here on a gorgeous sunny day at Jurok, the indigenous name for Bells Beach. How nice is it to have longboarding back at Bells?
It is amazing to have longboarding back at a perfect wave. Conditions are amazing. The sun is out. It's clean. It's glassy.
Perfect traditional longboard style waves. These surfers are looking to be tight in the pocket, combination of turns, and really use the length of the board. After all, it is longboard surfing, and the thing that separates this style of surfing to other forms is the cross step and the nose ride.
The flow, the transitions between maneuvers, you know, the poise, and timing. Making sure that your timing is on point, and it's where the criticalness of where you're putting your maneuvers in.
Lots of subtleties here, likened to a performing art more than a sport. A lot of these surfers will be doing this without the comp rashi on. We're here at Rincon, the inside wave at Bells. Usually this would almost be a lay day for the shortboard division, but this is a phenomenal finals day for the longboards here at the Bells Beach Classic. You can look at the undulation of the reef. You can see the little high spots there, which is the little chip shots. And that's the inside section. That's a Taylor walking out to get priority. He'll be coming up next in the men's final, taking on John Michael Van Hohenstein. And that's his first final. And Taylor, he's done many. He's a multiple world longboard champion. He'll be looking to add more to it this year. And same as Sole Eriko, 3 world titles, the reigning world champion out there against Natsumi Taoka, representing Japan, all the way over here at Jurok. And you look at that beautiful Southern Ocean, just waiting for those ground swells to come around Cape Otway and land here on the reef.
The wave that we have here is so special. You know, it's really pseudo to longboarding, and to be able to be back here and to see all the different opportunities that it gives for, you know, the shortboarding, the longboarding, when it gets bigger, you know, it connects, or it just offers so much. And look at how beautiful that water is, and being a surfing reserve as well. It's they're very lucky to be able to sustain the uniqueness of this area.
And yeah, it's the Point Addis Marine Park, and that's why we don't see any fishing boats in the background. We don't see much action out there at all. Occasionally a freighter ship way on the outside, but that's it. And that's so serene, and that's why we love to surf Bells, Winky Pop, and all the other waves around this area. And along the Great Ocean Road, doesn't need any introduction but the 12 Apostles and all the little coastal hamlets along the way. I think of Lorne, I think of the cafes around that zone, but I also think of the waves a little bit further south.
I haven't had the opportunity to surf any of the waves further south. I hear it's quite beautiful, but it goes to the testament of how much people care about the beaches here.
And there's CJ Nelson, the beanie, father, Soleil's father, Danny Eriko, CJ's board shaper, and his fellow designer, Ian Chisholm from South Coast Surfboards. He's always been in Soleil's camp since we've had the event down here last year. And he's been designing boards with CJ for around a decade now, and manufacturing the slasher model, which CJ had a lot to do with, under the South Coast label. And Soleil, she's in good hands.
CJ had mentioned, you know, oh, it's all her, it's all her. You know what, though? As an athlete, you really do lean into your coach. And coaches, I think, don't understand how much your athlete really does depend on you for it might not be just a lot of the technical stuff, but it is that emotional, that mental support. So, you know, CJ is very humble, but she definitely would be needing him and leaning into him for that support. You know, her talent is her talent.
Absolutely, and here's Taoka, nice rail carve there. Quick footwork, a 4.33 on her last, wasn't enough to go to the lead. And here, making her way over the boil, we're on the mid-tide, approaching the low. So this wave spreading out into the bowl. If she can get through it, and she kicks out again, doesn't see any more scoring potential behind her. Eriko, we'll see what she can capitalize. Needs to better a 3.33 to extend her lead. She sees Natsumi with poor wave selection. She'll kick out and remain in priority.
That was a smart decision for Soleil. You know, she sees, okay, that wave wasn't really looking like it was going to give something to her. That is going to be up substantial to really solidify that first place lead. Get back out, hold priority. Those 11.5 minutes are going to go quick. With, you see Natsumi on a beautiful, swooping, nice turn. It sets up for a nice 5. And just, again, grabbing her rail and realizing this is just not going to open up for me. What do? I got to kick out. And then Soleil is responding to that, saying, okay, beautiful wave, beautiful 5, quick 10, but looking down the line and saying, this thing is not going to open up for me. I'm going to get back out and hold priority.
Sensible heat IQ there from Soleil, who decided that wave wasn't going to give her the opportunity either to better the 3.33, trying to ice it out and get the best wave of the heat, which she did against Honolulu Bloomfield in the semi-final. Speaking to CJ off camera, Soleil caught the wave that Honolulu usually does. And it's that magic wave that you can't wait for it. I call it a nugget. And they just pop up. If you try and wait for it, it doesn't come. And it did for Soleil. She was in the right place at the right time with the right priority exchange. She iced it as well, surfed it all the way to the sand. And that was enough to get her the win against the other 3-time world champion, Honolulu.
Definitely, you know, and sometimes I call it hunting, because you can't just sit in one spot, especially when you're on a reef with the tide changing. You do need to start moving around, because every minute that tide is changing and the wind is changing as well. So you need to be on it. You need to be paying attention. And with 10.5 minutes left, you know these girls' radar is on right now.
Love that, and the idiosyncrasies that go into competitive surfing. Your senses are alive. The barren cliff, very difficult to make a physical marker here because it all looks the same. There's no identifying houses or infrastructure there, so these surfers have to rely on their proximity to the buoys, watch those big lines coming in, and you're right, keeping an eye on the tide, understanding is that wind or that current pushing them away from the takeoff spot. You see about 50 feet difference between the surfers now, and this is their sensory connection to the ocean, and a lot of it is in heats, but it just happens in a daily process when we go surfing, Belen.
It's really interesting that you say that, because when you see someone that's just kind of coming into the sport and they paddle out at a spot and they don't understand the criticalness of understanding your tides and your currents and your swell directions and your winds and so forth, they can get lost really quickly. It really gets frustrating when you see someone, especially to a new area, and then you see someone that has put that time and the years after years of understanding how the ocean works. They know how to, like, just solely mold and create those waves and find those waves and hunt those waves, where someone with less skill just has a hard time doing it.
Yeah, it is that sensory connection. It's difficult to coach, but if you spend enough time at a place, that's where you develop that local knowledge. But you get someone new like Bells, it all goes out the window. You have to rely on those little experiences. And here goes Natsumi. Gliding through this one, only needing a marginal 4.51 at this point by her standards. A little bit rattled so far, 8 minutes 50 remaining. Nice combinations now. Some people are screaming. They think it's a score already. Beautiful footwork there. You can see that yellow board standing out. Beautiful hang 10. Smaller wave, but really good footwork. She eyes the lip line. Oh my gosh, it goes down again. So unfortunate ending there for Teoka. I'd have to say that score was there, but I'm not sure with that floater.
I think that it will better the 4.33. It'll be interesting to see beautiful takeoff here. You can just see that beautiful offshore, holding that wall up, nice nose ride, cutting back, looking for that wall to really give her the opportunity to showcase. Again, cutting back, trying to find something with a little bit more substance to the 5, a little bit longer, beautiful, beautiful 10. And there's that section she was looking and hunting for, and just coming unstuck with that wind hitting the bottom of that board.
Yeah, just still looking down the line, not transferring her shoulders to the beach, and that board just getting caught up in the wind. We'll see where those scores go in. Her last one before was a 4.27, so it wasn't enough. We still have that wave to lock in. She had several attempts, but you get the feeling she may need something more, because Soleil's only got the 3.33 in her scoreline.
Tapping into something you just talked about with coaching. There is one thing you cannot coach, and that's style. You know, style and flow. You could teach someone technical maneuvers, but to really have that beautiful flow and that style, is something that comes naturally. And both of these girls definitely have that style.
Certainly do. And the style, flow, and grace, the beginning of that wave, despite the falling off, was a 5.67. So she goes to the lead temporarily because Soleil up and riding now, needing a 4.5. So almost identical exchange. Now Soleil needs this wave to count. Looks up to the inside track. Good footwork. Times it nicely on the nose. She gets the hang 10. Both feet over the nose. 10 toes clearly visible. Using the bowl of the wave. The back third. Now she'll step forward to the front third. Gets to the nose. Critical. The tail way back in the pocket. Really nice understanding of trim and poise as she works her way through. Graceful style. Super technical in the top third. And a great cut down to finish, and that's going to be a really nice score for Soleil Erica.
How's that big breath she just took off that when she kicked out? You can see, I saw little smiles there. I almost looked like she was talking to herself, having conversation. And have you ever caught yourself do that? Like saying, okay, slow down, here it comes, oh Lord, here we go. Look at this beautiful takeoff in the pocket, very controlled, throwing all her weight into her turn, really utilizing that beautiful drop knee to drive that speed to put her back into the white water. Lined up again, committed, adjusting her toes back to a very critical hang 10. Again, nice swooping of the transitions of the rails back to the white water. Taking a time up to critical spot 10 holding. Really, really flying down this section. Again, nice little weave utilizing the front part, and then the 5 just locked absolutely in with a gorgeous cutback. That is going to, I'm really excited to see what that's going to drop for her.
Yeah, tremendous surfing there from Erico. Look at that hang 10. But I think it's the work after this that captivates me. Whether or not the judges appreciate the subtleties here, she is just really deep and performing everything in that arc of the pocket. Really difficult to do. It's all about feeling, connecting with the board. You just see that board elevating slightly, the whitewash holding the tail in, and this cut down here using the hips and the roll bottom perfectly. 9.33 locks in for the reigning world champ. She may be going back to back here at Bells Beach because Natsumi Teoka is in combination land, needing a combined total of 17.33.
That is a solid score to be chasing right now. To be dropped, like one of the judges dropped her 9.8. So again, she had 2 9s, 9.8, 9.5, equaled out to 9.33. Well deserved. Absolutely smashed that wave, as in, I shouldn't say smashed it because that's more of a shortboard term. She absolutely painted that canvas as you would want to see. Beautiful flow, critical, poised, controlled, and executed amazing maneuvers in the right spot.
All those critical words have been displayed by Soleil, but no more impressive than John Michael Van Hohenstein, who's taking that confidence he took out of El Salvador into this Bells Beach event. This is a career best result for both Natsumi and Johnny the Ripper right now, as he makes his way out to potentially make history. And there's Natsumi. There is a gliding wave. She needs to think fast. 3 minutes 40. There is still an opportunity to get out of combination. She needs 2 new waves to take the win here. It's going to be difficult, but it needs to happen now. And here she goes, the Japanese competitor, knifing into this one. Stays high on the wave. She's going to give it everything. Nice 5 to get things started. Delicate footwork. Sees the boil. Goes up, and that one's not going to be it. Unfortunately, with the 4th time she's jumped off a wave. Wave selection really a problem for Natsumi in this heat, Belen.
I think there just gets to a point where you just feel like you're not connecting the way you need to be. And you do that, you just kick out. You're not making the right wave choices. She's now hearing, you know, that Soleil's got a 9.33 and 8.0, and I'm sure the pressure is just kind of really sinking in right now with understanding you've got almost 2.5 minutes left. Just catching one wave, if you make it all the way to the inside, it is a hard paddle back out.
Yeah, absolutely, and she'll be feeling relieved. Soleil with the priority next to her name, counting this one out in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. It would seem unlikely that Natsumi is able to get out of the combination situation, but tremendous surfing through this event. And I'm sure if this 2-wave set comes, she's still going to give us fireworks The way that she's been compressing and gliding through her turns, phenomenal technique throughout. But, I mean, the year she's had, it's only fitting that she makes a final on the first Longboard Tour stop. She got knocked off tour last year, fought her way back on the regional qualifying series, and that in itself is a full success with new blood here being unveiled at Bells Beach. We have Natalia Wonderlich from Hawaii, we have Sive, we also have Chloe Coleman, who made her way through the North America, Emma Perrier from Australia as well. Some tremendous names coming up on tour, and I can't wait to see this Women's World Tour continue at Huntington Beach in August for the Lexus US Open of Surfing, which runs alongside the Challenger Series.
The talent from the young blood, and as well the women that have been doing this for a few years now, who have really, they're leaning into the time that they have put into this event, is so dynamic. It is beautiful to watch. It's engaging. It's inspiring. And have a look at this beautiful, amazing rove.
Okay, so a last-ditch effort there for Natsumi. She's got the smile on the face, almost admitting defeat. She'll take this one, most likely, all the way through. Our Japanese competitor, everyone's favourite surfer. She's just one of the most stoked surfers on tour. Oh! And in typical Natsumi fashion, if she doesn't win, she always gets the Wipeout Award. She's an absolute hero, super brave, and gives her surfing everything.
She's had an amazing run. She has surfed so well. She has really, to make it to a final against the women in this contest is just a testament to her skill set, her dedication, and how much effort she puts into it. She would be representing and doing Japan so much pride right now, and I'm so excited to see where she comes with such an amazing start off in this year.
And if you guys want to follow these surfers, go on to wsl.tv/email and find out about the updates, including the Longboard World Tour in the future. It's the only place that you can receive official, verified WSL information. And then it's sunk in now for Soleil Errico. She's the winner of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. She takes it out with an excellent heat total of an 8 and a 9.33. The Malibu surfer, the reigning world champ, goes back-to-back here at Bells Beach, defeating Natsumi Teoka. And a little victory lap. She works her way in Switchfoot. And a beautiful wave just to cruise in on that CJ Nelson design, embracing. That's the camaraderie of the Longboard World Tour, Belen.
What a great final. These women surfed amazing. It's nice to see that they had some surf. They didn't cause any issues between each other. They just really smiled. They surfed well, and they both should be so proud. Congratulations, Soleil Errico. You surfed amazing, and again, you did your hometown proud, and everyone is so excited to see you win.
Yeah. Taido in Japan, they're going wild for their girl, Natsumi Teoka, but so is Malibu, so is Torquay, and down here at Iraq, all the fans of Soleil that she's made in the last few years, no wonder she has got those 3 world titles, and she's looking primed to go on a good run this year in the 2024 series. And the event back-to-back, what can you say? Soleil looks strong from the very first heat.
Absolutely killed it this heat. I think that's the highest heat total score of a woman in the heat in the contest as well. So what a great win and highest heat scores.
Yeah, exciting times there for Soleil. Back-to-back winners, as we said, and she's going to make her way inside. And I mean, she might not get chaired up the stairs, but she'll get chaired up the beach from her fans. And look at that graceful style, flow, and grace epitomised from Soleil. She's come a long way since we've seen her win that maiden world title over there in Taiwan. And she's just the complete package.
Oh, absolutely. What a champion. Beautiful smile. I think it'll really sink into her. I think she's kind of just absorbing it all right now. Looking back at the beach, just going, okay, here we go. It's really happened.
There's going to be a gap. The men's final won't be starting for a few more minutes, but watch these proceedings as she makes her way to the end. I mean, you start to get these jitters and you start to get the nerves, butterflies. You have that measured performance, but now you've got to face reality on the beach and all your fans, and it can actually be more nerve-wracking afterwards.
Oh, definitely coming in. You just don't want to trip and fall in front of everyone or, you know, go in and, but look at her. She just is like, it's really happening. I'm so excited. And just big smiles. She worked so hard. You know, they've surfed a lot today. They've surfed a lot in the past couple. last heats to get to where they're at, and they should be very, very excited about this outcome.
Well, that's a sign-off from Bellin and myself. We're going to go to a break and bring in Josh and Sam for the men's final up next. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, and there she is, our 2024 Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard champion, Soleil Erico, based in Malibu, California, going back-to-back with the win. She's our reigning world champion, and she put on a brilliant display, Josh Constable.
That was unreal. Took off where she did from last year. That was a fantastic final. So calculated. Wave choice was phenomenal. And watching that one live outside, it was great, wasn't it, Sam?
A role model to study. For all of you longboard fans tuning in, definitely recommend looking at all the different approaches from the women, and it was Soleil's approach that paid off. A 9-point in the final, backed up by an excellent 8, and it's an incredible result for Soleil, kicking off her season in style. But it's edge of the seat stuff for the men's right now, because we are starting the men's final. We have John Michael van Hoyenstein up and riding, the young Hawaiian in the red, surfing against 3 times world champion Taylor Jensen. 35 minutes like the women's final. Both surfers up and riding with a start. TJ out back on the nose. Johnny the Ripper with a big sweeping, gouging, carving, roundhouse drop knee. We saw these two surfers match up later in the event in El Salvador last season, and Johnny just took the win, moving on to the final. He lost the final against Connie Ellis-Stewart. Now he finds himself in another final, and Taylor Jensen, who lost in the semi-finals at Bells last year, got the win over Kai Salas like 40 minutes ago, and here he is in the final, and we've got some big scores to drop, Josh.
Yeah, what a great start. We saw both surfers getting the opportunity then to get a start in this 35-minute final. So that was a great wave for Johnny. Chased it down the line a lot. We didn't see a lot of those huge drop knee turns that we saw earlier in his heat with the higher tide. Now it's a little low, it's a little speedier, but great takeoff here. Nice 5, driving down the line. I love this footwork. Up to the nose again, just 5. And then here, just a little bit of downtime, just chasing around this section. We can see Taylor on the one behind, but here he comes through it. 5, quick little 10, and then back, and you can see Taylor in the background. So there's that swoop that the judges have really fallen in love with this week from Johnny.
How was that little walk up to the nose when you don't touch the nose? A little kick there, recognizing that everything going quick, you needed to get back to the tail, but ended cleanly. And meanwhile, Taylor was doing this, Josh.
Yeah, look at this one. Big 5-10 takeoff, speeding down the line. Beautiful composure right here and on the nose, and swooping it down the carve, and then a big whack off the lip there. So that's a really nice one for Taylor. Unfortunately, not riding further on that wave to see if it reforms. So couple of manoeuvres compared to Johnny that got length of ride with lots of opportunity, Sam.
Why do you think Taylor decided to kick out of that one after the turn?
I feel like the major work was done on the outside, but I feel like for him, he knows he needs more than that. He wants priority.
Yep, and he just got priority by paddling out ahead of Johnny. So we'll wait for those two scores to come through. Johnny's is a 6.33, and interesting because you feel as if Taylor could get close to that score even without riding through the middle all the way to the inside.
Yeah, totally. Taylor's was nice. It was a great start with that 5 and 10 on the outside, then just redirecting back up to the nose and then that big hit. So going to be very interesting to see where the judges go with that, whether they like length of ride and more opportunities, or Taylor with big manoeuvres on the outsides.
And with that, let's go down to GT because he is with our champion, Soleil Erico.
Yeah, cheers, boys. What a fantastic day it's been here at Bells Beach. No happier am I to speak with the 2024 Bells Beach Bioglan Longboard Classic champion, Soleil. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. It feels really good to get it again, get the win. Yeah, honestly, like today was a day I'll remember the rest of my life. It was just, I felt very calm. The waves like made me feel calm just because it was so beautiful, and it was reminding me of home, you know, like that's how Malibu gets when the winds are calm and it's high tide, you know. So yeah, I felt like the whole day I was feeling really good, and I'm really glad that it worked out again.
Yeah, I have no doubt there was calmness. You wouldn't be aware yet when the final started. I went down and had a chat with CJ on the beach, and he's a super calm guy too. So no doubt that's wearing off on you a little bit, or just goes into that calm nature. I'm sure you got a lot of people you'd like to thank.
Yeah, of course, CJ. Like, he's the best. Honestly, I say it every time, but I'm very blessed to have him in my corner, and as well as my dad. He definitely gets a little nervous. Like, he kind of gets more nervous than me. Sometimes I'm like, okay, I need to separate from you for a sec. But, you know, that's just how dads are. But yeah, and my mom, of course, like, she's up super late watching my heats every night. And just my friends and family at home, and like for just continuing to support me like through this journey of surfing. Like, it's a crazy journey we all go on, and days like this make it worth it. Yeah
Fantastic. Congratulations once again. First win of the season, first stop of the tour. I'm sure there's going to be a couple more. Best of luck for the rest of the year.
Thank you. I'm really excited to keep surfing and continue on. Yeah, thank you guys.
Fantastic. Back to you guys to call the men's final.
Congratulations, Soleil, our 2024 Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic champion, winning back-to-back titles last year. It set her up for that world title, her third world title. This would be the fourth world title if she wins in 2024 for young Soleil Erico. And talking about the good team she has, big shout out to her mum Vera tuning in to watch, and of course the nerves of her dad Danny. That's a pretty heavy one for dads to sit there watching their kids compete at the highest level, but it's paid off. She's taken the win, but look out because a 6.33 is the opening score for Johnny. To the tip, locks a 10, holds that sole arch, back up for another 10. Great committed nose riding into that dynamic down carve drop knee off the bottom. A little bit of rail engagement there, just slowing things down, but he does that off the lip and finishes clean. However, it just got a little bit awkward after that critical drop knee cut back, Josh.
Yeah, the nose catching just a little bit, Sam, but still a nice wave to back up that 6.33. He's just trying to get busy, trying to put a little pressure on Taylor. Johnny got that little upper hand on that first exchange, so he'll be happy about that. 5.10, back to the 5, back to the 10. And then just coming out of it just here, nice swoop, just got a little caught there on that bottom turn, bringing it back around, but recovers and still finishes with a nice little hit. So that's a good wave. Again, not a lot of opportunity, not as big a wave as Taylor's 5.17, so I don't see it going better than that.
Super brave decision for Taylor to kick out of that opening wave. It gets a 5.17, which is a strong score. Is it going to pay off? Remains to be seen, as we see an opportunity now to get that line up. TJ sitting deepest, furthest out. He's got priority. Johnny staying wide, not looking like he's rushing. It looks like Johnny just wants to eye up this set and regain positioning based on where this set might start to feel the reef.
What I noticed, Sam, when I was watching live for the women's final, that there is The smaller waves, we always talk about the larger waves, the bigger ones, they are really closing out. There's some beautiful mid-size waves at the top of the point that are linking through Rincon and just running off, something like this that Taylor's having a look at. And I was standing there with him and he was identifying those ones.
20 career event wins, 3 world titles. To the 10, TJ on his 9.6. Out of that 10, accelerates, trimming from the middle of the board, stretching into a 5, but right in the pocket. Back up for a third nose ride, walks out of that third nose ride and then swoops it with an arcing turn, but put that board on a deep carving rail edge and not riding out of that maneuver unexpectedly. We were surprised when that happened. You just anticipated what we are so used to seeing from Taylor with that big sweeping turn completed.
Wow, I can't believe that because he set this wave up so good. Big, high, tight 10 there on the nose coming out of it. Look how much acceleration he gets. Quick little 5, yes, it's a little stretched out, but it was so in the pocket, driving down the line. And then here, coming to his trademark carve and just losing a little bit. Sam, is that a little bit of tired legs, not driving through the turn? He's been up and down the stairs today a lot.
I don't think so. I think there was just a whole bounce in that wave. From the takeoff, you could see that it had like a wash and a bounce that he was navigating, and it just caught him off balance as we get the replay of Johnny on the nose. Look at that 10, the soul arch to lift. What do you think of this, Josh?
Yeah, this is a really nice one. Mid-size wave, great nose work. Wow. Oh, and again, coming undone.
Maybe giving it a bit too much on that final turn, you know, really kind of going for the dynamic finish. A cleaner, smoother exit could have made a difference, but TJ is having a look at this. He's going to opt not to take it, so we've had a busy start. We've got a 4 and a 6.33 for Johnny. We've got a 5.17 and a 0.5 for TJ's first waves, but there'll be a new score coming for TJ. He needs a 5.17. You feel as if he's going to get close to that even with that fall, because those nose rides, the 10 and then 2 5s right in the pocket, stretch with the feet, but that was because he needed to keep some weight in the middle of the board because of how deep he was in the pocket.
Yeah, and he was just projecting down the line. We don't see those mistakes from Taylor, and that was well and truly on its way to being a great score. He would have linked that through to the inside. It looked like he got to the mid bit where it slows down a little bit and he can start doing some rail work. Unfortunately, catching an edge and going down, so that's going to be a 4.73. Taylor's not going to be phased about that. He'll go back out. 25 minutes remaining, so we have got an extra 5 minutes for the final, so there's plenty of time for both these surfers to get some waves. Johnny's last wave coming in at the 4.2 without the great finish.
Wow, yeah, had he had that clean finish, that would have gone better, but neither of these scores are ones that the surfers want to be carrying to take this win. They want to be going excellent range. So as it stands right now, just under 25 minutes remaining, Johnny from Hawaii out there in first with a 6.33 and a 4.2. Taylor from the USA out there in second with a 5.17 and a 4.73 and up and riding. Live action into a 10. Out of the 10, big carving, drop knee redirect. Readjusts, bottom turn, stalls, stands high, sets up for the nose ride, gets tight on the 5, runs out of that nose ride, eyes up the inside, walks to the tail, again gets another readjust, trims into a 5, touches that 5 back to the tail, probably going to end clean on this, and he does, and that could be a significant backup score for Johnny the Ripper.
Really nice wave, really clean. I don't know, it had the wow 10 factor that he had on the wave before, where he had that crazy 10 and that standing upright, but still really nice, well-surfed wave. Here we go, Sam. 5, little 10 there. Slows down a little bit. That turn was nice, but the wave backed off a little bit, but riding off the whitewash. Still really nice, well-surfed here. Keeping busy. He's a fast surfer. Electric, spicy, fun. Great little wave. Yes, it might improve, but again, it's not going to be one of those scores that he wants to keep at the end of this final, I don't think, Sam.
Absolutely, might replace that 4.20. Doesn't feel like it's going to better his 6.33. That score will come through pretty soon, as we can see Taylor out there sitting with priority, opting for some tactical decisions on that first wave. He had good scoring potential. He got a 5.17 for a wave that he kicked out from halfway, but it did start to get foamy, and he must have just thought there's not going to be much more to deliver, and I want to stay with priority. Will he look back and regret that, or will it prove to have been a key decision in the chess match of this grand final?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. We'll never know, will we, Sam? But that wave It did close out, but most of these waves are reforming on that inside rincon section going into the sand. So would have been interesting. A couple of early scores coming through here, and the judges really liked that one. So it didn't quite improve on the 6.33, but a 6.07. So that puts a little bit more pressure on Taylor. Taylor now chasing a 7.23, Sam.
So he's carrying a good backup score now, Johnny. That 6.33 could be important for him if he gets something in the excellent range. Taylor now needs a 7.23. Let's see who's going to take the win here for the men's final. We'll be right back to conclude things after a Bonsai Brew break. Welcome back to the action as we move into the last 20 minutes on finals day here for the 2024 Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. Big thanks to all of the home support, and thank you for coming down to watch the action, and thank you for tuning in from around the world as Taylor Jensen up and riding, chasing a good score straight to the tip. Locks that 5, holds that 5, stays true to the nose ride, just accelerates now into a nice drop knee turn, and then sets himself up off the bottom, couple of cross steps forward, smooth, clean, crisp into a nose ride, and again lining things up with some tight footwork, and then just ending with panache. Taylor Jensen chasing a score of a 7.23 with Johnny answering back, setting himself up, quick snap to the front into a 10, locks the sole arch, hips forward, and then just pumps himself back up for another touch of the 5, quick sneaky 10, and there's that dynamic drop knee turn, and he looks spicy, Josh, and he really looks lively through this inside section.
Yeah, he does. That was a beautiful start with those sole arch 10s, driving back to the pocket here, looking energetic, gets it up in the lip line, and a nice finish too. So he likes that one. You can see the emotion coming out there. So going to be really interesting here. Taylor's wave was nice. It's his first wave that he's ridden from the top of the point down the bottom. Remember his first one he pulled off, second one he had the fall. So that's Taylor's first complete ride from the takeoff to the inside. So he's going to probably lock in a good score. 7.23. It's going to be close.
Yep.
It was a really well-surfed wave. It was clean. There was no bobbles or wobbles. There was some great nose riding, some beautiful different variations of the turn. However, Johnny's was pretty spicy. There was a lot of tight nose riding in the pocket on that outside section, and then finish strong. So going to be really interesting to see where the judges go here, Sam.
Melbourne flight cam, of course. Melbourne just up the coast, a fantastic city, Australia's second largest city as we see that tide starting to drop, and Taylor Jensen waiting for scores to come through. Considering he got a 5.17 for a ride, he didn't take all the way through. You feel as if it's going to go maybe a point or two higher than that. I liked it. I like the flow, and they've really been rewarding flow today, that continuous movement in and out of critical maneuvers. And he drops a score. There it is. It comes in at a 6.9. So it's a strong score for Taylor. It's not enough to move up into first, but will Johnny replace his low score of a 6.07?
Yeah, Taylor's going to be happy with that. That's the highest scoring wave of the heat. Didn't quite get him into the lead. He would have loved to see himself go into the lead, but he'll be confident. That'll be his backup now. Johnny at this stage has the 6.33 as his backup. He's trying to go higher than that to put pressure on Taylor. So really interesting to see where they go with these scores.
I think it's going to be pretty similar to some of the scores we've already seen. There it is. It's 6.17. So that low 5.7 and that high 6.5 eliminated, and an average taken from the remaining 3 scores. So it now means Taylor's requirement is slightly higher. It's a 5.6. But Taylor is certainly in a good position now with priority. 16 minutes remaining in this final. As we can see the crowd building on the stairs there, those iconic steps that have been the site of so many great events. And this time there's a difference. Of course, these surfers are going for the Bells Bowls trophy, made by proud Wadawurrung community here from local ironbark, sourced in the woodlands from Dirac, and they really are special trophies that will be treasured in the homes of these champions. We've already seen Soleil Erico take the win. This is a place, Josh, that you have won Australian titles. How special is it for these longboarders to be starting their world tour here at Bells Beach?
Yeah, it's just such an iconic location, fantastic waves, and today's delivered. The waves are so perfect for longboarding and the action and the style of surfing that these guys want to do. So that's why we've seen huge scores today. Finals day's been sensational, and a huge shout out to the WSL and the local community for allowing us to have this event here. All the surfers are ecstatic to be here. We look forward to coming hopefully for many years to come, but what a starting point for this tour, and a starting for these two surfers. First or second, it's a great start to the year. It's accumulation of great results to get you the final in El Salvador. That's the end goal, and then obviously winning the world title.
Absolutely, it was an important stop on the WCT this season, of course, as well. Caitlin Simmers beat Joanne Defay, and Cole Houseman beat Griffin Colapinto, so that really kicked things off for their great seasons that those surfers are having. But this is on to the longboarders, a different time of year. We'll be moving into spring locally in about 6 weeks' time. We'll start to see that wattle flowering and things will start to warm up, but we're still now in deep winter. But the surfing has been as red hot as ever, and we have seen a number of scores up into the high 9s, a couple of near perfect 10s.
Yeah, we've seen fantastic surfing today, and it's just so great being here, but it's such a pretty place. You spin out every time you sit in the water and you look around. You've got these beautiful cliffs, the waves are amazing, the reef, the shape of the bottom contours. It's just a beautiful place, and we're so lucky to be here.
Last year we got the chance to cycle down the coast on bikes, look at the Point Addis Marine National Park, have some good food in Anglesey, check out the golf courses, of course, and we've continued to enjoy our free surfs in the afternoon sections here at Dirac at Bells Beach. This is the start of the Great Ocean Road just up the coast, Torquay, where most of the surfers are staying. They've enjoyed the coffee, the hospitality. Big shout out to all the local community for welcoming us here. But right now the pressure is on Taylor. 30 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. He's got priority. He's having a look. He's chasing a 5.6. He's up and riding. He sets his line straight to the tip. Gets a 5. Back for another touch of the 5. This wave starting to build in size as he walks out of that nose ride and then accelerates onto the tail, and an elegant foam climb and an incredible walk into this second nose ride section after coming out of that foam climb with flow, putting that board onto a sweeping drop knee roundhouse cutback and walking as clean as a whistle into another lock of a 5 and lifting his arms up and then going to the tail and then ending with such a demonstration of control that for me that says yes, yes, yes on the score plus factor.
Control, Sam, you said it, you nailed it. That was so nice, so well surfed.
It was.
Yeah.
It was just so clean. The way he walked in and out of everything, Josh, was absolutely beautiful.
So we're seeing a little more spice on the nose from Johnny with those really tight nose rides and those soul arch 10s. But look at that, driving through the pocket, high driving over the whitewash, and then coming out of this one with speed straight into the nose again. Great 5, toes wrapped over right there. And then here giving him a variation, a nice drop knee turn back to the pocket. Great surfing, again up 5, still no 10, so that's a difference here with Johnny and Taylor, but this is a great wave. So what I'm noticing between the two surfers, Taylor's been on a slightly better waves.
Yeah, and the cadence, that's a kind of word to really describe, like the tempo, the pace of. For me, what was very distinctive about that was the way he walked in and out of those nose rides, not too rushed. They were wider, precise steps, but they were just in the lip line the whole time. Yes, there wasn't a 10, but for me, it was just excellent range surfing plus.
Yep, and so smooth, and the wave choice. He's sitting out there, he's being patient, and here it is coming in at a 8.33, so he jumps into the lead now, and Johnny the Ripper up on 1, trying to fight back.
John van Hoyenstein up on the tip, kicks out, 2 nose rides, recognizing he's going to need a more significant wave to back up his 6.33 because Taylor Jensen is just added to his 6.90 with an 8.33. So now starting to demonstrate that opening choice on that 5.17 where he kicked out proved to be a good choice. We were a little bit surprised when we saw him fall on that 4.73. I mean, we literally, our jaws dropped. It's so unusual to see Taylor fall on those turns, but he gets an 8.33, and the way he rode this wave was absolutely amazing.
Yeah, look at the timing here. Like you said, beautiful 4 steps back to the nose. It's draining out on that shallow reef and floats up over that one. Stands tall, looks back, and he's very happy with that one and rewarded with an 8.33. So that was insane. He's sitting in a really, really good position now. He's going to get back out there, try and wrestle back priority off Johnny and try and drop that 6.9 and put this one to bed.
Wow, so John Michael van Hoyenstein, he's got 10 minutes remaining to get an 8.9. He's had a great final so far. He's been busy, he's been active, he's got a couple of 6s, but Taylor's patience has paid off and he's really put the show on the road with that last ride of an 8.33 as we see him getting a chance now. Our surfer in red from Hawaii sets up that line. Nice swoop into the section. Locks the 5, touches a tight 5, and then starts to get loose and lively. Drop knees and gets a high line back up to the tip and touches that 5 once again as that light gets into the afternoon time, and now he's in the shadows of the cliffs, but he's not in the shadows of anybody surfing other than his own style, locking in a 5, in a 10, little soul arch, lifts those arms, stays true to that brilliant nose ride with his feet now right over the tip and almost loses it coming out of that last walk, but just compresses and rides out.
Really nice, well-surfed wave and a great nose ride on that inside. As you know, it's so shallow and so hollow, needing an 8.9. Thoughts on that, Sam? I don't think we're going to go there, but let's have a look at this replay.
And how is that? In and out of the afternoon light. Takes off in the light and then goes into the shadow of the cliff line and then re-emerges in style.
Amazing. Really well-surfed wave, but for me, it just looks so similar to his 6-point rides. I would love for him to be a little bit more patient. He had priority, he had 10 minutes left on the clock. We'd love to see him in a little bit bigger wave, but this nose ride through here, the wave's grinding. You can see the tail locked into the pocket. Really great positioning here. Great 5. Board starts to side slip a little bit, comes out of it, rides out of it. So that's a complete wave right there.
And those sections to the inside, they're fast. You know, to stay on the nose is pretty impressive as we really see that afternoon light shining on TJ as he puts that board on rail, walks in and out of a second nose ride, back into the pocket. Now just eyeing things up, using the drop knee, variety, stalls it, 2 steps, back up 4 to the tip, stretches out for a 5, walks out cleanly, a precise amount of footwork, clean. Look at the way he keeps pace with the break of the wave by using that footwork, and he kicks out as that starts to die out, looking to back up that 8.33 and replace that 6.9. Do you think that's going to rival the 6.9, Josh?
It's hard to know. We'd like to see the takeoff, but my first thought is when I saw that wave of Taylor's a little larger. than what we saw Johnny take off on his wave. So it's going to be really interesting to see. Hopefully Johnny, for his sake, he can beat Taylor back out and muscle back and get that priority, but we'll have to see in a pulled back shot. Here we go. So look at this wave. It's just a little bit bigger for Taylor. 5-10 takeoff, really nice. Coming around it, driving back to the pocket. That power and precise from Taylor. Beautiful cross step there. So really nice surfing here, Sam, but for me, it's just a little bit lackluster through this inside spot. He's chasing a 6.9. It's not a huge score, but beautiful surfing from Taylor as he's fighting through this inside. Nice little flow here, waiting for something to stand up, but unfortunately dying out.
But demonstrating clean, smooth footwork
Here we
and live
go.
action. This is a good one. Johnny's up and riding. High, low, into the sweeping drop knee turn. Straight to the tip. Great shape, good lock. Soul arch. This is radical, this is critical, this is important. Johnny now accelerates, cuts back, sets himself up high, and you start to feel like this could be a very important ride as he goes into a 10 and a soul arch, back to the tail, and then a big float. And Johnny the Ripper is absolutely on fire on that ride, and he's chasing an 8.9. We've got an 8.33 as a reference point, so you feel like it could be a ballpark score. It's going to be really interesting, and the judges are going to have to really study that ride and really have that ballpark reference of the 8.33 from TJ to compare it to.
Yeah, my first thought is great. He's standing, it's a bigger, taller wave, a little more exciting. Drop knee back to the pocket, cuts it off a little short so he can see down the line. Here we go, 5, projecting, really tight 5 there. You can see how far his back foot is. Very steep, tall, fast wave, locked into the pocket, coming around again. 5, waiting, and then boom, 10, standing upright, and then finishing really strong, driving off the bottom, clean off the top hit. That is a really well-surfed wave, Sam. That is what he needs. If it doesn't get the 8.9, it's going to get him right back in this heat, I feel.
Doesn't look like Taylor's going to back up his 8.33 with a score bigger than the 6.9. It comes in at 5.5, but what about this finish for Johnny?
Yeah, nice and clean, just driving off the bottom, smacking it off the lip. Nice and clean, nice and smooth, great flow. That's going to be a really good score. It'll get him back in this heat with 5 minutes to go.
So he's chasing an 8.90 single score. If he doesn't get the score he needs, he's certainly going to have something that's a smaller requirement, because TJ is carrying a 6.90, but of course Taylor out there, 3-time world champion, with priority, ready to pounce on a set to drop that 6.90 and add to that 8.33.
So it's so different. The surfing, Taylor's 8.33, it was just, there was not a maneuver done in the wrong spot. There was no catches, no wobbles, super clean, precise walking, driving off the bottom straight into those cross step and nose rides, no downtime. Really, really well surfed wave. Where that one for Johnny, it was intense, bit of a late takeoff, driving that first cutback was nice, but not his crazy driving, whipping drop knee that we've seen, because he had to cut it short, but then he stood on that nose through that pocket and he was locked in, really committed. Head high, shoulder high wave, really grinding down the line. Then came out of it, turn, big hang 10, finished with a massive turn. So it was an exciting wave, Sam.
Absolutely, for sure exciting. And it had that stand, it had that pace, and it had that wow factor. TJ's, I think, had better flow. That was the difference as far as reference to that continual movement and the way TJ just seemed to keep tempo with every little braking section. Taylor's had a lot of variety, but Johnny's had a lot of excitement.
So it's going to be an interesting... And the judges, they've been sitting there. This is their 4th day in a row watching waves. Do they want to see it clean and precise? Or are they going to get excited like we are in the booth and like everyone back home and everyone out there watching on the webland? It was spicy. That nose ride through the pocket was unbelievable. He's fun, he's energetic. I can hear the beach going crazy right now. And what is it? Coming in at a 9.33, Sam.
Insane, brilliant. Risk, reward, and like you said, the excitement factor. Critical 10s ending with panache and committing to everything. That wave really stood up. There was a lively element to it, and he now moves into first position with Taylor chasing now a 7.34, and it looks, Josh, like there's some waves on the horizon. Are they going to come through in time? What kind of shape are they going to deliver? Taylor's going to have the first choice because he's sitting with priority.
Could the 5.5 of Taylor's been a mistake because he was trying to up the 6.9. He took the wave prior, which handed over priority to Johnny, and then Johnny capitalising. But here we go, big, large wave, Sam.
Taylor Jensen straight to the tip, gets a 10, holds a 10, walks out of that 10, accelerates, goes into a cut back, down carve, sets himself up with 6 steps, touches that 5. That wave now just going to start to run, and he's got to just keep pace with things. Goes on to the cutback. That's where he fell on that earlier 4.73. Didn't fall then. Goes into a 10. It's not standing as tall as Johnny's wave that ran steep through the inside, but Taylor once again demonstrating incredible footwork and flow into another 10 and walking in and out of a last turn, chasing a 7.34 and absolutely feeling it. Taylor Jensen waiting for now a score to drop with only 1 minute 40 seconds remaining. So will Taylor opt to paddle out, or do you think he'll recognize there's not enough time?
Stick a fork in him, he's done. But great wave, large wave, 5, 10, driving. It's really good.
Yep.
Big, nice swooping turn, cutting it a little short because he could see something down the line. Little bit of downtime, so the judges are going to look at this. But this turn here, really smooth, lays it over right back to the pocket, back up 5-10, staying busy, keeping it all smooth. There is no wobbles or bobbles yet. He hasn't caught any rails. Third 10.
I think he's got it.
He's only chasing a 7.34. He definitely gets the score. He definitely gets the score. How high does it go, and how much pressure does he now put back on Johnny the Ripper?
50 seconds remaining, waiting for that score to come through. Taylor chasing a 7.34. Johnny the Ripper fading in, high line, straight to the tip with 4 steps into a soul arch 10. Walks out of that nose ride, walks back to the tail. Things getting glassy and fast. Still awaiting for that score for Taylor as Johnny sets himself up through the inside, locks a 5, quick touch of a 10, arms up. Back to the tail, slicing drop knee cut back. Back up to the nose, holds the 5, things getting speedy through the inside. So Johnny looking to replace a 6.33. So this is pretty significant, Josh, because our instinct said that Taylor might get the score he needs, but will Johnny now better his 6.33 as he
needs
moves?
Something wow right now.
Ooh, it's going to be all down to the judges right now. Love the finish there. Of course, well, not a ride out for Johnny, but I love the fact that he got the opportunity to potentially improve his backup score. That 9.33 for sure, one of the more significant rides. We feel, our instinct says that Taylor's going to go into first, and then it's going to come down to what the requirement for Johnny is. This is probably going to need to now be like a 7 if Taylor does replace his score, which he does. So Taylor gets an 8.07, moves into first, meaning Johnny now needs a 7.07, Josh.
Oh, Sam, I'm trying to digest this wave. The 9.33, we were jumping out of our seat. We loved it. Taylor's wave, it was exciting, it was smooth, it was action all the way. Johnny's, there's some wow, and then there's a bit of downtime.
I think just under what he needs, that my instinct says.
7.07. So Taylor's had 2 8s with beautiful, clean surfing the whole time.
Yep. Because think of the 6.33 that we kicked off with. I feel as if it was pretty similar to that score, and I feel like it just lost a bit of tempo through the inside. I felt like Johnny's surfing was there ready for it. I felt like that 9.33 demonstrated why this guy is going to be a threat for the world title this year. But my instinct said that it's just going to be so close, but not quite there. What does your instinct say, Josh?
I do feel it's a little bit under because of the wave. He had the nice nose ride on the start. First score's coming in. It's going to be really close. But we haven't seen anything go over. There's one over there. Couple under. Ah, the poor guy. But what a fantastic final. What a fantastic event. Taylor Jensen, one of the older guys on tour, still giving it to these young guys. phenomenal surfing by Taylor all weekend, and that was a joy to watch.
Absolute congratulations to Taylor Jensen, 3 times world champion this year, going for his 4th world title. He takes the 2024 Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic, but huge shout out to John Michael van Hoyenstein, who got that 9.33 in the final and nearly got the score he needed on the last exchange, and gets a proud 2nd place that he can really be excited about for the rest of the season.
We have to give this guy a huge rap. Taylor Jensen, he's come from adversity, comes from a different background in the performance style of surfing, embracing what he's riding now, embracing the board choice, acknowledging that he was a big, powerful guy, had to change his equipment, gone away in the off-season, shredded, lost a lot of weight to improve his nose riding skills, even though he was a great nose rider. But Sam, we've got GT down on the beach with the champion, Taylor Jensen. Take it away, GT.
Boys, I'm not going to repeat what he just said to me, but that was a final of finals, Taylor. It seesawed. You know, there's a bit of waiting, a couple of fall-offs at the start on some high-quality waves. It seemed to slow down. He comes back with a 9, hits you hard, and it just takes pure grit, total belief, and just confidence, I guess, mate. How just talk me through it from your point of view. That's what I saw.
Yeah, I mean, that's the heat you want, right? In contests, we want to put on a show for everybody. You want things like that. You want high drama and clutch finishes and stuff like that. And do it with Johnny. Johnny's like, he's so talented, man. That kid's going to be winning world titles in no time. So, yeah, just to do it like that with Johnny out here at Bells, perfect surf. It's a dream.
Yeah, mate, look, I've seen you win all over the world. I remember your first win in France, I think it was, however many years ago. 2004, so we're going back 20 years ago when I saw you win your first event. Mate, iconic Bells Beach. You've had 3 titles, but right now, who cares? How's this rate?
This is special. This is really special. Last year, I lost to Kai in the semis and put a pretty big chip on my shoulder in a clutch finish like that, and he got me, so... Yeah, it was definitely one I really wanted to get, so pretty cool to win here.
Yeah, mate, what a sport it is we choose. There's the highs and the lows. Right now, you're riding the high. Enjoy it. Your family's here, mate. All the best for the rest of the year, and once again, congratulations.
Thanks, GT.
Woo! Yeah, guys, back to you.
Down the stairs.
As the guys, they lift up Taylor as they make his way up the stairs. It'll be interesting to see if they true, and it looks like, Josh, they're going to be lifting him all the way up. That's no easy feat. No, they put him back on his feet.
No, he has lost a lot of weight this season, but still he's a big boy to carry up. But that was phenomenal surfing, such a clutch performance. Johnny the Ripper didn't disappoint either. He was red hot all week, and it's really exciting to see one of the older guys, been doing this for a very long time, won a lot of world titles against one of the young guys that's going to win a lot of world titles, and Taylor knows what he's talking about when he sees talent, and Johnny's got that.
Off to a rough start at the beginning of last year. Johnny took a while to build momentum. It was a career best performance last year at El Salvador in the semi-finals. He didn't actually re-qualify, but he did get the season wildcard. But wow, he's back with a vengeance and really pushing the world champ to the limits there. But I mean, he was on the backbone twice, Taylor, needed to get the 8.33, and then again, winning it with the 8.07, showing his experience and his adaptability to different waves, criteria, and against adversity. A long time coming. He did win at Huntington, but this is a scary Taylor Jensen kicking off with the first stop of the World Tour. We're going to go to a break, but don't go anywhere. We're going to be back for the post-show and the presentation shortly. Welcome to the post-show. Matt Chinoski with Josh Constable. We're going to bring in you the highlights and the recap of an incredible event. Then we're going to go to the presentation. JC, what an incredible day of surfing.
Yeah, that was phenomenal. Just what an ending to that final. It's just brought everyone together on the beach. It's been great. That surfing was red hot. Taylor was so calm and collected on his waves. Johnny the Ripper putting it together, scoring one of the highest waves of the day, a 9.33 in that final. Just couldn't quite back it up, but look at these scores.
Van Hohenstein coming in second, an excellent 9.33 as you said, and he's the winner. Taylor Jensen of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic, and the road to the finals wasn't an easy one, especially for Johnny as he had to overcome an interference on his opening heat, which sent him to the elimination round. And there's Taylor stoked for that opening. To see them just sharing that aloha. It was Taylor's fluidity, connection with the lineup, and just under pressure, being able to perform, needing 2 times excellent scores, and he got them both.
Yeah, that's just the true spirit of a champion right there, fighting back from those little ones at the end and getting those beautiful scores and beautiful surfing. But this kid, he was so exciting. Taylor throwing that one up into the lip, some really good surfing, and you can see here in the slow-mo, the waves were just so good today, Matt.
Incredible lineup shots. And the photos are just going to be on everyone's socials very soon. And these guys just blending tail work with nose work and surfing the full length of the board. But Johnny, wow, he's come a long way in just a few months since we saw him in El Salvador. That 9.33 had the Hawaiians spreading that aloha. They were so stoked. And it's really cool when the underdog starts inspiring the former world champions.
Yeah, totally. And that's what's keeping Taylor on tour, is young guys like Johnny the Ripper coming in here, putting on performances, but it's hard to beat this smooth flow, connecting. He's just so solid, Taylor. Same as we saw from Kai Salas, just those performances the older guys put on. But hey, the spice from Johnny, it's really cool.
A long time coming for a right-hand point break victory for Taylor. He's won it on beach breaks, fell short at Malibu, and now we're back at Bells Beach for the second iteration of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. The male winner, Taylor Jensen. Now let's look at the women's side of the draw. Soleil Eriko taking on Japanese Natsumi Teoka. An incredible competition in its own right.
Yeah, and Soleil, she just looks so comfortable out here. We didn't see her too much in the Bells Bowl. It was smaller waves this week, similar to the finals last year. It was higher tide. She feels comfortable over there at Rincon. It's similar to her home break at Malibu. Talk us through those little runners that she gets out there.
Yeah, and just Natsumi drinking her tea before she went out. She was super relaxed, speaking to her friends back in Taito, Japan. But Soleil, the surfer from Malibu, taking off where she left off last year as the 2 times event champion here. Natsumi, fast footwork, fluid rail work, using the whole board, a complete package. Just couldn't get the pick of the waves.
Yeah, she was definitely sitting out there being very patient, but just didn't probably identify that the big ones were racing off a little bit. Soleil's wave choice was just so spot on, which allowed her the opportunities to do the surfing that she was doing.
Scoring a 9.33 is an excellent range score to take Natsumi into combination land. That's exactly the same score that Taylor did get to go into the lead and take the men's side of the draw. But holding her head high, Natsumi, she'll move into Huntington with a career best result. She'll be taking heaps of momentum and almost securing a spot on a next year's championship tour.
Yeah, and that's the end goal. The end goal is world championship. If you can't get that world title, you want to be back here next year fighting for it again. So that was phenomenal surfing. CJ Nelson there. These guys have put in a lot of hard work, and really proud of her, the performance she put on today.
As we see Soleil getting chaired by CJ and Chizza. Let's go down to Sam. He's on the stage with the winners and the finalists. And it's going to be a phenomenal presentation very shortly. And let's go down to Sam and check it out.
Okay, thanks very much. I'm going to kick things off by welcoming Karina Eccles, proud Wadawurrung woman, and the community dancers.
Wadarong Jurak. May we acknowledge Wadarong spirit of Wadarong Bengadak, Kinkin Bill, Wadarong people. May we acknowledge Wadarong spirit of Wadarong Wuru, Wadarong language. Matnu Wadarong Jar. This is Wadarong country. We are Wadarong people and we speak Wadarong language. I acknowledge all First Nations people that are gathered here today, to all those that have travelled across their traditional waters to be here at this beautiful place, Jurak. Jurak here on Wadarong country, our ancestors' country. I acknowledge our elders of today, our families of today. Muun Bengodingadak, Kinkin Bill, Werdigurong Gawli, Wadawarung, Na Lingulwik Kimbani, Wadarong Jar, Bunani Dulama, Bengadak Ba, Gayupan Gultma, Muradop Mukbore. In Wadarong language I say, from our ancestors, family and community, we welcome you all here on Wadarong country. Let us all come together, embrace each other and gather in peace. Wadarong. Bengadake Yupan Yung Guma Wadarong Ja. 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 Kimbane. 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 Papu. 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 Durang. 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 Korean. 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 Wadarong. Wadarong Jara Going Bagaru Wadarong Jara Going Woo! Kimbani Wadarong Ja, Gayupan Guma Wadarong Ja. Welcome here to Wadarong country. I acknowledge myself and the two Wadarong women alongside me to welcome you and gift you a traditional dance of this place, a place of women collecting fish, a place of Wadarong people always gathering for thousands and thousands of generations. Nyatni, thank you.
Thank you so much, Karina and community dancers, for opening this awards presentation with the traditional ceremony. And on behalf of the WSL and all involved with the 2024 Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic competition, we acknowledge that we are here on Wadarong country, and we acknowledge the Wadarong people as the traditional owners of the land and waterways we are on here today. We are gathered here on Dirac, the original Wadawurrung name of Bells Beach, and we pay our respects to Wadawurrung people, their elders, past, present, and emerging, and extend this acknowledgement to First Nations people here today. So welcome to the awards presentation, of course, for the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. It's been the first stop of the 2024 World Surf League Longboard Tour, and wow, what a brilliant start. What a joy for all of us longboarders to be here. We all know that this is an iconic break, a spiritual home of competitive Australian surfing, and I have to have a big shout out to some of the early standout performances. B. Conroy, amazing. Molly Powell, congratulations. Of course, seeing Gail Cooper here this week has been absolutely wonderful. Gail won 14 Vic State titles, 10 events here at Dirac, Bells Beach, and some of the new international surfers. Chloe Coleman, amazing. Natalia, fantastic. And Emma Perrier from Evans Head, really impressed with all of you surfers. And of course, we have this long history of our shortboarders winning the iconic Bells Trophy. But we have something new, the Bells Bowl, made from iron bark here sourced in Wadawurrung country. So big thank you to Bioglan, our title partner for this event. And of course, Visit Victoria and the Victorian government, as well as the Surf Coast Shire. Big thanks to Bonsoy. Big thanks to GWM. And a special thank you to Surfing Victoria and you, the local community, and all of you wave riders and surfers who have shared this incredible place with us. And thank you to the fans tuning in around the world and coming on site to watch this amazing event. It really has been an incredible 4 days, and none of us could have asked for a better way to finish things. So to help with our trophies today, we have Will Hayden-Smith, WSL Senior Manager of Regional Tours, and of course, Longboard. And we have Karina Eccles to celebrate the wins with a connection to the culture and country. And without further ado, I'm going to move on to kick off with the men's. It really was a fantastic semi-final and final. We're not going to be calling up third, but big shout out to those fantastic surfers who did come in equal third. But let's move on to that final. This guy just set the field ablaze. Your 2024 Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic men's runner-up. It's John Michael Van Hohenstein from Hawaii. Congratulations, Johnny. We know you as Johnny the Ripper on social media, and you definitely set the field ablaze. It was a joy to watch you surf. You got a 9.33 in the final. What a fantastic result. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone here, part of the WSL, and thank you for all my friends and family and all the love and support. Thank you for everyone coming out, and good job to all the competitors. And yeah, everyone get home safe, and time to party. Thank you. Aloha.
And Johnny, I know you have this shared ancestry between Thailand, the Philippines, Hawaii. How special is it to be able to longboard at this iconic break?
Yeah, this wave's super fun. Like sometimes the conditions are tricky, but you know, just keep your head up and watch the waves, and yeah, talk to all your coaches and just have fun out there. Yeah.
Let's hear it for our runner-up, John Michael Van Hohenstein. Okay, so moving on to our winner of the 2024 Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic, 3 times world champion. It's TJ, the big man, Mr. Taylor Jensen. TJ, got to the semi-finals last year, lost out to Kai Salas, beat Kai in the semis, took the win. Wow, it's got to feel special.
Yeah, it feels pretty good, definitely. That was a tough loss for me last year, so to get Kai again in the semi and have that rematch was really cool, and then to have a crazy heat like that with Johnny in the final is pretty mental, so it's a special win for sure.
And you come from this big extended surfing family, of course, Nat and Bo, part of your family. You know, for them, this has been a spiritual place for them surfing. How special is it for you to take the win down here at Bells to kick off your season?
Oh, it's insane. I mean, the history of Bells is pretty incredible, right? And I kind of looked at some of Nat's bells that are up in the TV room at the house, and yeah, it's pretty special to get my own sort of Bells ball here.
Well, there it is. Let's hear it for our champion, Mr. Taylor Jensen. Huge congratulations, Johnny and Taylor. That was a brilliant final. And just before the men's final, we had an incredible women's final. The level of women's longboarding has just been through the roof. Absolutely spectacular. And somebody who came second here, if anybody gets the opportunity to free surf with this young surfer, they will know she has the best vibes. She rips, but she's always got a positive smile on her face. She has inspired us for a long time, and she finally made it to a final. So let me welcome up onto the stage the 2024 Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic runner-up all the way from Japan. It's Natsumi Teoka. Finally, Natsumi, we've known for so long that you deserve to be in these finals, and you did it. You got here on the world stage. You've been surfing so well all week, and you've got runner-up. That must feel really good.
Yeah, it's first time into the finals. I'm so stoked, and the wave has been really good. I enjoy every single hit.
And how special is it to be surfing down in Victoria? The great food, the culture, the landscape.
I love Victoria. I love Bells Beach. The coffee is very nice, and then people are so nice, friendly. So I hope I come back here next year.
Well, congratulations, Natsumi, a wonderful ambassador of Stoke. Let's hear it for our runner-up from Japan, Natsumi Teoka. So someone who has been getting excellent range scores all week. She took the win last year. She's our reigning world champion, going for her 4th world title this season. Your winner of the 2024 Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic is Soleil Erico.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wow, Soleil, you did it again, twice in a row. You had positive energy from the get-go. You've got your dad here. Of course, you've had CJ coaching you. You've had Kai Ellis-Flint in your corner, who'd been a standout at the event. And this must be so important to win back-to-back titles here at such a spiritual home of surfing.
Yeah, it feels amazing. This place is so iconic, and I feel really comfortable here. I feel really loved and supported, and yeah, it really helped me through the day. And the waves provided, the waves were so lovely, and they were reminding me of home, you know? So to take it out again feels really good. And yeah, I'm excited to keep competing this year and to share the lineup with Natsumi was such a pleasure. She's such an amazing surfer in person, for sure. Thank you.
And you've been spending a couple of months already in Australia. How important has that lead up been to coming down here to Victoria and taking the win at Bells?
Yeah, it felt really good. I ended school in May, and then we just made the move to come here for a month, and we were hanging out in Byron, and it's such an amazing place down there. I would love to come back soon. And yeah, being here is such a pleasure, like the Aussie culture and everything, and the surf culture that surrounds it. It's an amazing place. Yeah.
Well, you put on an amazing performance, taking longboarding to new levels. Let's hear it for our 2024 Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic winner, Soleil Erico. So that really caps off what's been an absolutely outstanding 4 days. Thanks to everyone, and big celebrations for you 4 finalists. Let's see those Bells Bowls trophies raised high, and let's hear one last massive round of applause for our 4 finalists and our 2 winners.
Thanks, Sam. A tremendous presentation there, and very heartwarming. You could feel the silence, and you could feel the spirit of the Wadawurrung people coming through in that presentation, Josh.
Yeah, that was really special, and what an opportunity for those surfers to be up on stage there with those Bells Bowls. They're pretty cool, very iconic. There's going to create something. The Bells, we know about the Bells, but this Bells Bowl is really special, and everyone's happy to take those home for sure, Matt.
Of course, at the Bells Beach Easter Classic, they have the big bell they ring, but something unique to longboarding, we've got the Bells Bowl, and I think that's super fitting. And we got the Bioglan Daily Dose, and as we have a look at some of the best scores of the day, we're going to kick it off with the 9.17 Honolulu Bloomfield. She made the semi-finals, and phenomenal effort throughout this event on that Maya surfcraft, looking really connected, really glued to a board, and she's just, I mean, a different style of Honolulu in the last few years, Josh.
Yeah, definitely. And I even said to her through the week that she looks even better this year than she did last year. The board looks amazing under her feet, and the surfing that she's doing, she's a world champion. She knows what she needs to do to get back up on the top, and this last hit here was phenomenal. Riding out right in front of the rocks, super clean, 917, phenomenal surfing. But look at this, Matt.
Yeah, using the full length of the board and engaging legitimate rail, really neutral style board, allowing Honolulu to surf to a natural ability. And this was Johnny the Ripper in the quarterfinals, coming through adversity throughout the event. He had an interference in his first heat, gets a barrel on this end section. He really excited the audience today.
Yeah, he put on performances, surfing against his good mate Carney in this one, and then just the surfing he's doing, it's spicy, it's exciting, and really stoked to have him on tour.
Kai Salas, a 9.33. This seems to be the fitting score of the day. Judges split between 9s and 9.5s, but beautiful rail work. The reigning world champion, he had a great result here last year, taking the win, but he'll have to settle for a 3rd place, and he'll put him in good stead for Huntington coming up next.
Yeah, he'll be happy with his 3rd place finish. Obviously, you come for the win, but 3rd place is really good. He'll get to Huntington Beach, reassess, but the surfing that Kai's doing is next level. This nose riding, the footwork in and out of his maneuvers, and then the smoothness. Just a really good surfer, and great to have him here at Bells Beach again this year.
Taking the win over J.R. Escobar from the Philippines, but it's Taylor Jensen coming in 2nd today, and I mean, took the win obviously, but the highlight was this wave coming back from behind. That's Duke Henson shape, looking once again connected and just a consummate professional. We knew what he's capable of, but to have it click like this on beautiful, perfect right-hand point waves, it just is so fitting.
Yeah, Matt, great surfing, but we've never seen that much emotion. We've seen Taylor claim a couple of waves. He wanted this, he was hungry, and we could even see it up on the stage. There was a little emotion when he was talking, so this means a lot to him. 3-time world champion, you might think this is nothing, but he wants another title. He's hungry, he's developed in his surfing and his approach this year. It's going to be exciting to watch.
His father-in-law winning 3 bells. He's noted, he's seen them before, and he'll join that lineage of bells winners. And there he is getting chaired up the beach. A very deserving winner there for Taylor Jensen as we move across to the women's side. It is, of course, Soleil Erico, reigning women's world champ. She won here last year, but she had the work cut out for her to overcome Honolulu Bloomfield and Natsumi Teioka, and it was her connection to her equipment, her body, and this wave that really got her the win.
Yeah, she looked really comfortable out here, Matt, but this is her 2nd win, 3 world titles. She's still very young, and she's pushing for her 4th world title already early on in her career. This girl could go on. That we talk of the likes of Stephanie Gilmore, Carissa Moore, Lane Beachley, but you know
guess what? Gail Cooper, 12-time champion. She was down here watching all the proceedings today, and the road to the finals. We have a look at what Taylor and Johnny had to go through, I mean, Johnny actually came through the elimination round as well, so phenomenal surfing. Taylor surfing 4 times today, and his legs would have been burning, no doubt.
Yeah, but that goes to show the hard work he's put in the off season. He got on a roll this morning. He got great waves. He fought back in a couple of those finals, and then that last one, unbelievable surfing.
Incredible surfing there at Jurak, which is the indigenous name for Bells Beach, and we saw the face paint, and we saw that ceremony, and Sole Eriko took that win through Kelly's Kaliopaa and Natsumi Teoka. That semi was fireworks, but I tell you what, Honolulu coming up against Sole, 2 world champions. Her work was cut out for her. She got the wave that Hono usually gets, that lucky gem of a wave, and she put her in good stead for the final.
Yeah, great surfing. The quarterfinals, any of those could have been finals. The semi-finals, any of those could have been finals. And then Soleil getting the job done. Amazing surfing.
Amazing storylines painting it for the World Longboard Tour. And obviously out in the lead is Taylor Jensen and Johnny the Ripper coming in at second. And we have a look at the names down there. Any one of those guys could do really well in El Salvador in the final event.
Yeah, and we're moving on to Huntington Beach now. Beach break, a totally different approach to what we're going to see here this week. We're going to have a lot of people on the beach. It's going to be surfing under pressure, the whole industry there looking, and then check out the women's leaderboard.
And look at that, not a single Australian flag flying there in the top 9. We've got the Americans, the Hawaiians, the French, and the Japanese flying it in the second spot. And this is incredible, and it's a testament to the regional qualifications that we've seen throughout all those those 5 regions in the world. South Africa represented, North America, Hawaii, South America, and Asia as well.
Yeah, there's some great surfers in there. The surfing that we've seen this week is really inspiring. I can't wait to watch Huntington Beach. The surfing is going to be amazing, and looking forward to it, Matt.
Longboarding is in a terrific spot. Stop 1 of the 4-stop World Longboard Tour will be kicking off at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, which will be coming up in August, and that's going to be joining the Challenger Series. We've also got the Fiji event coming up for the WCT. That's going to be exciting after the Olympics. So much going on. Go to worldsurfleague.com and sign up for the updates. Follow these athletes, follow them on their socials, and learn more about the story of longboarding. I'm Matt Chinosky, Josh Constable, signing off for the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. Thanks for joining the show.
Broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.